Lin Chuan said firmly. After a moment of hesitation, Butler Wang finally relented. Lin Chuan would find out sooner or later. There was no point in hiding it for long. Miss Su has a condition, a mental illness. She has episodes at least once a month, sometimes up to 4 times. During these episodes, she's overwhelmed by violent urges, so she locks herself in the secret room to harm herself. Butler Wang explained, his voice choked with emotion. Her episodes had become more frequent and severe after Master Lin moved into Night Garden. Why didn't I know? Lin Chuan's voice was hoarse. From his past life to this one, he had been completely unaware. No wonder Su Hua would often disappear, except when she was away on business trips. Butler Wang replied, because Miss Su is afraid of you seeing her like this. She's always insisted we keep it from you. So, Master Lin, we ask that you pretend you don't know. Lin Chuan laughed bitterly. It was a good thing he hadn't known earlier, otherwise he might have used this against her. What's the secret room like? Lin Chuan's heart ached. He didn't want her to suffer. Could this illness be connected to the terminal diagnosis she received 5 years later? Butler Wang answered, it's cold, dark, and oppressive, with no light at all. Miss Su spends hours alone in there every time. Kill them all. The secret room is completely devoid of light. Butler Wang clenched his hands tightly. I've been inside before, and it's suffocating. I couldn't last even an hour. To be honest, Miss could have vented her frustrations on the staff, but she didn't want to hurt us, so she locked herself in there instead. Lin Chuan asked in a low voice, Butler Wang, when did this start? Butler Wang's words pierced his heart like needles, and the pain in his chest was unbearable. What had Su Hua been through? Ever since Miss returned to the Su family, I've been by her side, serving her. From that time on, she's been like this, aloof, unwilling to get close to anyone. To me, she seemed like an emotionless shell. Butler Wang's eyes gradually grew moist. Master Lin, it was only after you appeared that I realized Miss could cry, laugh, and get angry. All her emotions were tied to you. You could say that you are her everything, Master Lin. Even if you see her darker side, I beg you to be understanding. This was a precautionary warning for Lin Chuan, to prevent him from being frightened or repulsed if he saw her violent, murderous side. Lin Chuan clenched his fists. Butler Wang, I need to go in and be with her. He couldn't let her stay in there alone. Butler Wang shook his head. Master Lin, Miss doesn't recognize anyone right now. If you go in, she might hurt you. Miss has ordered us to protect you. If Master Lin were injured, Miss would be filled with guilt and pain once she regained her senses. Butler, can you really bear to let her stay in that room, harming herself? Lin Chuan said gravely. Butler Wang fell silent. John King's words came to mind. Perhaps Master Lin could try to untangle the knots in Mrs. Hart. Master Lin, I'll let you in, but on one condition. The bodyguards must ensure your safety. Butler Wang made a call, and soon over a dozen burly bodyguards dressed in black arrived. They were all towering figures, former mercenaries with formidable skills. Not only that, Butler Wang also called for a doctor, who brought sedatives just in case. Butler Wang knew that Master Lin absolutely could not be harmed, otherwise Miss wouldn't survive either. At that moment, Su Hua stood in the center of the secret room. Her eyes were blood red, and her vision was filled with a haze of crimson. Her mind was consumed by a single thought: kill. Kill everyone. Oh! The door lock turned. Su Hua's blood-red eyes shifted toward the entrance, her gaze filled with a rolling wave of murderous intent. Lin Chuan froze when he saw Su Hua in the room. The woman before him was still stunningly beautiful, but her eyes had turned blood red. Her hands hung limply at her sides, blood dripping from her knuckles, and the walls were covered in countless bloody smears. An aura of gloom and terror emanated from her. Master Lin, you should leave, Butler Wang urged anxiously. The state Miss was in now was dangerous. There's nothing to be afraid of, Lin Chuan smiled. He had seen firsthand how she had tortured Qin Royale and Lin Lai Tata. Her current state didn't frighten him. Besides, he had already died once. To him, death wasn't something to fear. Lin Chuan stepped forward, and all the bodyguards remained on high alert, ready to act at any moment. Su Hua, it's me, Yurok Chuan. Do you recognize me? Su Hua, don't be afraid. We're all on your side. No one will hurt you. Lin Chuan took step after step towards Su Hua. Su Hua was completely lost in her own world. To her, he was just another target to kill. She stared at the man before her, her eyes locking onto him like a predator on its prey. No, Butler Wang shook his head. You can't go any further. Master Lin, come back. Butler Wang shouted in desperation. Lin Chuan seemed not to hear Butler Wang's words and continued to move forward without hesitation. Su Hua licked her lips. He is here. How fearless. She took a light step forward, and the bodyguards' hearts leapt into their throats. Master Lin must not be harmed. In a flash, the bodyguards positioned themselves in front of Su Hua, shielding Lin Chu and behind them. Seeing this, Su Hua's excitement only grew. More and more people were coming. Her gaze, previously casual, now turned sharp and menacing. Bang, 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 bang. Some of the bodyguards were slammed into the wall, the sound of ribs cracking echoing through the room. In less than 10 minutes, they were all knocked down. These former mercenaries were no match for Su Hua. They were utterly defenseless against her. The bloodlust in Su Hua's eyes hadn't faded in the slightest, it had only intensified. This is a bad. Miss has completely lost control, Butler Wang said nervously. No matter how many bodyguards they brought now, it would be useless. In her current state, no one could stand against her. In the blink of an eye, Su Hua appeared in front of Lin Chuan, leaving no one any time to react. How handsome! Su Hua's fingertip traced Lin Chuan's face. But no matter how good-looking you are, you still have to die. Su Hua's hand closed around Lin Chuan's throat. She licked her lips. You'd make a perfect specimen. Or maybe I'll put you in a glass coffin, like a display piece. Lin Chuan, did Su Hua have some obsession with specimens? Even in her deranged state, she was still thinking about this. This scene made Butler Wang break out in a cold sweat. Doctor? Bodyguards? Butler Wang shouted. The bodyguards, hearing his command, prepared to swarm in, giving the doctor a chance to administer the sedative. Stand down, Lin Chuan barked. Butler Wang frowned. Lin Chuan looked at the woman before him, her entire being radiating killing intent. I believe she won't really hurt me. Butler Wang gritted his teeth and could only signal for everyone to stop. You all deserve to die. Su Hua's eyes were filled with bloodlust, and her grip tightened with every passing second. Lin Chuan's breath was being squeezed out of him inch by inch. Su Hua! Lin Chuan struggled to speak. You must take care of yourself after this. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye and landed on Su Hua's hand. She frowned. Why did seeing him cry make her heart ache so much? He was her target, someone who deserved to die. He is delicious. Butler Wang and Secretary Zhang both had their hearts in their throats. Watching Lin Chuan's expression grow increasingly pained, Su Hua felt a surge of panic. If this continued, he would die. She pushed Lin Chuan away abruptly. Lin Chuan coughed a few times, clutching his neck. Indeed, he had gambled correctly. Su Hua couldn't bring herself to kill him. Get out! Su Hua's voice was icy. Su Hua's emotions were highly unstable at the moment. Lin Chuan pondered how to calm her down and came up with an idea, though he wasn't sure if it would work. Well, he decided to take the risk. Lin Chuan strode over to Su Hua. Butler Wang and Zhang King, who had just relaxed, felt their hearts leap into their throats again. Was Lin Chuan trying to get himself killed by approaching Su Hua now? I gave you a chance. If you're not going to run, then you'll die. Su Hua narrowed her eyes, her hand gripping Lin Chuan's neck once more. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Chuan suddenly cupped the back of Su Hua's head and kissed her lips. Butler Wang! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Jian King! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. The bodyguards and doctors! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. What kind of time was this to be thinking about romance? Su Hua stared blankly at the man before her, blinking slowly as the hostility in her demeanor gradually faded. This man was rather delectable. Keeping him as her bed slave wouldn't be such a bad idea. Butler Wang and the others were dumbfounded. Was it really that simple? When Lin Chuan noticed Su Hua had returned to her usual harmless demeanor, he pulled away from her lips. Su Hua, listen to me. Calm down. A flicker of displeasure crossed Su Hua's face. She hadn't heard a word he said. All she could think about was why he had pulled away. If he was going to be so disobedient, she'd just lock him to her bed. As her hostility began to resurface, Lin Chuan sighed and kissed her again. Su Hua immediately softened, docile as a fawn. There are too many people here, Su Hua. Let's go back to the room, okay? Lin Chuan whispered in her ear, his voice laced with persuasion. Su Hua's eyes darkened. This little bed slave was quite clever. Su Hua obediently allowed Lin Chuan to lead her to the room. Butler Wang and Zhang King watched in stunned silence. The woman who had seemed ready to destroy the world moments ago was now as gentle as a lamb. It was like something out of a dream. Butler Wang, it seems you were wrong this time. Young Master Lin wasn't afraid of Madame Su, and he actually managed to calm her down during her episode, Zhang King said, swallowing hard. I underestimated young Master Lin's role, Butler Wang admitted, his face still etched with shock. Butler Wang, no matter what, Madame Su won't have to face her illness alone anymore, Zhang King said with a relieved smile. That's true, Butler Wang nodded with a smile. Perhaps Madame Su could even recover fully. There was no denying it, young Master Lin was a treasure. He took back what he had said earlier about young Master Lin being a troublemaker. Inside the room, Su Hua pushed Lin Xuan onto the bed. Lin Xuan had intended to let her vent her energy, so he didn't mind who was on top. This time, he willingly took the submissive role. Little bed slave, your performance pleases me, Su Hua said, lifting Lin Xuan's chin with a smirk. Her beautiful eyes roamed over him shamelessly. So handsome. Every inch of him was exactly to her liking. Little bed slave? Lin Xuan's face darkened with exasperation. Fine, Su Hua was sick and not in her right mind. He'd endure it. Su Hua's gaze lingered on Lin Xuan's lips. She remembered the flutter in her heart when he had kissed her earlier. She leaned down and kissed him again, but this time it wasn't gentle, it was fierce, almost biting. The temperature in the room began to rise. By the time Su Hua was completely exhausted and had fallen into a deep sleep, Lin Xuan began tending to the wounds on her bloodied hands. What had she been through in the past? Lin Xuan frowned. He had always thought Su Hua was living a glamorous life, with immense power and wealth. He never imagined she could be so lonely inside. Her past must have been unimaginably harsh. Lin Xuan's heart ached for her. Su Hua, in your past life, you avenged me. In this life, I'll protect you. Not only would he build an entertainment empire, but he would also strengthen his martial skills. For others, this might seem like a fantasy, but he had the advantage of his spatial ability. The space had a slow time flow and could provide him with everything he needed to train. Lin Xuan stepped out of the bedroom. Young Master Lin, how is Madame Su? Butler Wang asked with concern. She's asleep now, Lin Xuan replied, frowning. Butler Wang, aside from the violent episodes, does Su Hua have any other health issues? Not that we know of. Butler Wang shook his head, but the doctor said her condition might affect her organs in the future. All right, I understand. Lin Xuan was determined to restore Su Hua's health. Unfortunately, the medical knowledge in this other world was lacking, and he couldn't learn their techniques to treat her. Lin Xuan returned to the room and spent the entire night caring for Su Hua. When Su Hua woke up later that night, she found Lin Xuan asleep by her bedside. She had no memory of what had happened after her episode. She looked at him in confusion. Shouldn't she be in the secret room? And her hand, Su Hua glanced at her bandaged hands, the corners of her lips curling slightly. The clumsy wrapping had to be Lin Xuan's handiwork. Seeing how exhausted Lin Xuan was, Su Hua didn't wake him. She quietly got out of bed and covered him with a blanket. Su Hua left the bedroom, looking as if nothing had happened. In the past, after an episode, her face would be pale, and she would need to rest in bed for at least a day, sometimes even 4 days if it was severe. When Butler Wang saw Su Hua in the living room downstairs, his eyes lit up. This was the first time Madame Su had looked so lively after an episode. Madam, how are you feeling? Butler Wang asked as he approached. I'm fine, Su Hua replied, shaking her head. She, too, was puzzled by why she felt so unaffected this time. Butler Wang, does Lin Xuan know about my episode? Yes, madam. I initially followed your instructions to keep it from him, but somehow young Master Lin found out. He insisted on going to the secret room because he was worried about you. I couldn't stop him. I thought he might be able to help, so I let him in, Butler Wang explained. Did he seem afraid or disgusted when he saw me? Su Hua's voice was hoarse, her fists clenched at her sides. His tenderness these past few days had made her want more. She couldn't bear to see him look at her with disgust again. Not at all, Butler Wang smiled and shook his head. Young Master Lin was concerned for you. Butler Wang recounted the events of the previous day, omitting the part where Su Hua had nearly strangled Lin Xuan to death. If he told her that, she would be overwhelmed with guilt and regret. Su Hua's lips curved into a faint smile. So Lin Xuan wasn't afraid. That's good. She was growing fonder of him by the day. After her episode, Su Hua had been wild, her stamina astonishing. Lin Xuan had been thoroughly drained. When Su Hua returned to the room and moved him to the bed to sleep, he didn't even stir. Oh, my girlfriend is too clingy, Lin Xuan got up, washed his face, and checked his phone messages. He noticed that Wang Da had sent him several messages. Wang Da, Xuan, listen, Qin Roya went crazy today. She actually bought you breakfast and left it on your seat, but I ate. Wang Da, this is like red rain falling from the sky. You used to be the one bringing her breakfast. Why is she suddenly bringing it for you? Could she have fallen for you and is trying to pursue you? Wang Da, Xuan, I'm telling you, Qin Roya was all fake affection. Don't let her fool you. Wang Da, I think Su Hua is much better. She's powerful, rich, beautiful, and treats you well. You should focus on her. And let's not be the kind of guy who plays with 2 hearts at once. Well, as the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, your mouth softens. If you take someone's gifts, your hands soften. He had to help Soo Hugh keep an eye on Lin Shu and make sure he didn't get lured away by some other girl. Lin Shu replied helplessly, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in her at all. Even if she threw herself at him, he wouldn't take her." Wang Da replied quickly, "That's good. By the way, Xuan, why didn't you come to class this morning? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xuan, my girlfriend is too clingy. She held me in bed and wouldn't let me leave. Wang Da, who had just been force-fed a mouthful of dog food, he shouldn't have asked. Damn it, he needed to find a girlfriend too. He had a strong suspicion that Lin Xuan would keep flaunting his relationship in front of him from now on. At the dining table, Lin Xuan was feeding Soo Hugh some shrimp. "Hugh Bao, you love this. Eat more." The servants in the dining room, Butler Wang, exclamation, Hugh Bao. Such a term of endearment for the young lady? This was surreal. Too surreal. Soo Hugh's eyes deepened. Hugh Bao? That nickname actually sounded quite nice. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan appeared at school. He was now the school's hottest topic, handsome, wealthy, and the author of a best-selling novel. Many girls looked at him with excitement. Lin Xuan is so incredibly handsome. How did I not notice how good-looking he was before? If only I had known earlier, I would have pursued him. Don't even think about it. Lin Xuan likes Qin Royale. You don't stand a chance. Qin Royale is already in the past. Do you see Lin Xuan paying any attention to her now? Qin Royale's here. Stop talking. One girl nudged her friend's shoulder. Qin Royale walked past them with a grim expression, her fists clenched tightly. No, she wasn't in the past. Lin Xuan had only temporarily given up on her. If she was willing to lower herself and pursue Lin Xuan, he would surely take her back. And when that happened, she would make sure to shut them up. As soon as Qin Royale left, the two girls scoffed. Who's she putting on that sour face for? What's she so proud of? All she does is use her looks to seduce men. In their eyes, Qin Royale was nothing but a pretentious, scheming green TB*TCH. When Qin Royale entered the classroom, she saw Lin Xuan sitting at his desk organizing his things. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Lin Xuan had become so much more handsome compared to before, and soon he would be her boyfriend, her husband. Even Lin Lai hoped she and Lin Xuan would end up together. These two brothers would both be her men. Qin Royale handed Lin Xuan the knee pads she had prepared earlier. Lin Xuan frowned. "Lin Xuan, these are knee pads I sewed for you myself." Of course, she hadn't sewn them herself, she had bought them. Her hands were too delicate to be pricked by needles and covered in blood. You play basketball often, and all that running and jumping is hard on your knees. These knee pads will help a lot. After explaining, Qin Royale shyly returned to her seat. The rest of the class watched her actions with surprise. Did the sun rise from the west today? It used to be Lin Xuan chasing after Qin Royale, but now she's the one giving him gifts. Qin Royale must have fallen for Lin Xuan. What do you think Lin Xuan will do? Will he accept the knee pads? Many of the boys in the class had become fans of Lin Xuan's novels and spoke of him with admiration. I hope Lin Xuan doesn't go back to her. He's so outstanding now. He can have any woman he wants. Why settle for Qin Royale? Wang Da looked at the knee pads with suspicion. This wouldn't do. He couldn't let Qin Royale have a chance to seduce Lin Xuan. He had to help Soo Hugh keep an eye on him. Xuan, don't you already have knee pads at home? These look ugly. You shouldn't take them. Yeah, I think they're pretty ugly too. Lin Xuan picked up the knee pads and walked straight ahead. Qin Royale's heart raced and her cheeks flushed. Why was Lin Xuan walking toward her? Was he coming to thank her? Or maybe he was going to tell her how much he liked the knee pads and ask her not to go through the trouble of sewing them for him in the future. As expected, Lin Xuan still couldn't let her go. Qin Royale was thinking about how to respond to Lin Xuan, and when, to her shock, he walked right past her, went to the front of the classroom, and threw the knee pads into the trash can. Holy crap. Lin Xuan just threw away the knee pads. Does that mean he doesn't like Qin Royale anymore? So satisfying. Brother Xuan is so bold. I've realized Qin Royale isn't as much of a goddess as I thought. She's just an ordinary girl. Qin Royale's eyes instantly welled up with tears, her face filled with hurt. This was something she had given him. How could he just throw it away? As Lin Xuan walked back to his seat, he had to pass by Qin Royale's desk. Qin Royale grabbed his arm, her voice breaking as she asked Lin Xuan why. Why was he treating her like this? Lin Xuan disgustedly shook her off. No particular reason. I just think those knee pads are trash, and trash belongs in the trash can, don't you think? Lin Xuan's tone was mocking. I must remain pure for my girlfriend. Trash. Did Lin Xuan say the knee pads she gave him were trash? Wasn't that indirectly calling her trash? Qin Royale's expression turned grim. Lin Chuan returned to his seat, and Wang Da excitedly said, "Chuan, do you know how cool you just looked?" "Ah," Lin Chuan sighed. "I have to stay loyal to my girlfriend, so I won't accept gifts from other women." Wang Da, "Lin Chuan, my girlfriend is quite possessive. If she finds out, she'll get mad." Wang Da, damn. He suddenly wished Su Hua would dump this smug guy. The class erupted into chaos. Holy crap! Lin Chuan has a girlfriend? Who could it be? No wonder Lin Chuan ignored Qin Royale. I wonder who his girlfriend is. Chuan, can you stop talking about your girlfriend from now on? Wang Da complained, his face full of resentment. It was making his teeth ache. He was getting full on dog food alone. Why don't you go find one yourself? Lin Chuan shot him a glance. Just wait, Wang Da thought to himself. He was determined to find a girlfriend who was better than Lin Chuan's. No. How could anyone compare to Su Hua in terms of wealth and family background? But he could find a gentle girl to be his girlfriend. A strong woman like Su Hua probably wasn't gentle at all. Qin Royale sat in her seat, feeling more and more wronged. Tears streamed down her face, her delicate sobs tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Liu Yuan had taken the day off, or else he would have been heartbroken seeing Qin Royale like this. "Royale, what's wrong?" Lai Xiu asked with concern. Qin Royale tearfully explained what had happened in a soft voice. "Royale, if you want to win Lin Chuan back, you have to persevere. This is just the beginning. Over time, you'll touch his heart," Lai Xiu comforted her. Qin Royale felt like giving up, but the thought of Su Hua, that woman, made her determined not to back down. She liked Lin Chuan, but she also wanted to put Su Hua in her place. She would never give up on Lin Chuan. As long as she treated him well, he would surely notice her. After finishing his classes, Lin Chuan returned to his small villa at noon, lay down, and started writing novels in his mind space. His novel website's library needed to be well stocked to retain readers. Since it was a new site, there were no books yet, so he had to write some high-quality novels himself to fill it. Lin Chuan wrote novels in various genres: male-oriented, female-oriented, urban, cultivation, fantasy, high martial arts, romance. He covered them all. Lin Chuan's fingers flew across the keyboard. He had already developed the novel app and was waiting for the right opportunity to make it blow up. He believed Morning Glory would provide that opportunity. 2 days later, Lin Chuan's royalty payment arrived, totaling over 10 million. His novel had become a sensation across the internet. The CEO of Leap Novel website had also returned from his business trip. "How have the novels been performing lately?" Mang Bo asked. The female-oriented editor-in-chief replied, "CEO, the female-oriented novels are still the same as before." Mang Bo nodded. Maintaining the status quo wasn't bad. "What about the male-oriented ones?" Mang Bo asked again. The male-oriented editor-in-chief seemed much more confident. He smiled and said, "CEO, we've got a massive hit in the male-oriented section. It only took 4 days from its release to completion, and the average subscriptions have already reached 500,000. It's gone viral." Mang Bo was shocked. Only 4 days, and it was completed. With 500,000 average subscriptions? Editor Wang, make sure you treat this author well. Mang Bo instructed. Asterisk knock, knock, knock. Asterisk a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Mang Bo called out. Morning Glory walked into the office wearing a chingsam, her slender waist swaying. "CEO," she cooed in a sweet, delicate voice. The two editors exchanged glances and tactfully left the office. Morning Glory just got married, and now she's back to seduce the CEO. Test. The female editor speculated. "Editor Wang, do you think she's here for Lin Chuan's novel?" After hearing this, the male-oriented editor also began to worry. He hoped Morning Glory wouldn't stir up any trouble. "You're fired in the office." Morning Glory swayed her hips and sat on Mang Bo's lap. "President," she said, her eyes red as if she had been crying. "Baby, what's wrong? You're so clingy as soon as I return," Mang Bo said, his hands wandering suggestively over her chest and waist. "I was wronged, and I want you to stand up for me," Morning Glory pouted. Who dared to wrong my little darling? They must have a death wish," Mang Bo chuckled, pinching Morning Glory's hand playfully. "It's a novelist named Chuan. I thought of bringing him under my wing. He's very talented, and I wanted to personally nurture him. It was for his own good, but he refused, cursed me, called me shameless and ugly, and then blocked me. I got so angry that I deleted him too, and now I can't find the chat records," Morning Glory complained tearfully. "Shua, the male author who's been a huge hit in the male genre?" Mang Bo frowned. "Yes, that's him. President, you don't know this, but Chuan is under Foxdale's management." Foxtail has always had it out for me. This time, it might even be Foxtail's doing. Shu-en is taking advantage of his success, thinking the company won't do anything to him, and he insulted me, Morning Glory said, tears streaming down her face. Baby, don't cry. I'll make sure you get your revenge, Mengbo said tenderly, wiping her tears. You always say that, but it's been a year, and Foxtail still struts around in front of me like he owns the place. Morning Glory turned her face away, slipping off Mengbo's lap. You prioritize the company over me, and that's understandable. After all, I'm not as important as the company. President, I'll head back to my office now. Mengbo wasn't about to let Morning Glory leave so easily. She was the most beautiful and well-proportioned woman in the entire company, and she was quite adventurous in bed. Moreover, she had just gotten married. The thought of playing around with another man's newlywed wife was thrilling. Mengbo grabbed Morning Glory's hand and pulled her back into his arms. It's simple. I'll assign him to you directly and fire Foxtail. How does that sound? Temporarily switching editors required the author's consent, but practically no author would dare to refuse the website's arrangement. They depended on the website for their livelihood, and no one would dare say no. Shu-en wouldn't be an exception. As for Foxtail, he was just an ordinary editor. There were plenty of people lining up to join their Feiyu website. Losing him wouldn't make a difference. Really? Morning Glory's eyes lit up. Thank you, President. Baby, I've missed you so much. Come here, let me kiss you, Mengbo said eagerly, leaning in. President Tilda Morning Glory coquettishly pushed against Mengbo's chest, pretending to resist but ultimately giving in. Soon, the office was filled with ambiguous sounds. Half an hour later, Morning Glory emerged from the office with a smug expression. She walked over to Foxtail's desk. Winning temporarily doesn't mean winning forever. Some people shouldn't get too cocky. What's mine will always be mine, and no one can take it away, she said triumphantly before returning to her own desk. Foxtail frowned. What did Morning Glory mean by that? Was it about Shu-en? Not long after, Foxtail was summoned to the HR department. Foxtail, pack your things and leave the company. The company will compensate you with a year's salary, the HR representative said. Foxtail's face immediately darkened. Sure enough, the company no longer had a place for him, or more accurately, Morning Glory didn't. Perhaps it was for the best. He wouldn't have to put up with others' attitudes anymore. He had had enough. What about Shu-en? How will he be assigned? Foxtail asked. I heard from the president that he's being assigned to Morning Glory, the HR staff replied, feeling a bit sorry for Foxtail. He had worked hard to sign a breakout author, only to have it handed over to someone else, and now he was being fired. Just as he thought. Foxtail's brows furrowed with concern. He contacted Lin Shu-en. I've been fired, bro. The company is assigning you to Morning Glory. You don't plan to keep writing for Feiyu, do you? If you do, she won't give you any favors. He could already predict Morning Glory's actions. She wouldn't give Lin Shu-en's novels good recommendations and would scrutinize them for violations, taking them down at the slightest issue. Most novels couldn't withstand such microscopic scrutiny. Lin Shu-en quickly replied, that works perfectly for me. If they hadn't assigned me to her, I would have been disappointed. Without a doubt, there would be further moves. He planned to blow this up, which would give his new novel website a lot of publicity. Foxtail, disappointed? Foxtail frowned. Given Shu-en's personality, why would he willingly go under Morning Glory? As he pondered, Lin Shu-en sent another message. I am about to start a novel website. Interested in joining as an editor? Foxtail! Exclamation. So the reason he wasn't continuing with Feiyu was that he was starting his own website. Foxtail quickly replied, I'm in. Even if the website didn't take off, he didn't mind. Shu-en had already earned him tens of thousands in commissions. Bro, before launching the website, you'll need to gather a lot of novels to fill the library, Foxtail kindly reminded. Lin Shu-en, already done. I've written over 20 novels, and I'll keep writing more. Foxtail! Exclamation. You wrote them all yourself. Foxtail gulped. Lin Shu-en, yeah, I've been writing for years. I prepared them all to be released together. Lin Shu-en didn't mention that he had written them all in just a few days. That would sound too unbelievable. Of course, it was all thanks to his space. Foxtail, bro, I'm sticking with you. With over 20 novels written by Shu-en, each one was guaranteed to be a hit. Shu-en's website would skyrocket in no time. Feiyu was about to face a formidable competitor. Lin Shu-en soon received the news about being assigned to Morning Glory. The editor-in-chief messaged him and forwarded Morning Glory's QQ contact. Editor-in-chief, add Morning Glory. She'll be managing you from now on. Lin Shu-en, I don't think much of her. The editor-in-chief frowned and kindly reminded him this is the company's decision. If you refuse, it might affect you and your novels. Lin Chuan, whatever. The best outcome would be if they took his novels down. His goal was to have Feiyu provide free publicity for his new website. President Su is also reading novels. The editor-in-chief had no choice but to report the matter to Meng Bo. Meng Bo, who was known for his uncompromising nature, was infuriated. This was the first time a novel author had dared to defy him. Tell him that if he doesn't agree to work under Lebahua, his novel will be taken down, and Feiyu website will never accept his works again. He refused to believe that Lin Chu and would still resist after being pushed to this point. The editor-in-chief relayed Meng Bo's words to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, whatever. Those two words again. The editor-in-chief was frustrated. He truly admired Lin Chuan's talent and didn't want to see his novel banned. But with such a response, what could he do? Helpless, the editor-in-chief reported. President Lin Chuan said, "Whatever." "Good, very good," Meng Bo sneered, clearly angered. "If that's the case, take his novel down." The editor-in-chief frowned. "But, President, his talent is exceptional. Banning him would be a significant loss for our website. Shouldn't we reconsider?" "Ridiculous," Meng Bo scoffed. "So what if he writes well? Feiyu website is the largest platform in the country. We have authors earning millions, even tens of millions, every month. We don't need him." With no other option, the editor-in-chief took down Lin Chuan's novel. Over 200,000 readers engrossed in the story were abruptly kicked out. "Huh? What's going on? Where's the novel?" They searched for it, but the novel was gone. Even the author's name had vanished, as if Lin Chuan and his work had never existed. Many rushed to Weibo to vent their frustration. "What the hell? Why is Pampered by the Yandere Tycoon gone? Why was it taken down? Exclamation, what's going on? My mental sustenance is gone. Why was Lin Chuan's novel banned?" At Feiyu Novel's official Weibo account was flooded with comments. The platform eventually responded. The novel was taken down due to inappropriate content and incorrect values. They even deployed paid commenters to steer the narrative, suggesting that despite the novel's popularity and profitability, the platform had no choice but to remove it. Lin Chuan's fans were furious. Inappropriate content? Incorrect values? They weren't about to take this lying down. Soon, they dug up several other popular novels on Feiyu with far more explicit content and began tagging Feiyu Novel, demanding those be taken down as well. Here's a list for you. Go ahead and ban these two at Feiyu Novel. Don't play dead. Respond at Feiyu Novel. Oh, come on. You're only banning one novel for inappropriate content? These other novels are way worse. At Feiyu Novel's official account went silent. They hadn't anticipated the scale of Lin Chuan's influence. A major influencer even bought the top trending spot on Weibo, and Lin Chuan's fans proved to be incredibly tenacious. The PR department reported the situation to Meng Bo. "We've removed the trending topic, but the backlash is still intense. President, this situation might be difficult to handle." Meng Bo's brows furrowed tightly. "Ignore them. They'll calm down eventually." Wang Da had finished reading Lin Chuan's novel early on and only learned about its removal through a group chat. "Lin Chuan, your novel was taken down?" Wang Da asked, shocked. "Yeah," Lin Chuan replied calmly. "Velvet, how dare they take down your novel?" Wang Da couldn't hold back his anger. Lin Chuan shrugged. "It's fine. I'm planning to start my own novel platform. You should check it out when it's ready." "Your own platform? Seriously, Lin Chuan, are you really going to do that?" Wang Da was astonished. Lin Chuan had already developed the platform a few days ago. He planned to apply for the necessary licenses soon and upload his novels. This time, he intended to position himself as the underdog, making it seem like he was forced out. He wanted people to see him as a resilient figure, someone who, after being unfairly banned, turned around and created his own platform. It was the perfect setup for a classic underdog story. By leveraging this narrative, he wouldn't need to spend a fortune on marketing. The publicity alone would draw in a large audience. Su Hua also discovered Lin Chuan's novel on the day it was taken down. She had stumbled upon his author account on his phone and had been reading the novel in her spare time. While a senior executive was reporting to Su Hua, he caught a glimpse of the novel on her phone. "Huh? A novel? And not just any novel, a romance and wish fulfillment story. The CEO actually reads this kind of stuff?" The executive was stunned. He never expected the composed and formidable Su Hua to indulge in such light reading. Later that afternoon, when Su Hua tried to open the novel again, she found it had disappeared. Her brows knitted tightly in frustration. She picked up the phone and called, "Come in." Xiao Zingfen entered. You asked for me, CEO? I need you to investigate something, Su Hua said, her lips pressed into a thin line, her expression dark. What is it? Xiao Xingfen grew concerned. Su Hua was always composed, so her current demeanor suggested something serious had happened. Find out why Feiyu novel took down a novel by an author named Lin Chuan, Su Hua demanded, her tone icy. Xiao Xingfen blinked. Investigate a novel takedown? This didn't seem like the kind of task befitting a CEO. Any problems? Su Hua shot him a sharp look. And no, none at all, Xiao Xingfen stammered, shaking his head vigorously. I'll get right on it. Xiao Xingfen left Su Hua's office, still reeling from the bizarre request. John King noticed his dazed expression and asked, What's wrong? You look like you've been struck by lightning. Do you know what task the CEO just gave me? Xiao Xingfen asked, still in disbelief. What task? She told me to investigate why a male-oriented novel called Pampered by the Yandere Tycoon was taken down from Feiyu novel. Who's the author? John King pressed. Lin Chuan, Xiao Xingfen replied. John King nodded knowingly. So, it was Lin Chuan who had started writing novels. Well, if it's him, then it's not surprising, John King said with a smile. Xiao Xingfen frowned. The assistant Xiao, the CEO would do anything for the man she loves. Honestly, she's a bit of a romantic at heart. As long as Lin Chuan doesn't betray her or oppose her, she's completely devoted to him. Otherwise, she can be quite intense. Secretary John, are you talking about that Lin Chuan who came as a firefighter that one time? Yes, him, John King confirmed. Xiao Xingfen fell silent. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see how they matched. The man worthy of Su Hua should be incredibly powerful, not some pretty boy. Lin Chuan and President Su. Xiao Xingfen couldn't help but ask, Secretary Wang, what exactly does Boss Su see in Lin Chuan? And you seem to have a good impression of him too. You're not Boss Su, so naturally, you wouldn't understand why she likes Lin Chuan. Boss Su isn't looking for a man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with her, but a man she likes, someone who can protect her and give her warmth. As for me, John King smiled, as long as he treats Boss Su well, I'll have a good impression of him. Love me, love my dog, that's how it is. Assistant Xiao, as long as you take the time to understand Lin Chu, and your impression of him will improve too, John King said with a smile. Xiao Xingfen's expression remained dismissive. A loser like him? His impression improving? Ridiculous. John King raised an eyebrow, eagerly anticipating the day Xiao Xingfen would be proven wrong. Although Xiao Xingfen didn't particularly like Lin Chuan, since he was the man Boss Su favored, he had to maintain a respectful facade. Following Boss Su's orders, he dutifully investigated Lin Chuan's novel. In just an hour, he returned to Boss Su's office. Boss Su, I've looked into it. It's the Leap novel website. They fired the editor responsible for young Master Lin and reassigned him to another editor. When young Master Lin refused, they took his novel offline. Su Hua narrowed her eyes, a storm brewing within them. Her fingertips tapped rhythmically on the desk, each tap deliberate. Xiao Xingfen knew someone was about to face misfortune. Call Bai Linjiang over, Su Hua ordered. Xiao Xingfen frowned. Boss Su was really taking Lin Chuan seriously, even involving Bai Linjiang for such a trivial matter. Yes, Xiao Xingfen replied. He left, and not long after, Bai Linjiang arrived at Su Hua's office. Boss Su, he said respectfully. I need you to handle something important for me, Su Hua said. Bai Linjiang's eyes lit up with anticipation. If Boss Su was personally assigning him a task, it had to be significant. Probably some major case that required his expertise. Of course, that time she sent him to handle a student fight at King University didn't count. Su Hua, go through Leap Novels contracts, find their mistakes and sue them. Also, help their authors with their rights. There's a novel by an author named Xu and get it terminated from Leap Novel. Xuan's novel is very well written. He has real talent. It shouldn't be taken down like this, Su Hua said, her voice filled with pride. Bai Linjiang, a novel website's contract required his personal attention. Wait, Xuan! Boss Su, are you referring to young Master Lin Chuan's novel? Yes, Su Hua nodded. Bai Linjiang was excited now. He usually wouldn't bother with such small cases, but if it involved Lin Chuan, he was all in. Lin Chuan was someone Boss Su cared about. Getting close to him couldn't be a bad move. Boss Su, Leap Novel is the biggest novel website. If young Master Lin wants to write, it's a good platform. Maybe I could negotiate with them to have his novel reinstated. I'm sure they wouldn't dare disrespect him again, Bai Linjiang suggested. No need. Su Hua's lips curved into a cold smile. My man will not suffer even the slightest grievance. If Leap Novel can't accommodate him, then he won't stay there. If he enjoys writing novels, then I'll create a novel website just for him. Bai Linjong was in awe. Boss Su's girlfriend energy was off the charts. With her pampering him like this, wouldn't young Master Lin be on cloud 9? Yes, Boss Su, I'll get it done right away, Bai Linjong said before leaving. News of Lin Xuan moving into the small villa also broke. Gossip King, breaking news. Lin Xuan has moved into the small villa where the CEO of Su Corporation resides. According to my investigation, he moved in on the same day. What a coincidence! Could there be something between them? Are they? The post quickly went viral, sparking heated discussions. No way! Lin Xuan suddenly driving luxury cars like Koenigsegg's and Rolls-Royces. Could it be because of Boss Su? That's insane. If it's true, then Lin Xuan is on another level, managing to win over the beautiful CEO of Su Corporation. Someone tell me, is this for real? So, Lin Xuan isn't following Qin Royao around like a simp anymore because he has Boss Su as his girlfriend? Honestly, if someone like Boss Su was into me, I wouldn't care about Qin Royao either. Lin Xuan had become the talk of the school, and Su Hua was a top-tier business tycoon. Her looks, figure, and capabilities were all unmatched. Gossip about the two of them spread like wildfire. The forum's homepage was flooded with posts about them, and the original revelation post had over 3,000 replies within just 10 minutes. Qin Royale's face darkened as she read the posts. She switched to a burner account and started clapping back at comments that belittled her while praising Su Hua. What do you know? Lin Xuan has always liked Qin Royale. He's never been interested in anyone else. He has pursued Qin Royale for so many years. How could he just stop liking her so easily? Even if he's with someone else now, his heart will always belong to Qin Royale. Many disagreed with Qin Royale's claims, and arguments broke out. The forum split into two factions, one claiming Lin Xuan liked Su Hua, and the other insisting he still loved Qin Royale. When Lin Xuan heard about this from Wang Da, he logged onto the forum and posted, "I used to like Qin Royale, but not anymore, and I never will again." However, he didn't dare confirm his relationship with Su Hua. Su Hua always avoided media attention, so she probably wouldn't want their relationship exposed. Lin Xuan neither confirmed nor denied his relationship with Su Hua. The students began speculating wildly. Lin Xuan denied his relationship with Qin Royale but didn't deny anything with Su Hua. Are they really together? Not necessarily. Maybe Lin Xuan just likes her and is happy we think they're a good match. Lin Xuan smiled as he read the replies. This was the kind of ambiguity he wanted. It would keep a lot of unwanted attention at bay. Meanwhile, Eli was seething with jealousy as he saw people guessing about Lin Xuan and Su Hua's relationship. How could Lin Xuan, of all people, win Su Hua's affection? Su Hua should be with him, not Lin Xuan. A cold glint flashed in Eli's eyes. He was determined to win Su Hua back. During gym class, the two crossed paths. Eli's face was grim. Lin Xuan, you don't actually think Boss Su likes you, do you? Why wouldn't she? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, Boss Su is just toying with you. You've been defying her, and now she's intrigued because she can't have you. It's just a fleeting interest. Soon enough, she'll toss you aside, Eli said mockingly, though he knew Su Hua wouldn't give up on Lin Xuan so easily. He just wanted to make Lin Xuan uncomfortable. As long as Lin Xuan was unhappy, he was satisfied. Wall slam Su Hua. Little did anyone know, Lin Xuan wouldn't be affected by him at all. Su Hua, with her obsessive and possessive nature, would only ever love one man in her lifetime, devoted to him until death. How could she ever abandon him? Oh, really? Lin Xuan stretched lazily, a smirk playing on his lips. What a pity. You're not even fit to be her plaything. Seeing Eli's visibly sour expression, Lin Xuan walked past him with a spring in his step, thoroughly enjoying himself. Ever since Lin Xuan realized he had fallen for Su Hua, he couldn't stand the sight of any man who dared to covet her. If it weren't for the school rules, he would have gladly punched Eli again. Eli's face turned ashen, but then, as if struck by a thought, he suddenly smiled. No need to rush. Let Lin Xuan bask in his moment of triumph. Eli had already devised a plan to deal with him. After what was about to happen, Su Hua would surely abandon Lin Xuan. Once she stopped liking Lin Xuan, she would finally notice him. The next day, Lin Xuan attended only one class before returning to Night Garden. He headed straight to the kitchen to cook. Butler Wang, seeing this, spoke up. Young Master Lin, Miss won't be back for lunch today. You don't need to prepare anything. If Lin Xuan was at school, Su Hua usually wouldn't return home for lunch, staying at the company instead. For her, if Lin Xuan wasn't around, there wasn't much difference between the company and Night Garden. Lin Chuan replied, I'll bring lunch to her. Very well, young Master Lin. Thank you for your hard work. Butler Wang nodded with a smile. Lin Chuan prepared Su Hua's favorite dishes and carried the lunchbox to Su Corporation. Sir, may I ask who you are? The receptionist asked, frowning slightly. Lin Chuan replied, I'm here to see your CEO, Su Hua. The receptionist glanced at the lunchbox in his hand and then back at him, her expression turning slightly strange. Was this man another one trying to charm Su Hua? He was certainly more handsome than the others, but Su Hua wasn't one to be swayed by looks. Besides, she had heard that Su Hua already had a boyfriend, and she doted on him quite a bit. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked politely, maintaining her professionalism. Lin Chuan frowned. Wait a moment. Not wanting to disturb Su Hua's work, Lin Chuan didn't contact her directly. Instead, he called Jiang King. Young Master Lin. Jiang King's voice came through the phone. Secretary Jiang, I'm at Su Corporation, downstairs. I'll be right down to get you. Lin Chuan waited near the reception desk for Jiang King. The receptionist, being a bit of a fan of good looks, couldn't help but ask, Sir, do you like CEO Su? Yes, Lin Chuan didn't deny it, his lips curving into a slight smile. I do like her. Sir, let me give you some friendly advice. CEO Su already has someone she likes. If you insist on getting close to her, you might end up being thrown out of Su Corporation, and it could even make the news, leading to public ridicule. So, I suggest you don't risk being thrown out just to get close to CEO Su. There were always paparazzi lurking around Su Corporation and events Su Hua attended, just waiting to capture someone being tossed out. It was a source of entertainment for netizens, and such incidents always garnered a lot of attention. Don't worry, I won't be thrown out, Lin Chuan said with a confident smile. The receptionist shook her head. He was clearly not getting the hint. Oh well, he'd learned the consequences of trying to charm Su Hua soon enough. What a pity, though. He was such a handsome man. Jiang King arrived via the elevator. Secretary Jiang, the receptionist greeted respectfully. Jiang King nodded, then turned to Lin Chuan and said respectfully, Young Master Lin, please follow me. The receptionist, though Jiang King was just a secretary, her status within the company was second only to Su Hua. This was the first time the receptionist had seen Jiang King show such respect to someone other than Su Hua. Who was this man? Could it be? The receptionist's eyes lit up, sparkling with the thrill of gossip. As Lin Chuan followed Jiang King upstairs, she quickly took out her phone, snapped a photo of his back, and posted it in the company chat group. Guess what I just saw? CEO Su's boyfriend came to the company today. I'm 80% sure it's him. Secretary Jiang personally came down to get him. OMG, he's so handsome. He and CEO Su look so good together. And he seems so gentle and gentlemanly. No wonder he managed to win CEO Su's heart. Guys, he's seriously so good looking. Like, way more handsome than those so-called heartthrobs in the entertainment industry. Other employees frowned as they read the messages. Was he really that good looking? Probably exaggerated. Jiang King escorted Lin Chuan to Su Hua's office. Young Master Lin, CEO Su is in a meeting right now. Please wait here. I'll inform her that you've arrived, Jiang King said, eager to share the news with Su Hua. She knew Su Hua would be thrilled to hear that Lin Chuan had come to see her. No maid, I'll wait here. I want to surprise her. Secretary Jiang, you can go back to your work, Lin Chuan said. Understood, young Master Lin. After pouring Lin Chuan a cup of coffee, Jiang King left the office. Lin Chuan wandered around the office, eventually finding his way to Su Hua's private lounge. The lounge was spacious, equipped with a bed, a bathroom, and a wardrobe, everything one could need. It was clear that Su Hua treated her office as a second home. 20 minutes later, Jiang King knocked on the door to inform Lin Chuan. Young Master Lin, CEO Su should be done with her meeting in about 5 minutes. Didn't you say you wanted to surprise her? You might want to prepare something. Got it. Lin Chuan nodded. He wasn't very experienced in romantic gestures, so he pulled out his phone and started searching for ideas. After a while, he gave up and posted a question in a relationship advice forum. It's my first time visiting my girlfriend at her company. She's about to finish a meeting soon. How can I surprise her? Urgent, please help. Soon, several experienced and kind-hearted users chimed in with suggestions. It depends on how strong your relationship is. If it's solid, just give her yourself as the surprise. If not, maybe go for something more material, like an expensive gift. I've read about this in novels. You can pin her against the wall as soon as she walks into a wall slam. Yes, that's perfect. And after the wall slam, the mood will be just right for a passionate kiss. After the kiss, well, let's keep it PG. A wall slam? That did sound like a good idea. The last time he pinned Su Hyu against the wall, she had been quite excited. Lin Chu and thanked the user who suggested the wall slam and began preparing by leaning against the door. CEO Su, regarding this project, a group of executives followed Su Hua, reporting on various matters. Su Hua nodded occasionally, her expression serious. The sound of her heels clicking against the floor grew closer. Finally, the door handle turned. She is here. Lin Chuan focused intently. As soon as Su Hua stepped inside, he grabbed her slender wrist and forcefully pushed her against the wall. One hand firmly gripped her slender waist while the other pressed against the wall, caging her in. Holy shit! That's explosive at the moment. Lin Chu and grabbed Su Hua's hand. Su Hua instinctively raised her hand, intending to restrain him. However, upon realizing it was Lin Chuan, her entire body relaxed. She allowed Lin Chuan to press her against the wall. Su Hua felt the firmness of the man's chest and his unique scent, her breath almost stopping as her beautiful eyes gazed intently at Lin Chuan. She loved how her Chuan was forcing himself on her like this. The moment the executives saw Lin Chuan pin Su Hua against the wall, they were stunned in place. Daring to pin Su Hua against the wall? That guy's got guts. John King swallowed hard. Young Master Lin, what a bold move. The executives watched with a mix of amusement and anticipation. He is doomed. Su Hua never shows any mercy to men who try to seduce her, even if they don't touch her, let alone someone who pins her against a wall. This guy might not die, but he's definitely going to lose a layer of skin. However, in the next second, they saw Su Hua wrap her arms around the man's waist. Holy crap! Exclamation! What's going on? The executives widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Not only did Su Hua not do anything to this man, but she actively responded to him. They instantly recalled what Su Hua had said in the meeting room her man had called her. Could this guy be Su Hua's boyfriend? They had assumed Su Hua would dominate in a relationship, given her status as a powerful businesswoman with a younger lover. But here she was, acting like a delicate woman in front of this man. Was it their imagination? The executives' eyes sparkled as they stared intently at the two. Lin Chuan was too nervous to notice the executives craning their necks to peek into the office. Su Hua held Lin Chuan tightly by the waist, pulling him closer until their bodies were pressed together. Their noses touched, and their breaths mingled, creating an intimate atmosphere. What does Chuan want to do, Su Hua's eyes curved into a smile, her tone rising slightly, carrying a hint of seduction. Lin Chuan's mind flashed back to the advice from that online post: pin her against the wall, kiss her forcefully. Thinking this, he acted on it. Lin Chuan lowered his head and captured Su Hua's red lips. A glimmer of amusement danced in Su Hua's eyes as she closed them, enjoying Lin Chuan's clumsy kiss. What? Exclamation! The executives couldn't contain their excitement and burst into cheers. Lin Chuan! Exclamation! He turned his head stiffly and saw a group of suited executives, both men and women, all looking thrilled and exhilarated. Was there a hole he could crawl into? Su Hua noticed Lin Chuan had stopped kissing her and shot a cold glare at the million-watt light bulbs. If everyone has no urgent matters, please return to work. John King cleared his throat, ushering everyone out. The executives left satisfied. Witnessing that scene was totally worth it. Just imagining what they would do behind closed doors in the office. Sigh. That was so intense. Who would have thought Su Hua and her boyfriend had such a dynamic in private? Seeing Su Hua acting like a delicate woman was like seeing a completely different person. The executives couldn't help but discuss as they walked away. It's unbelievable. Su Hua looked like a tamed fawn in front of that man. I never thought I'd see the day Su Hua could be cute. Gotta admit, that guy is really handsome. Maybe Su Hua has a thing for looks? They do make a stunning couple. By the way, what's that guy's background? I want to cozy up to him. At this, everyone turned to Jian King. Why are you looking at me? Without Su Hua's permission, I can't reveal his identity. If you want to know, go ask Su Hua yourself, Jiang King said seriously. This connection was hers to keep. No one else was getting a piece of it. The executives had no choice but to drop the topic. Back in the office, Lin Chuan picked up the lunchbox. Su Hua, I came to bring you lunch today. I made all of this myself, your favorite dishes. He had brought 2 lunchboxes containing 5 dishes, a soup, and 2 servings of rice, all laid out on the table. Su Hua remained silent, just staring at him. Lin Chuan frowned. What was wrong with Su Hua? She seemed a bit sulky and her mood wasn't great. A bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be that she was upset because their kiss got interrupted? Lin Shu and tried kissing Su Hua's lips again, coaxing her. Hua Bao, it's time for lunch. Ma Sham. Su Hua pursed her lips and nodded. Her mood visibly improved. Lin Shu and Su Hua could be so childish at times, like a little girl who needed to be pampered, but he kind of liked it. What man wouldn't enjoy having the woman he loves depend on him? A little tantrum here and there only added to the fun. As Lin Shu and fed Su Hua, he reminded her, Hua Bao, don't throw yourself into work all the time. I'm not throwing myself into work, Su Hua denied. Lin Xuan looked puzzled. My heart only has room for you, Akshu, and Su Hua said earnestly, her gaze fixed on Lin Shu, and she had long stopped caring about living. She had planned to kill those people and then end her own life. But then she met him. She fought tooth and nail to secure her position as the head of the Su family, gaining power so she wouldn't have to fear dragging him down and could bring him back to her side. Once she dealt with those people, she wanted to live a peaceful life with him. Lin Xuan's heart raced. Su Hua's serious tone while saying such romantic words was incredibly alluring. What I mean is, even when you're working, remember to eat and rest. Take care of your health so we can grow old together. Okay. Having spent so much time with Su Hua, Lin Shu, and knew how to coax her in a way she'd accept. Sham. Su Hua nodded obediently. After feeding Su Hua, Lin Shu quickly finished his own meal and packed up the lunch boxes. Su Hua rested her chin on her hand, watching Lin Shu and the entire time. To her Akshu and was perfect in every way. As soon as Lin Shu had put away the lunchboxes, Su Hua wrapped her arms around his neck, and they both tumbled onto the sofa. Akshu and still needs to sleep with me. The woman's dark hair cascaded across the snow-white sofa. At this moment, she was wearing a white shirt and a pencil skirt, exuding an innate charm. Though Lin Xuan swallowed hard, he felt like he had dug a hole for himself again. Right now, he really wanted to pounce on Su Hua, but Xuan, how about we stay in the office today? Su Hua's hands teased Lin Xuan provocatively. She had wanted to do this for a long time. She loved being close to her Akshu, and not because she was overly lustful, but because she felt truly connected to him when they were inseparable. It gave her a sense of security. Lin Xuan, no. Akshuan, you've grown bolder, daring to defy me, huh? Su Hua narrowed her eyes dangerously. Lin Xuan remained unbothered. Hua Bao, don't forget it, it's your time of the month. He dared to pin her against the wall and kiss her because of this very reason. Su Hua could only look but not touch him. Seeing the frustration on her face, Lin Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He had finally turned the tables for once. Su Hua bit Lin Xuan's lip lightly in resignation. I'll let you off this time, but next time, Akshu, and you won't be so lucky. By the time they sat up from the sofa, their clothes and hair were in disarray. You still have work this afternoon, Hua Bao. Go take a nap, Lin Xuan said gently. Stay with me, Su Hua pleaded, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. All right, Lin Xuan nodded. As they walked into the restroom, Su Hua suddenly pushed the door open, then slammed it shut again with a loud bang. What's wrong? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. Wait a moment before coming in. Su Hua entered the restroom first. When Lin Xuan finally stepped inside, all the photos on the wall had been taken down by Su Hua. She was afraid these things might scare her Akshuan. Lin Xuan pretended not to notice and lay down on the bed with Su Hua. Su Hua, who often suffered from insomnia and never napped during the day, fell into a deep sleep within a minute of Lin Xuan lying beside her. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan slipped into his inner space to write novels, practice martial arts, composed songs, and work on computer programming. Compared to Su Hua, he felt like a failure. He needed to grow quickly to become a man Su Hua could rely on. By 1:40 p.m., Lin Xuan prepared to get up for class. Su Hua's arm was tightly wrapped around his waist, her face buried in his chest. Don't go, Akshuan. Stay with me, Su Hua murmured sleepily, her voice soft and sweet. Hua Bao, be good. I have to go to class, Lin Xuan coaxed her gently. You don't need to go. I'll make a call, Su Hua said, picking up her phone and dialing the school principal. Su Hua, what can I do for you? The principal was both shocked and honored. It was the first time Su Hua had personally called him. Akshuan needs to stay with me for a nap. He won't be attending class this afternoon. Exclamation, 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 exclamation. The principal was stunned. Was this what he thought it meant? He should keep his thoughts pure. It was just lying in bed, chatting under the covers, right? Of course, Su Hua. I'll inform the teacher right away, the principal said respectfully. Su Hua, Also, from now on, whether he attends class or not is up to him. He can arrange his time as he pleases. Can you make that happen? Lin Xuan! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. So this was the perk of having connections? Still, he planned to attend classes diligently, only skipping occasionally to avoid causing a scandal that could harm the school's reputation. After all, Su Hua was the school's largest shareholder. The key was that he could attend class physically while his consciousness worked on his own projects in his inner space, so going to school didn't waste much of his time. Of course, Su Hua, I'll arrange everything as you've instructed, the principal replied without hesitation. For the rest of the afternoon, Lin Xuan stayed with Su Hua, helping her with her work. Many people came to Su Hua's office to report, and they all couldn't help but sneak glances at Lin Xuan, who was sitting on the sofa scrolling through his phone. That day, Su Hua left work early. Lin Xuan held her hand as they walked out, Su Hua's eyes sparkling with joy. All the employees watched them excitedly as they passed by. Oh, he really is Su Hua's boyfriend! Zhao Chen wasn't lying. They look so perfect together. Their looks are even better than the most handsome and beautiful celebrities in the entertainment industry. Look at Su Hua, the queen of the office, turning into a soft little wife in front of her boyfriend. Love really changes people. Locked them in? I'll bring the marriage certificate myself. Get married and have kids right here. 4 days later, Lin Xuan's novel website officially launched. Wang Da rushed to the readers group chat and shouted, "Brothers, Lin Xu, and has built his own website. All his novels are posted there. It's called Palm Novel App. Go check it out. The stories are amazing." The readers thought he was joking. How is that possible? Do you think this is some kind of wish fulfillment novel? He just got his books banned a few days ago, and now he's built a website? Come up with a more believable lie, will you? Do you think we're idiots? Wang Da, if I'm lying, may I never get it up for the rest of my life. That's a serious curse. They had no choice but to believe him now. The dominant male protagonist in a thrilling novel, readers flocked to download the Palm Novel app. Lin Xuan had 6 pseudonyms, each catering to different reader preferences. One of his accounts specialized in writing Yandere-style novels, and his pen name was also Xuan. Readers were ecstatic. Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. This is exactly what we wanted. This Xuan is truly the ultimate protagonist of wish fulfillment novels. Look, you banned my novels, and now I'm starting my own novel platform. Lin Xuan's fans spontaneously began promoting the Palm Novel app across various platforms. Using the tagline, "The ultimate wish fulfillment protagonist brought to life," they attracted many newcomers to download the app. Every novel on the platform was a gem, and readers devoured them with delight. As they enjoyed the stories, they began recommending the app to their friends. The momentum snowballed. Dogtail, staring at the data, was stunned. In just 2 days, the download count has reached 3.5 million, with a daily active user count of 3 million. The most astonishing part was that Lin Xuan hadn't spent a single penny on promotion. This was unbelievable. Lin Xuan smirked. "It's not enough yet. Boss, what's your next move?" Dogtail asked, intrigued. Based on Lin Xuan's recent actions, he knew his boss was a cunning strategist. He couldn't wait to see what Lin Xuan would do next. Building a persona, Lin Xuan replied, glancing at Dogtail. "Huh? What kind of persona?" Dogtail was confused. Lin Xuan explained, "A beautiful, strong, and a tragic persona. I'll post in my novel's comments section telling readers why my book was banned and why I left Leap Novel." A glint of mischief flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. Since Leap Novel handed him the knife, he might as well use it to his advantage. Dogtail was speechless. This guy is shameless. It was his plan all along to leave, deliberately provoking Leap Novel to ban his book and force him out. But damn, his boss's move was satisfying as hell. Lin Xuan's post caused an uproar in the novel community. It even trended on Weibo under the hashtag #bestselling author forced out. Leap Novel's PR department wasn't worried at all. Palm Novel was just a small platform started by an author with no significant backing. Crushing it would be as easy as squashing an ant. They calmly contacted Weibo's management, offering a sum of money to have the trending topic removed. Weibo's response was prompt. "Director Liu, I'll arrange to have the trending topic removed immediately." In Weibo's tech department, "Something's wrong." Liu Hui frowned. "What's the matter?" Another technician, Wang Hai, asked curiously. "I tried to remove the trending topic for Palm Novel, but for some reason, I can't. I've checked the computer and the system, but everything seems fine." This was the first time they'd encountered such a bizarre issue, unable to manipulate a trending topic despite no system crashes or errors. "That's impossible. Let me try, Wang Kai offered, attempting the same operation, but the result was the same. The trending topic couldn't be removed. Now Wang Kai was equally shocked. It was true, they could manipulate other trending topics, but this one was untouchable. A bold idea popped into Wang Kai's head. Old Liu, do you think our site's been hacked? Liu Hui immediately dismissed the idea. No way. Our site's security was designed by some of the world's top hackers. It's been impenetrable for over a decade. Besides, if the system had been breached, we'd have received some kind of alert. Wang Kai frowned. We should report this to the manager immediately. The tech department manager listened to their report, his brow furrowed. He immediately ordered all technicians to inspect the system. Yet, no issues were found anywhere. The conclusion was unavoidable. They had likely been hacked, and the intruder had infiltrated their system without a trace, even altering their backend. This realization sent Weibo into a panic. If the hacker decided to crash their system, it would be a devastating blow to any internet platform. Weibo scrambled to hire top-tier cybersecurity experts to reinforce their defenses while simultaneously reaching out to Lin Chuan. We've noticed that a trending topic related to you cannot be manipulated. Was this your doing? Lin Chuan sat leisurely in front of his computer, legs crossed. Would he admit to something illegal? His fingers flew across the keyboard. He played dumb. I'm just a novelist and a student running a small platform. How could I possibly have the skills you're suggesting? Then he turned the tables. By the way, so you're the ones manipulating trending topics? Was it you who removed the hashtag when my readers defended me last time? I'm a very vindictive person. If I really had the ability you're implying, I might just crash your entire site. Though Lin Chuan denied involvement, his message was a thinly veiled threat. Weibo was almost certain Lin Chuan was behind the backend intrusion, but they couldn't do anything about it. They had no evidence to involve the police. If they pushed him too hard, he might actually crash their site. Weibo had no choice but to swallow their frustration and wait until their security was strengthened before dealing with him. With Weibo unable to remove the trending topic, Leap Novel could only watch helplessly as Palm Novel's popularity soared. The general manager of Leap Novel downloaded Palm Novel and, upon seeing the quality of the works, panicked. What's going on? Where did Lin Chuan get so many high-quality novels? Many of these are perfect for adaptations into dramas and anime. The general manager rushed to the CEO's office. He barged in without knocking. Manager Lin. A secretary tried to stop him, but it was too late. The door swung open, revealing Morning Glory sitting on Meng Bo's lap, the two locked in a passionate kiss. Helpless Morning Glory saw the general manager and calmly got off Meng Bo. President, I'll go back to work now, Morning Glory said in a sweet voice. Don't forget what you promised me. Morning Glory returned to her workstation, her face flushed with an unnatural redness. Lavender and the others exchanged strange looks. As she applied lipstick while looking into a small mirror, Morning Glory sneered with a pointed remark. Some people should stop pretending to be nice to your face while stabbing you in the back. Those who cross me will end up like dogtail grass. The male editors in the editorial department didn't dare to make a sound. In the president's office. What is it? Meng Bo, annoyed at being interrupted, asked with a displeased expression. President Lin Chuan, whose novel we took down, has launched a new website, the general manager reported. Ha! Meng Bo sneered. He dares to go against our website? How delusional. Find a way to suppress him. Don't let his website gain any traction, Meng Bo ordered. If he dares to start a novel website, I'll make sure he loses everything. Meng Bo's face darkened. How dare he go against me? Utterly overestimating himself. President, we've already tried to suppress him, but within just 2 days of launching, his novel website has already reached 3.5 million downloads, the general manager said with a grave expression. Lin Chuan also posted a lengthy article exposing our website, and the downloads skyrocketed to 13 million. At the same time, many readers have uninstalled our app. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation, a website rising by stepping on theirs, and they were powerless to fight back. Meng Bo's expression changed. Didn't you take down the trending topics? Is the PR department just sitting around doing nothing? He scolded. 13 million downloads. That was no small number. How could Lin Chuan's novel website grow to this extent? We contacted Weibo to take down the trending topics, the general manager said, pursing his lips. Then why are they still up? Meng Bo shouted, pointing at his phone. The general manager lowered his head. Weibo replied that they can't take them down. How is that possible? Meng Bo frowned. The general manager looked troubled. I checked the novels on his website. They are very compelling. President, I'm afraid our website is facing a formidable opponent this time. Meng Bo slumped into his office chair. Lin Chuan had such capabilities? He thought he was just an ordinary author. Shutting down his novel should have been the end of it. But now, he's using Leap website as a stepping stone. Mangbo also downloaded the Palm novel app. Seeing the novels inside, his face turned ashen. President, we have a problem. The head of the legal department rushed in. What now? Mangbo snapped irritably. President, Bai Linjiang from Su Corporation's legal department has filed a lawsuit against us. Exclamation! Mangbo's eyes widened. Su Corporation. The legal department head kept his head down. They're claiming our contracts are illegal, listing multiple violations. They demand we revise them and compensate the authors for their losses. Also, they want the copyright of * doted on by the Yandere Tycoon * returned to the original author, the legal department head said, his voice trembling. How is this possible? Mangbo shook his head in disbelief. How did I offend Su Corporation? The legal department head kept his head low. President, our chances of winning against Su Corporation's legal team are slim. Even if we had a chance, we can't afford to go against Su Corporation. Mangbo's face turned pale. His family didn't just own this novel website. If Su Corporation targeted them, their other businesses would be ruined. Go contact Bai Linjiang. Tell him we agree to all their demands. Let's settle this without going to court, Mangbo said, his voice shaking. Yes, the legal department head sighed in relief. At least they didn't have to face Bai Linjiang directly. Mangbo collapsed onto the sofa, defeated. This incident was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Leap website. The general manager had been frowning the whole time. After the legal department head left, he couldn't help but speak up. President, do you think Su Corporation is targeting us because of Lin Chuan? Lin Chuan? Mangbo's brows furrowed tightly. Yes, the general manager nodded. I feel Lin Chuan isn't just an ordinary novelist. Su Corporation's legal team specifically demanded we terminate our contract with Lin Chuan. Out of all the authors, they only mention Lin Chuan's novel. It's clear they're here for him. President, we've kicked a hornet's nest this time. It's highly likely that Lin Chuan has connections with Su Corporation. Hearing this, Mangbo felt a chill run through his limbs. Lin Chuan had ties with Su Corporation. President, our website was doing just fine. Think about how we offended Lin Chuan, the general manager reminded. Right, it's her. Morning Glory. Mangbo's face burned with anger. If it weren't for her instigation, I wouldn't have taken down Lin Chuan's novel, wouldn't have driven him away, and he wouldn't have started a website to compete with us. And we wouldn't have provoked Su Corporation. It's all her fault. Mangbo stormed into the male editor's office. Morning Glory saw Mangbo and her eyes lit up. The president had promised her a promotion to editor-in-chief today. He must be here to announce it. She didn't expect the president to come personally. He must be here to show his support for her. Morning Glory smiled brightly. President, what brings you here? Morning Glory walked up to Mangbo with a smile. The youth of today, when others saw Morning Glory being so close to the president, they all frowned. Could it really be, as Morning Glory said, that she would soon become the chief editor? But judging by the president's expression, something seemed off. President? Morning Glory noticed Mangbo staring at her and couldn't help but remind him. Suddenly, Mangbo raised his hand and slapped Morning Glory hard across the face. Morning Glory was stunned. Everyone in the office froze in shock. The president had actually hit Morning Glory. Hadn't he always doted on her? In the more than a year since Morning Glory joined the company, she had gotten everything she wanted. But now, she had been slapped by the president. Morning Glory snapped out of her daze, tears streaming down her face. President, why? Morning Glory's face was filled with grievance. What did I do wrong? By hitting her in public like this, wasn't he humiliating her? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me? Mangbo trembled with anger. Morning Glory covered her face, tears welling up in her eyes. President, I've always worked diligently as an editor. How could I have caused you trouble? There must be some misunderstanding. The editors had been busy reviewing whether their authors had violated any rules these past few days, leaving no time to go online. As a result, they had no idea about Lin Chuan's situation. The male editors all looked puzzled. Caused trouble? What trouble? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have banned Lin Chuan's novel, and he wouldn't have targeted our website. Mangbo's expression was grim. He had always thought that Lin Chuan's popular novel was just a stroke of luck, but after reading some of Lin Chuan's works on the Palm Treasure novel app, he realized that every single one of them had the potential to be a massive hit and could easily be adapted into films or TV shows. Only then did he realize what a treasure their website had lost. If Lin Chuan had stayed with their website, he could have brought in hundreds of millions in profits and attracted countless readers. Now all of that was gone, and instead, they had gained a formidable rival. He had lost completely. President, he's just a novelist, Morning Glory said disdainfully. What can he do to our website? Are we afraid of him? Just a novelist? Do you know his background? He's backed by the Sue Corporation. He's already built a new novel website specifically to compete with Leap website. We can't suppress him at all. In just 3 days, his website has reached 13 million views. Morning Glory's face turned pale. How could this be? How could Lin Xuan be so powerful? The Sue Corporation was the strongest company in the country. Lin Xuan's backer was actually the Sue Corporation. She had always thought he was just an ordinary novelist. If she had known about his background and abilities, she would have curried favor with him. President, Morning Glory grabbed Mang Bo's hand, tears streaming down her face. I didn't know he was so powerful. Please give me another chance, just one more chance, okay? Mang Bo shoved Morning Glory away. Get out of the company. Mang Bo's voice was as cold as ice. And return all the jewelry, money, and everything else I gave you. Morning Glory felt her entire body go cold. Over the past year, she had earned millions from Mang Bo through their relationship, but she had spent most of it. Now, she only had a few $1,000s left, while Mang Bo had given her 2 million. There was no way she could pay him back. President, you can't treat me like this. We've been together for so long. How can you do this to me? Morning Glory cried. If you don't return it, I'll sue you. You have 20 minutes to pack your things, or I'll have security escort you out. Mang Bo didn't even glance at Morning Glory as he walked back to his office. Morning Glory slumped into her chair, her face pale. It was over. Everything was over. Lavender shook her head. She had brought this upon herself. Many novelists, seeing how popular Palm Treasure website had become, had started submitting their works to the site. A few days ago, Lin Xuan had asked Foxtail to assemble an editorial team. He discovered that Foxtail had once been a high-ranking executive at a company with strong capabilities, but had been deliberately targeted and blacklisted, which was why he had ended up becoming an editor. Lin Xuan decided to put him in charge of all matters related to the novel website. Lin Xuan's novel website focused on high-quality works. The site currently had few novels, but those that were signed could earn substantial profits. Lin Xuan's dozens of novels had earned him over $100 million in just 3 days. He spent some of that money to rent an entire floor of an office building for his editors to work in. Lin Xuan entered the office building. An editor asked, "Excuse me, sir, who are you?" Before Lin Xuan could answer, Foxtail happened to come out of his office. Seeing Lin Xuan, his eyes lit up. Boss? Almost all the editors widened their eyes in shock. This was their boss, Lin Xuan? Though he looked so young, only in his early 20s. They had thought he was at least in his 40s. Boss, what brings you here? Foxtail asked. He remembered that their boss was still a college student and had classes to attend. I just came to take a look, Lin Xuan replied. As the boss, he felt it was inappropriate not to visit the company even once since starting the novel business. Boss, I actually have something to discuss with you. Inside the office, Foxtail poured Lin Xuan a cup of tea. Today, Starlight Entertainment contacted me. They want to buy the film and TV rights to 5 or 6 of our novels. Should we sell the rights to them? Here's a list of the novels they want to buy, along with the prices they're offering. They're offering quite a bit. Foxtail slid a document over to Lin Xuan, but Lin Xuan didn't even glance at it before setting it aside. No, we're not selling. No matter how much they offer, we're not selling any rights to our novels, Lin Xuan said. Boss, selling the rights would bring us a huge amount of income, Foxtail reminded him. We're keeping them. My entertainment company will need them for future productions, Lin Xuan explained. His goal in starting the novel website was to develop film and TV rights. He posted his novels there to earn money from readers and to increase the novel's popularity. There was no way he would hand over these rights to someone else. Foxtail's eyes widened. Produce films and TV shows? Start an entertainment company? That's impressive. So, Foxtail, focus on nurturing novels that are suitable for film and TV adaptations, Lin Xuan said. Got it, Foxtail nodded, unable to help but take a few more glances at Lin Xuan. He felt that Lin Xuan's ambitions went far beyond just starting an entertainment company. Are young people these days just this incredible? Lin Lai's background also. I have a grudge against Starlight Entertainment. If they approach our website for collaboration, don't bother entertaining them. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. The Lin family's main focus was on the entertainment industry, games, the entertainment circle, and video software. His goal was to bring down the Lin family's businesses. Of course, he wouldn't stop there. He intended to build his own commercial empire. However, he would steer clear of the Sue Group's operations. What? Dogtail Brass couldn't help but ask. I have a vendetta against them. I started this entertainment company specifically to take them down. When it came to the Lin family, Lin Xuan could now face them with calm composure. In the chairman's office of Starlight Group, Lin Chang sat in his chair, while Wang Yajin perched on his lap. The two were locked in a passionate kiss. A phone call interrupted them. Lin Chang irritably picked up the phone. What is it? Chairman, your wife has arrived at the company, came the assistant's voice. All right, I understand. Lin Chang hung up the phone, and Wang Yajin slid off his lap, smoothing out her clothes. She pouted at Lin Chang. We're the ones who truly love each other, yet I'm treated like the other woman. Yajin, just bear with it a little longer. I promise when the time is right I'll divorce her and marry you, Lin Chang reassured her. You've been saying that for 10 years. You're just stringing me along. Wang Yajin snorted. All right, I need to go now. I don't want my wife finding out about us. Wang Yajin picked up some documents and left the office. Jiang Shukin arrived shortly after. Yajin, Jiang Shukin greeted her warmly. Shuka? Wang Yajin feigned surprise. What brings you here today? The two were close friends, and Jiang Shukin didn't hide the reason. Smiling, she said, it's Chang's birthday today. He's been so busy, so I thought I'd bring him a birthday cake. You and the chairman are so loving. Your relationship is truly enviable, Wang Yajin said with a bitter smile. It's a shame my husband has been in a vegetative state for years. I can't even celebrate his birthday with him. Yajin, why don't you find someone new? Jiang Shukin suggested with concern. No, Wang Yajin shook her head. I want to wait for the day he wakes up. Jiang Shukin sighed. Her friend was wonderful in every way, except for being too devoted. It had been 5 or 6 years since her husband fell into a coma, yet she remained by his side, unwavering in her care. By the way, Shukin, I should let you know that the chairman has been keeping his distance from other women lately. Even if a woman falls into his arms, he quickly steps away, Wang Yajin said with a smile. That's just how he is. He's almost like he has a phobia, always keeping his distance from other women. Jiang Shukin replied, a sweet blush appearing on her cheeks. Wang Yajin noticed Jiang Shukin's smile, and a shadow crossed her eyes. She wondered how much longer Jiang Shukin would be able to smile like that. Shukin, I won't disturb your time with the chairman. I'll go back to work, Wang Yajin said. All right, Jiang Shukin nodded. As she watched Wang Yajin walk away, Jiang Shukin thought about how elegant and poised her friend was. Fortunately, Wang Yajin's heart belonged solely to her husband, so Jiang Shukin felt at ease having her stay by Chang's side as his secretary. After all, it was Jiang Shukin who had introduced Wang Yajin to the Lin group. She trusted that Wang Yajin wouldn't betray her by seducing Chang. Jiang Shukin carried the cake into the office. From a distance, Wang Yajin watched Jiang Shukin's retreating figure, a faint smirk playing on her lips. What did it matter if Jiang Shukin came from a good family? Her son and husband would still belong to Wang Yajin. Are you coming over for dinner tonight? Wang Yajin called Lin Lai. Sure, Lin Lai agreed. That evening, Jiang Shukin also prepared a meal herself. When Lin Lai didn't return home on time, she called him. Why? Where are you? Why aren't you back for dinner yet? Mom, I'm out with some friends. I won't be back for a while. Go ahead and eat without me, Lin Lai replied. All right, Lai, be careful. After hanging up, Jiang Shukin sat alone at the dining table. Apart from the servants, she was the only one there. A wave of sadness washed over her. She had given birth to so many children, yet Lin Xu and didn't even acknowledge her as his mother, always opposing her. Her daughters were all busy with their own lives and rarely paid her much attention. Only Lin Lai was thoughtful and knew how to cheer her up. But now, even he wasn't here. Jiang Shukin picked at her food, finding it tasteless. Before long, she pushed her plate away. Throw all of this away, she instructed. Jiang Shukin went upstairs alone. Madame Wang emerged from Ling Xuan's room, carrying a broom and a dustpan. Madam Wang greeted respectfully. What are you doing? Jiang Shukin frowned. The young mistress instructed me to clean the eldest young master's room every few days. Eldest young master? Jiang Shukin sneered. He's already cut ties with the Lin family. What kind of eldest young master is he now? Madame Wang sighed inwardly. She couldn't understand why the madam treated her own son, Lin Xuan, as if he were an enemy. Also, didn't I tell you to remove all of his belongings from the room? Why are they still there? Jiang Shukin didn't want to see anything that reminded her of Lin Xuan. The young mistress asked us to leave them, Madame Wang explained. Get rid of all of it, Jiang Shukin ordered, her face darkening. Madame Wang sighed deeply. With the young mistress still abroad, there was no one to stop Jiang Shuk from removing Lin Xuan's belongings. Would all traces of Lin Xuan in the Lin family truly be erased? She wondered how Lin Xuan was doing now. Meanwhile, Wang Yajin was at home with Lin Lai. She kept putting food on his plate. Eat more. These are all your favorites. Our mother and son can only meet like this in secret, Wang Yajin sighed. Lai, when will you inherit the Lin family? When will we finally be able to acknowledge each other openly? Lai, remember, you must be careful. Don't let Zhang Shuken or the Lin daughters catch on to anything, Wang Yajin warned. Mom, I will, Lin Lai replied. He knew the consequences if his true identity were discovered, so he would never let that happen. Lin Lai placed a piece of chicken on Wang Yajin's plate. Now that Lin Shuan has cut ties with the Lin family, I'm the only son left. I've already started getting involved in the company's operations. In a few years, I'll have real power. Lai, I trust you to handle things, Wang Yajin smiled. Lin Lai had grown up under Wang Yajin's influence, hating the Lin family, hating Lin Chang for abandoning them, and hating Zhang Shuken for stealing his father. He was determined to seize control of Starlight Group, drive the Lin family into poverty, and make them suffer. Make up for the birthday gift Lin Chu, and had finished writing dozens of novels and set them aside. These novels were enough to be adapted into TV dramas for several years. The remaining dozen or so novels were set to be published on a scheduled basis, intended to slowly update and keep readers hooked. Aside from the black card Su Hua had given him, Lin Shu and already had 100 million yuan in his possession. This money came from his royalties at Yufei and another novel website, as well as a portion he had withdrawn from his own novel platform. With this money, he went to the mall to buy a gift for Su Hua. Last time, Su Hua had fallen ill on her birthday, so he planned to make it up to her with a belated celebration. Lin Chuan walked into a jewelry store. Sir, how may I assist you? A sales associate greeted him warmly. I'd like to buy a pair of diamond rings, Lin Chuan replied. The sales associate discreetly assessed Lin Chuan, noticing his expensive clothing and dignified demeanor. She led him to the center display case. Sir, these are a pair of rings personally designed by Master Farlin. The centerpiece is a heart-shaped imperial jade surrounded by pave diamonds, symbolizing eternal love and growing old together, the sales associate explained. Lin Xuan examined the rings and found them to his liking. The size was just right. How much are they? Lin Xuan asked. The sales associate, sensing a potential sale, replied eagerly, Sir, this pair of rings costs 90 million yuan. She was slightly anxious, as the rings were exorbitantly priced, and several previous customers had been deterred by the cost. Sir, these rings would be perfect for your loved one. Would you like to consider them? The sales associate enthusiastically promoted the rings. Big sister, isn't that Lin Chuan? Lin Qingxiu pointed at Lin Chuan. Lin Qingwen's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chuan. It really was Xiao Xuan. She had long wanted to talk to him, hoping to convince him to apologize to their parents. Perhaps their parents would allow him to return to the Lin family. Then, their family could live together harmoniously again. However, she had been too busy, having recently returned from a business trip. She had planned to visit him at school but unexpectedly ran into him at the mall. Big sister, this jewelry store is an international luxury brand. The cheapest item here costs at least 1 million yuan. What is Lin Chuan doing here? Lin Qingxiu sneered. Big sister, do you think Lin Chuan is here to show off? He is still as vain as ever. It's a good thing he left our family, or he would have brought shame to the Lin name. Lin Qingwen felt a pang of discomfort. They were flesh and blood, yet not only her younger sister but the entire Lin family held a deep prejudice against Xiaoxu and third sister, don't speak nonsense. Lin Qingwen scolded in a low voice. Xiaoxuan isn't the person you think he is. We've all misunderstood him. Then tell me, big sister, what is he doing here? Does he even have the money to buy these things? Lin Qingwen was momentarily speechless. Lin Qingxiu snorted. He's been like this since he first came back, always taking the nice things we gave to Xiao Lai. Whatever Xiao Lai had, he wanted too. If that's not vanity, what is? Enough, stop talking, Lin Qingwen said irritably. Let's go see what's happening. Lin Qingxiu, eager to see Lin Xuan embarrass himself, followed Lin Qingwen to where Lin Xuan stood. The sales associate had already taken the rings to be packaged. Xiao Xuan, what are you doing here? Lin Qingwen asked with a frown. Lin Xuan felt a sense of annoyance upon seeing the two sisters, but it was just as well he wouldn't have to make a trip to the Lin family. Lin Xuan took out a bank card. This card has 150,000 yuan, which covers the money the Lin family spent on me. Consider the extra as a gift. The password is 6 zeros. Xiao Xuan, do you really have to draw such a clear line between yourself and the Lin family? Lin Qingwen clutched the bank card, her expression pain. What else should I do? Lin Xuan retorted mockingly. Should I grovel in gratitude to the Lin family? Xiao Xuan, why don't you come back to the Lin family? I'll talk to mom and dad. They might not mind that you insisted on leaving before, Lin Qingwen pleaded. Her tone was filled with guilt. I neglected you in the past, and I'm sorry. From now on, I'll treat you better. Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh. Lin Qingwen, stop pretending to be kind. The rest of the Lin family may be terrible, but you're no better, Lin Xuan said with disdain. Remember when you sisters created a group chat and often posted my embarrassing moments to laugh at me? He couldn't use Western cutlery, and they mocked him. He didn't know how to use a shower, and they shared it in the group to ridicule him. He once ended up in the emergency room after eating something by mistake, and they laughed at that too. There were too many instances to count. The sad part was, he had thought it was his own fault, not realizing that no matter what he did, he would always be a joke in their eyes. Not only that, but they would even play tricks on him just to amuse themselves. Lin Qingwen's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Xuan knew about all of it? She had never posted any of his embarrassing moments herself, but she had occasionally joined in the laughter in the group chat. If he knew all this, how much pain had he endured? Yet, despite knowing, he had always treated his sisters well, never showing any resentment. Xiao Xuan, Lin Qingwen struggled to speak. I'm sorry, big sister, why are you apologizing to him? Lin Qingxiu interjected with a frown. Wasn't he asking to be laughed at with all the things he did? Lin Qingxiu crossed her arms. What are you doing in this luxury store? Do you even have the money to buy anything here? Lin Xuan had no interest in engaging with Lin Qingxiu and ignored her. The sales associate returned with the packaged rings. Sir, please follow me to complete the payment, the sales associate said respectfully. Lin Qingxiu sneered. You're wasting your time on him. He's just a country bumpkin with no money. He is only here to pretend he's rich and play you for fools. The sales associate frowned. No money? How could that be? She gave Lin Qingxiu a strange look. Earlier, she had noticed that the male customers' clothes were from the Asai brand, each piece unique and costing at least 1,000,000 yuan per set. His shoes were also worth several hundred thousand, and his watch was worth millions. His entire outfit was worth several million yuan. How could he possibly have no money? The other customers in the store, mostly socialites and wealthy women, also noticed Lin Xuan's impeccable attire. They frowned at Lin Qingxiu. Who is he? How rude! Yes, she has no manners at all. If she were my child, I'd give her a good spanking. She's so embarrassing. Lin Qingxiu thought they were talking about Lin Xuan and smirked. Lin Xuan, if you don't want to be humiliated, you better leave now. Third sister, shut up! Lin Qingwen snapped. Lin Qingxiu frowned. What was wrong with her big sister? Why was she always siding with Lin Xuan? Miss, how much is it? I'll pay, Lin Qingwen offered. Lin Xuan had been deeply hurt by the Lin family, and it was natural that he wasn't ready to reconcile. She wanted to show him through her actions that she still cared for him as her brother. Su, the protective wife Lin Xuan stood to the side, ready to enjoy the show. Miss, this gentleman has purchased a pair of rings totaling 90 million, the sales assistant said with a polite smile. Lin Qingwen's expression froze. What? 90 million? Lin Qingxiu exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. 90 million for a pair of rings. Her most expensive piece of jewelry was only worth a few million, yet Lin Xuan had the audacity to demand something close to 100 million. Miss, would you like to pay by card? The sales assistant asked, maintaining her smile. Lin Qingwen tightened her grip on her Chanel bag. She had thought Lin Xuan was only spending a little over 1 million, but it turned out to be 90 million. She currently only had 3 billion on her. Lin Xuan was still young, and she worried that he might be going down a path of reckless extravagance. Lin Xuan, why are you spending so much money? Lin Qingwen frowned, her tone disapproving. Miss Lin, is that any of your business? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Qingxiu lifted her chin haughtily. Why don't you pick something cheaper? Maybe big sister will even gift it to you. I suggest you stop trying to act rich when you're not. Lin Xuan calmly took out his card and handed it to the sales assistant. Shard it. Certainly. The sales assistant brought over the card reader. Lin Qingxiu was ready to see Lin Xuan fail. She didn't believe he could actually afford it. Lin Xuan entered his PIN. Payment successful, the card reader announced in a cold, mechanical voice. What? Exclamation! Lin Qingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. She shook her head. No way. How could Lin Xuan possibly have that much money? There must be some mistake. Lin Xuan, where did you get so much money? Lin Qingwen suddenly recalled what Lin Lai had mentioned at the wedding ceremony. A woman had taken Lin Xuan away. Thinking of this, Lin Qingwen's expression darkened. Lin Xuan, don't tell me you've really been kept by a woman? You're a member of the Lin family. You can't lower yourself to being someone's lover. Listen to me, come back to the Lin family. You can still live a life of luxury there. The onlookers were stunned. What kind of logic was this? Just because her brother had money, she assumed he was being kept? Couldn't it just be a girlfriend? Even if the money came from his girlfriend, isn't it normal for a girlfriend to spend money on her boyfriend? Miss Lin, are you talking about the luxurious life where I was given 300 yuan a month from middle school to university, eating leftovers every day, and living in the servants' quarters? Lin Xuan smirked sarcastically. Holy crap! The bystanders were shocked once again. Judging by the sisters' attire, they seemed wealthy, yet their brother lived a life worse than that of an ordinary family. No wonder this man treated his sisters so harshly. What kind of family is this? No wonder that girl has such poor manners. From their conversation, it seems this young man has left his birth family. Good for him, good for him. A family like that isn't worth staying in. Lin Qingxiu bit her lip, resentment bubbling up inside her. Lin Xuan had humiliated them, his sisters, in public. Lin Qingwen's expression also stiffened. Lin Xuan, I'm sorry. I neglected you in the past. Will you come back? I'll make it up to you, Lin Qingwen said, her eyes reddening. Lin Xuan, come back. Go. Lin Xuan, you're really willing to return? Lin Qingwen's eyes lit up. If I'm to return, Lin Lai must be kicked out of the Lin family, Lin Xuan said nonchalantly. I can't stand him. Of course, even if Lin Lai were to leave, he had no intention of returning. The Lin family disgusted him. Lin Xuan, can't you just get along with Lin Lai? Lin Qingwen frowned. If you're not willing to kick him out, then stop yapping in front of me. Lin Xuan grabbed the rings and left. He had more important things to attend to and no time to waste with them. Lin Xuan walked into a cake shop. He planned to make a new cake for Su Hua. The shop was located in a relatively secluded area. Several men in black suits quietly approached the cake shop, pretending to browse outside. Su Hua's bodyguards noticed them. One of the men was even recognized by Su Hua's people. They quickly took action, apprehending the men and bringing them before Su Hua. In the living room of the night garden, a stunning woman, her hair pinned up with a delicate hairpin, sat gracefully on the sofa in an elegant white cheongsam, her figure alluring and captivating. Su Hua gently swirled the glass of red wine in her hand, her cool gaze sweeping over the three men kneeling on the floor. Aren't these second uncle's men? Why have they been brought here? Su Hua leaned back lazily on the sofa, her tone indifferent. To her, these men were nothing more than ants, unworthy of her emotional investment. Madam, they were following young Master Lin. I suspect they intended to harm him, the bodyguard replied respectfully. Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously. What were you planning to do to him? Su Hua's voice was icy. The kneeling men trembled slightly. HMPH, Su Hua chuckled softly. If you won't talk, then send them to the snake pit. The snake pit? The men's eyes widened in terror. They had heard of the snake pit, a place filled with thousands of snakes crammed into a 4-square-meter space. The snakes were mostly small and non-venomous, but they were starved for days. Anyone thrown in would be swarmed by the ravenous snakes, their flesh devoured as they died in terror. It was horrifying. The bodyguards began to drag the men away. I'll talk! I'll talk! One of the men screamed in fear. They were thrown back in front of Su Hua. Miss, he said that Lin Xuan is someone you care about. He planned to capture Lin Xuan and use him to threaten you. If you didn't comply, he would torture Lin Xuan to death, causing you pain, the man stammered. My dear second uncle is really misbehaving, Su Hua said with a gentle smile, though her voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. Since he is being so naughty, there's no need to keep him around. Her fatal weakness originally, she had planned to keep him around a bit longer to use him against others. But since he dared to target her beloved Xuan, there was no need to keep him alive anymore. Anyone who dared to harm Xuan deserved to die. Su Hua's fingertips slightly tapped on the armrest of the sofa, her eyes narrowing slightly. Butler Wang, seeing Su Hua in this state, knew that someone was about to face misfortune. Speaking of which, Su Hai had chosen the wrong person to provoke. He had dared to mess with the man Su Hua held closest to her heart. Provoking Su Hua herself was nothing compared to the consequences of messing with young Master Lin. Su Hua picked up her phone and ordered, "Bring my dear second uncle to me. Remember, don't let him die." Su Hua's people had long been lurking around Su Hai, and they had already gathered all the information they needed. Capturing Su Hai was just a matter of timing. At Su Hua's command, a fleet of over a dozen cars rolled out towards Su Hai's villa. In a villa on the outskirts of the city. Where are they? Why haven't they returned yet? Su Hai frowned. I can't reach them at all, boss. Do you think they've been captured by Su Hua's people? A subordinate asked anxiously. Su Hua must have sent people to protect him. Our men have been discovered by her people, Su-hai sneered. It seems Su-hua really does care deeply about this Ling Shu-hen. Su-hua, so you do have a weakness after all, Su-hai laughed. In the past, Su-hua had been like an impenetrable fortress with no vulnerabilities. Who would have thought she would be so attached to a man? It seems even women can't escape the clutches of love. Now that he knew her Achilles heel, dealing with her would be a piece of cake. He would capture Ling Xuan and use him to force Su-hua to hand over control of the Su Corporation. A mere woman, what right did she have to compete with him for power over the Su family? Su-hai's face was filled with smug satisfaction. Soon, Su-hua would fall into his hands and the Su Corporation would be his. Just thinking about it filled Su-hai with immense satisfaction. After being suppressed by Su-hua for so many years, he was finally going to turn the tables. But before the smile could fade from his face, one of his subordinates rushed in, panicked. "Boss, it's bad news." The subordinate gasped. "What is it? Why are you so flustered?" Su-hai asked sternly. The subordinate replied, "A group of people has broken in. They must be Su-hua's people. They appeared out of nowhere, without any warning." "What? How is that possible?" Su-hai's eyes widened. "My villa has top-notch security. Not even a fly could get in. How did her people manage to enter? And they had done so without making a single sound. It was as if they were walking into their own home. It must be because Su-hua has planted people among us. They opened the gates and let her people in," the subordinate stammered. Su-hai's face turned ashen. He had been careless. Su-hua had managed to infiltrate his inner circle. At that moment, a man walked in. "You, auntie?" Su-hai exclaimed urgently. "Su-hua's people are here. Go and capture them all." Han Yuenji was his most trusted right-hand man. He was placing all his hopes on Hong Yuenji now. "Help you?" Hong Yuenji's lips curled into a cold smile. "But I'm Su-hua's person. Now that my master is coming for you, do you think I'll help you?" Su-hai's pupils constricted sharply. Su-hua's person? I trusted you so much, and you betrayed me?" Su-hai gritted his teeth. "I've always been Su-hua's person. I was planted by her to infiltrate your ranks. How can you call it betrayal?" Han Yuenji said with a smirk. 3 years ago, when you were in danger, that was my doing. I risked my life to save you just to gain your trust and serve Su-hua." Su-hai trembled with rage. So, all this time, he had been played by Su-hua, that despicable, shameless woman. "Second Uncle Su, my mistress wants to see you. Please come with me," Hong Yuenji said coldly. Su-hai's face turned grim. Over the past year, he had placed great trust in Hong Yuenji, giving him significant power. For example, it must have been Hong Yuenji who arranged for Su-hua's people to enter so easily. Hong Yuenji had undoubtedly cultivated many loyal followers within Su-hai's ranks. Su-hua could capture him anytime she wanted. The moment he sent people to capture Ling Xuan, Su-hua had struck back. She must have acted so decisively because of Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan was far more important to Su-hua than he had imagined. If he were captured now, Su-hua would surely make him suffer. No, he couldn't let that happen. He couldn't fall into Su-hua's hands. Su-hai would never kneel before her. "Su-hua, you have a fatal weakness now. Even if I die, someone else will eventually take you down. I admit defeat this time. But even if I lose, you haven't truly won." "Ha ha ha ha!" Su-hai pulled out a gun and pressed it against his temple, pulling the trigger. He wanted to end his own life. But with a loud bang, his hand was struck, a bloody hole appearing in his right wrist. "Ah!" Su-hai clutched his wrist in agony. "Thinking of dying? It's not that easy," Hong Yuenji sneered. "Take him back to the mistress. Make sure he stays alive. She wants him breathing." "Yes, sir." Su-hai was bound and thrown into a car. Meanwhile, Ling Xuan, wanting to surprise Su-hua, sent her a message. "Hua, I have some business to take care of today. I'll be back late. Have dinner without me." After a while, he received a reply. "Hua, okay." Ling Xuan raised an eyebrow. Normally, Su-hua would reply within 30 seconds, but this time, it had taken her 5 minutes. He could already picture her pouting in anger and frustration, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Su-hua's childish side was truly adorable. At that moment, in the night garden, Su-hua was in a terrible mood, radiating coldness. Butler Wang wiped the sweat from his brow. What had happened to the mistress? Just moments ago, she had been relaxed, but now it was as if someone owed her 800 million, no, 800 billion. "Tell the chef not to prepare dinner for Xu and tonight," Su-hua said coldly. Butler Wang was taken aback. So that was why the mistress was in such a foul mood. Young Master Lin wasn't coming home for dinner. "Yes, mistress. I'll inform the chef right away." Butler Wang silently pitied Su-hai. With the mistress in such a bad mood, Su-hai was sure to become her punching bag. Su-hai was done for. An hour later, Su-hai was brought before Su-hua. With a loud thud, Su-hai was thrown to the ground by Han Yu and Ji. Second uncle, long time no see, Su-hua said, her eyes narrowing dangerously as she looked at the kneeling Su-hai. Su-hua, you're despicable. You planted a spy in my ranks. Su-hai glared at her, his eyes filled with hatred. All's fair in war, Su-hua replied coolly. She stood up gracefully, dressed in an elegant white chingsam, and took a small, exquisite knife from Butler Wang. If Lin Chu had been there, he would have recognized that it was the same knife Su-hua had used to kill Qin Royale and Lin Lai. Dangerously charming uncle. Su-hua crouched in front of Su-hai, her eyes curved gently as she smiled warmly. I was planning to keep you around for a while longer, but who told you to dare harm my Akshu and uncle? Since you dared to send people to capture him, you must now enjoy the fate of being cut into 1,000 pieces. Su-hua used the knife in her hand to lift Su-hai's chin. The cold blade touched Su-hai's chin, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Su-hua, I'm your uncle. Let me go, and I promise I'll never oppose you again, Su-hai pleaded. After entering the night garden, his limbs had gone weak. Compared to death, he was more terrified of being tortured by Su-hua. Uncle, it's too late for that. Su-hua's face still wore a smile, her beauty dazzling. Any man who saw her would be tempted to keep her for himself. But to Su-hai, her current appearance was like a devil returned from hell. Beside them, a black tiger was held on a leash by a bodyguard, staring at Su-hai with predatory eyes. My dear uncle, just enjoy this moment of being tortured by me. The tip of the knife lightly traced Su-hai's face, drawing beads of blood. Su-hua, please spare me, Su-hai begged incessantly. Su-hua licked her lips, her eyes filled with excitement. She loved tormenting people. The more afraid they were, the more thrilled she became. She loved blood and adored watching her victims struggle in their final moments. Su-hua's face twisted into a sinister smile as she continued to carve into Su-hai's face, one cut after another. Su-hai, held down by two bodyguards, couldn't break free and could only stare at Su-hua in terror. The stinging pain on his face and the bullet wound on his wrist made his entire body shake with agony. At one point, the pain became so unbearable that he passed out. Wake him up, Su-hua ordered coldly. To flesh. The prepared ice-cold salt water was poured over Su-hai's body. By now, Su-hai's face was covered in cuts from Su-hua's knife, completely unrecognizable from his original appearance. Su-hai was tortured to the brink of despair. Su-hua, your uncle admits his mistakes. I don't beg for my life anymore, Su-hai stammered, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. I only beg you, Hua, to give me a quick death. There was nothing more painful than being tortured endlessly while awaiting death. Uncle, why the rush? This is just the beginning. Su-hua curled her lips into a smile. Since Akshu wasn't coming home for dinner tonight, she had all the time in the world to torment him. Under Su-hai's horrified gaze, Su-hua continued to carve into his body, one cut after another. Lin Chu stepped out of the cake shop, holding a cake he had put a lot of effort into. He had even crafted a little figurine of Su-hua. On his way back, he stopped to buy a bouquet of roses. As he left the flower shop and was about to get into his car, he ran into Qin Royale. Qin Royale looked at him with the eyes of a betrayed lover. Lin Chu cursed inwardly, thinking how unlucky he was. He tried to leave, but Qin Royale blocked his path. Lin Chu, why are you treating me like this? You used to love me so much. Why are you with another woman now? Is this cake for her? Qin Royale's face was filled with hurt. Lin Chu, I've fallen for you now. Be with me, okay? Qin Royale grabbed Lin Chuan's hand, pleading desperately. Lin Chuan instinctively shook off her hand. He knew Su-hua's bodyguards were nearby, and he was worried that the scene might be captured and sent to Su-hua. Miss Qin, please respect yourself. I have a girlfriend, Lin Chuan said coldly. Lin Chuan, do you have to speak to me like this? Qin Royale bit her lip, her voice filled with grievance. These days, she had been following the news on Weibo. The Palm novel website had been trending multiple times, and its development was booming. Qin Royale knew that Lin Chuan had succeeded in his entrepreneurial venture, which only strengthened her desire to be with him. What else should I say? Lin Chuan retorted. Qin Royale, don't you think you're being shameless? When I liked you, I chased after you like a lovesick fool, and you always looked down on me. Now that I don't like you anymore, you're chasing after me. Lin Chuan, I just didn't understand my feelings before. It's only now that I've realized I like you, Qin Royale said with a deeply emotional and affectionate expression. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Qin Royale, compared to me, You love money more. Stop pretending here. Don't think I don't know about your affair with Lin Lai. On the day of our wedding, you two went to a hotel and slept together, didn't you? Qin Royale's eyes widened in shock. How did he know? When did he find out? Her face turned pale in an instant. Lin Xuan, don't misunderstand, Qin Royale said nervously. I like you more. I just took a wrong turn back then. If you don't want me to be involved with him, I'm willing to cut ties with Lin Lai for you. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow as he noticed a man approaching them. Well, isn't this my dear brother, Lin Lai? Qin Royale, why don't you go and make things clear with him right now? Qin Royale stiffly turned her head and saw Lin Lai standing there. She liked Lin Xuan, but Lin Lai was the future heir to the Lin Group, which promised her a life of wealth. She didn't want to let go of Lin Lai either. Since you can't bring yourself to cut ties with Lin Lai, stop putting on this act of deep affection in front of me. It disgusts me. Lin Xuan pushed Qin Royale aside, got into his car, and stepped on the gas, heading straight for the night garden. Lin Lai walked over to Qin Royale. Royale, was that Lin Xuan just now? Lin Lai asked. Yes, Qin Royale replied, pretending to be nonchalant. I just had a chat with him. Lin Lai wrapped his arm around Qin Royale. Royale, do you like Lin Xuan? No, I don't, brother Lai. Don't misunderstand, Qin Royale quickly denied. Silly girl, I like you. How could I not know what's on your mind? Lin Lai smiled dotingly. If you like him, go ahead and chase him. No matter what, I'll always be here for you. Only if Qin Royale got together with Lin Xuan would that woman abandon him. And once Lin Xuan lost his wealthy patron, he would be left in poverty. Brother Lai, you're so good to me, Qin Royale said, moved as she hugged Lin Lai tightly. A hint of disgust flashed in Lin Lai's eyes. Lin Xuan returned to the night garden. The living room was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Su Hai lay on the ground, barely alive after being tortured. Su Hua, even as a ghost I won't let you go. Su Hai gritted his teeth. Su Hua, now bored, plunged the knife into Su Hai's chest. Blood splattered, staining Su Hua's face. With a smile on her lips and her face covered in blood, Su Hua looked like a blooming mandragora, dangerous and mesmerizing. I'm not afraid of you. Butler Wang had never seen Su Hua torment someone for so long before, and he couldn't help but shake his head. This time, Su Hai had truly crossed the line with the young lady. On top of that, since young Master Lin Xuan wasn't coming back for dinner, the young lady was in a bad mood. The combination of these two factors was like a double buff. The fact that Su Hai was still alive was likely because Su Hua was keeping him to feed Ailey. He would be tortured before his death, forced to watch as Ailey tore him apart until he took his last breath. Cruel, truly cruel. Even Butler Wang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Su Hai. Su Hua tapped Su Hai's face with the blood-stained knife in her hand. My dear uncle, at least before you die, you'll serve as a meal for Ailey. Consider it your last bit of usefulness, Su Hua said, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Su Hua, Su Hai pointed at her, his eyes filled with venom. I curse you. May you never find love, may everyone you care about betray you, and may you live a life of loneliness and misery. Betrayal. Su Hua seemed to recall some painful memory, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the knife. But soon, her expression turned icy once more. Everyone who had betrayed her was already dead. As for loneliness, Xuan would always be by her side. Even if Xuan died, he would still stay with her. Lin Xuan walked into the living room carrying a cake, a bouquet of roses, and a ring. Su Hua. As soon as he entered, Lin Xuan saw Su Hua plunging the knife into Su Hai. Hearing Lin Xuan's voice, Su Hua froze, her hand stopping mid-motion. She turned stiffly to look at the gentle young man in white casual clothes. Xuan was back, and he had just witnessed her violent side. Would he be afraid of her now? Would he find her disgusting, or even despise her? Clang! The knife in her hand fell to the floor. Xuan, Su Hua whispered, her eyes red and her hands trembling, looking like a child caught doing something wrong. Xuan, I'm sorry. If you think I'm terrifying, I'll change. I won't kill anyone again. Everyone in the living room stared at Su Hua in stunned silence, their eyes filled with disbelief. The ruthless, cold-blooded demoness had transformed into a soft, vulnerable girl in an instant. Holy crap! This was too surreal. Was this really their mistress? Butler Wang's palms were sweating. He shared Su Hua's fear, worried that Lin Xuan might not be able to accept this side of her. Young Master Lin couldn't revert to how he used to be, afraid of the young lady, always trying to escape her. If that happened, the young lady would surely go mad. Su Hai wasn't dead yet. Clutching his chest, he watched Su Hua's panicked state with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Su Hua didn't want this man to see her kill. This meant that Su Hua had never revealed her true nature to him. Ha ha ha! Su Hai burst into laughter. Lin Xuan, did you see how terrifying this woman is? She's a devil, a heartless monster. She enjoys torturing people, enjoys killing. Once she grows tired of you, you'll end up just like me, dead and with no place to rest. I'm Su Hua's blood-related uncle, yet she showed no mercy, tormenting me to this state. You're just an outsider. Do you think you'll fare any better? You better not fall for her. Run as far away as you can. Ha ha ha. Su Hai couldn't stop laughing. At least before he died, he got to see Su Hua heartbroken and in pain because of her lover. It was worth it. Young Master Lin, Butler Wang quickly stepped forward to explain. Although he is the young lady's uncle, he has repeatedly tried to take her life for the sake of the Su family's wealth and power. The young lady's treatment of him is well deserved. Young Master Lin, you're different. The young lady loves you. Even if she hurts herself, she would never harm you. The reason she's tormenting Su Hai like this is because he sent people to attack you. I know. Lin Chu and smiled. He set down the items he was carrying and walked over to Su Hua. Su Hua's hands and feet were cold, and she kept her head down, too afraid to look at Lin Chu, and she dreaded seeing fear or disgust in his eyes. Su Hua clenched her fists at her sides. If Xu and really was afraid of her, if he tried to escape from her like he used to, she would never let him go. The tenderness he had shown her these past few days, how could he take it back? If he dared to run this time, she would lock him up forever and ever. Darkness swirled in Su Hua's heart, and her beautiful eyes slowly turned blood red. She desperately suppressed the urge rising within her. Butler Wang noticed the trembling in Su Hua's hands, and his heart sank. Oh no, the young lady was about to have another episode. There had been several times before when Lin Xuan's actions had triggered her. Lin Xuan sighed as he saw Su Hua's unease. He picked up a tissue from the coffee table and gently wiped the blood from Su Hua's face. Su Hua looked at him in shock. Why was he still so gentle with her? Wasn't he afraid of her? Was he just pretending? Su Hua searched Lin Xuan's face and eyes for any trace of pretense. There was none. His eyes were as tender as ever, without a hint of fear or disgust. Lin Xuan wiped away all the blood from Su Hua's face and body. Hua Bao, I know who you are. If you want to kill someone, go ahead. I won't be afraid of you. Lin Xuan reassured her. Su Hua stared at him blankly, the redness in her eyes slowly fading. He wasn't afraid of her. He said it himself. He wasn't afraid of her. Lin Xuan gently patted Su Hua's head. But this person's blood is too dirty. You don't need to do it yourself and dirty your hands. Butler Wang let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Young Master Lin could accept the young lady as she was. Su Hua bit her lip, her mind still replaying those words. Xu and wasn't afraid of her. He truly wasn't afraid. Lin Xuan led Su Hua to the sofa and helped her sit down. Stay here and be good. Leave him to me, okay? Lin Xuan turned around and the tenderness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a cold, dark gaze. He walked over to the blood-stained knife, picked it up, and crouched down in front of Su Hai. I know you were trying to drive a wedge between Hua Bao and me. Unfortunately, your plan failed. I'll never be afraid of her. Never. He could never be afraid of Su Hua for killing someone. After all, he had already witnessed it in his previous life. He also knew that even if Su Hua killed everyone in the world, including herself, she would never harm him. Often, Su Hua would threaten to turn him into a vegetable or make him a corpse to keep her company, but in reality, she would never do such a thing. If she had, she wouldn't have allowed him to marry Qin Royao in their previous life. I give myself to you. Su Hai stared at Lin Xuan in shock. After finishing his words, Lin Xuan calmly severed Su Hai's neck, separating his head from his body. This time, it was Lin Xuan who was splattered with blood. Su Hai's lifeless eyes still burned with resentment. The bodyguards and Butler Wang were all dumbfounded. Holy crap! Young Master Lin looked so gentle and soft, yet he could decapitate Su Hai without batting an eye. They had underestimated young Master Lin. A man who could win the young lady's heart was no ordinary person. Take him away, Lin Xuan ordered, and clean this place up. Su Hua's gaze never left Lin Xuan. Hey Xuan, why aren't you afraid of me? Su Hua asked, her voice trembling. She had thought he would run away from her again this time. She knew all too well how terrifying her acts of killing were, so she had never dared to let him see that side of her. Hua Bao, you're my girlfriend. I love every side of you, Lin Xuan said with a gentle smile. And look at me. He raised his blood-stained hands. I've killed someone too, Su Hua. We're the same kind of people. Butler Wang smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, they were the same kind of people. The young lady's twisted love had rubbed off on her boyfriend. Not bad at all. A glimmer of light sparkled in Su Hua's eyes. Her Xuan was truly wonderful. The more she saw of him like this, the harder it was for her to let him go. Hua Bao, let's go freshen up first, Lin Shu, and said softly. Okay. Su Hua obediently let Lin Shu and lead her upstairs. Han Yuanji frowned. Butler Wang, is this man the master's? He's the young lady's beloved. Let's just say, you don't want to mess with him. The reason Su Hai was tortured by the young lady was because he sent people to capture young Master Lin. Butler Wang replied with a smile. Butler Wang, what exactly is his identity? No matter what his identity is, he's the man the young lady loves. Master, Han, I hope you'll watch your step and not provoke him, Butler Wang warned. Han Yuanji's face darkened. Didn't that just mean his background was ordinary? Judging by the master's reaction, this man had no experience with violence or conflict. How could someone so weak be worthy of the master? From their conversation, he also learned that Su Hai had been captured because he had sent people to attack Lin Shu, and Su Hai was dead. But what about the others? Couldn't someone else use this man to threaten the young lady? Having such a weak man by the master's side would only be a burden. Upstairs, Lin Xuan and Su Hua took a quiet bath together. Su Hua, wait here for me. I'll be back soon, Lin Xuan said, gently seating Su Hua on the sofa in the bedroom. Lin Xuan quickly went downstairs and brought up the cake, rings, and roses. Under Su Hua's astonished gaze, Lin Shu and knelt on one knee before her, holding the roses. He opened a red box, revealing a pair of dazzling rings. Su Hua's pupils contracted sharply. Su Hua, Lin Shu, and said tenderly, will you be my girlfriend? I will love you, protect you, and stay by your side for the rest of my life. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Hua's eyes. Just a girlfriend. She had thought indeed she was becoming greedier. Before, she would have been satisfied if he treated her kindly, but now she wanted more marriage, children. Still, being his girlfriend, that was enough. Yes, Su Hua replied with a smile, extending her hand. Lin Xuan slid the ring onto her middle finger. The ring on her middle finger signified that she was in a passionate relationship. Lin Xuan also wore an identical ring on his left middle finger. Hua bowed, Lin Shu, and whispered, planting a gentle kiss on Su Hua's forehead. I wanted to give you this ring on your birthday, but I hadn't earned enough money yet. I wanted to use my own earnings to give you a birthday gift. Su Hua blinked. In the past, she had always been the one taking the initiative. This time, it seemed the roles had reversed, with Chuan taking the lead. She was liking this more and more. Lin Chuan brought out the cake and lit the candles. Hua bao, make a wish. Su Hua's lips curved into a faint smile. On her last birthday, Chuan had also made her a cake, but she had been too unwell to enjoy it. The next day, Butler Wang told her that the cake had been made by Chuan himself. Even though it had gone bad, she had eaten a large piece of it. How could she waste something Chuan had made for her, even though it had left her with a stomachache for the rest of the day? This was the first time Su Hua had celebrated her birthday. She made a wish, blew out the candles, and after eating a small piece of cake, Lin Chuan gently pushed her onto the carpet. Su Hua stared blankly at the man above her. Chuan, what are you? Lin Chuan whispered in her ear, his voice low. There's one more birthday gift, and that's me. Hua bao, I'm giving myself to you. From now on, I, Lin Chuan, belong to you. He leaned down and captured Su Hua's crimson lips with his own. Su Hua's soft hands instinctively wrapped around his neck. As they kissed, the temperature in the room began to rise. Soon, the sound of their passion filled the air. At 5:30, the chef finished preparing dinner. A maid came to the second floor, but Butler Wang stopped her. What are you doing here? Butler Wang, I was going to call the young lady and young Master Lin for dinner, the maid replied. Do you have no sense of timing? Butler Wang glared at her. Do you think you can disturb young Master Lin and the young lady? Don't ruin their moment. He was already dreaming of a little young master. The young maid didn't fully understand Butler Wang's words, but she didn't dare disobey. She quickly retreated. Dio Liu, I was going to call the young lady for dinner, but Butler Wang told me not to ruin their moment. What exactly is going on? The maid asked, confused. Another maid smirked. It's what happened between a man and a woman, of course. Like miss? She tapped her index fingers together. The maid instantly understood. They were kissing. She patted her chest, feeling a wave of relief. Thank goodness she hadn't knocked on the door. If she had interrupted the young lady's mood, she would have been in big trouble. Since practicing martial arts, Lin Xuan's stamina and endurance had improved significantly, but he was still completely drained by the end. Su Hua was too alluring, and she had even brought out 5 or 6 sets of seductive outfits that left him utterly captivated. The air was still thick with the scent of their passion. Su Hua lay on Lin Xuan's chest, gazing at his handsome face with a satisfied smile. her Akshu and was so wonderful now she truly hoped things could stay like this forever. Soo Hyun stared at Lin Shu and for a while longer before closing her eyes, holding him tightly as she drifted into a deep sleep. President Soo, Kin Royale confesses her love to Lin Shu, and the next day, Soo Hyun sat at the dining table wearing a red nightgown, scrolling through the forum of King Hua University with a slight frown. Her relationship with Shu and had been denied, and to make matters worse, many girls were calling Shu and their hubby and publicly confessing their love to him. Soo Hyun's expression darkened, her aura turning fierce, but when she caught sight of the ring on her middle finger, the tension in her body dissipated. No matter how much they liked Xuan, he would always be her man. Still, she needed to make time to visit King Hua University to assert her claim. Soo Hyun touched the ring on her middle finger, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Beside her, Butler Wang nodded with satisfaction. The young lady now resembled a girl deeply in love rather than the cold, emotionless shell she had been before. By the way, where is that bouquet of roses? Soo Hyun asked. It's being well cared for in the living room, Butler Wang replied. Don't worry, miss. The flowers are in good condition and won't wither anytime soon. Prepare a separate greenhouse for them and hire a top-notch florist to take care of them. Make sure they don't die, Soo Hyun instructed. Yes, miss, Butler Wang acknowledged. That morning, Lin Shu had appeared to be paying attention in class, but in reality, he had entered his personal space. He needed to quickly improve his combat skills. Lately, he had been practicing martial arts and even firearms. The incident with Soo Hai had made him realize that being by Soo Hyun's side would inevitably attract enemies. He couldn't afford to hold her back. At noon, Lin Shu was heading back to his dorm when he reached the foot of the teaching building. There, he saw countless pots of roses arranged in the shape of a heart. Naturally, the ever-curious Chinese students couldn't resist such a spectacle. A crowd of students had gathered to watch, and even some professors and teachers were observing from a distance. Lin Chuan saw it, but paid little attention. He wasn't interested in gossip. As he walked past the roses, Kin Royale suddenly appeared, holding a bouquet. Lin Chuan, Kin Royale stood before him, holding the roses. What? Exclamation, exclamation, the crowd erupted in cheers. Lin Chuan felt a sense of foreboding. Was Kin Royale really confessing to him? Lin Chuan, Kin Royale gazed at him deeply. Will you be my boyfriend? Let's forget the past and start over. No, she really was confessing. Lin Chuan was speechless. Hadn't he already made things clear with Kin Royale yesterday? How could she still have the nerve to do this? He had never realized Kin Royale could be so shameless. Wasn't she always so concerned about her image? Didn't she fear he would humiliate her in public? Plep. Eli secretly took photos and sent them to Soo Hyun. Miss Soo, this is Eli. Kin Royale is currently confessing to Lin Chuan. In the Soo Corporation office, Soo Hyun narrowed her eyes as she read the message. John King, noticing Soo Hyun's unusual expression, took the opportunity to glance at the message while pouring coffee. Her eyes widened when she saw the content. A confession? Kin Royale was confessing to young Master Lin. This was bad. Very bad. Miss Soo was sure to be furious. Young Master Lin was in trouble. But then, John King witnessed something unbelievable. Soo Hyun calmly added Yuli's number to her blacklist and tossed her phone back onto the desk. Exclamation, Miss Soo wasn't reacting at all. Miss Soo, aren't you going to call and ask what's going on? John King asked curiously. No need, Soo Hyun smiled faintly. I trust Xuan. John King, trust is crucial in a relationship. She hoped Xuan wouldn't disappoint her. John King couldn't help but wonder. What had Lin Xuan done to make Miss Soo change so drastically in just a few weeks? At the start of the semester, hadn't Lin Xuan almost been dragged back by Miss Soo because of that love letter incident? Now, she was completely unfazed by Kin Royale's confession to Lin Xuan. Impressive! Young Master Lin was truly impressive. Meanwhile, the crowd of students grew larger. Previously, Lin Xuan had always been the one chasing after Kin Royale, but now the tables had turned. This was big news. Do you think Lin Xuan will accept Kin Royale? Probably. Lin Xuan always liked Kin Royale. With such a grand gesture, he must be overjoyed. I'm not so sure. Lin Xuan hasn't been paying attention to Kin Royale lately. Last time, he even got her in trouble, making her apologize in front of the whole school. It seems like he doesn't like her anymore. Exactly. He even clarified their relationship on the forum a few days ago. Many of the female students were eager to see Kin Royale humiliated in public. Lin Xuan, please be my boyfriend. I promise to treat you well and love you wholeheartedly. If you're willing, we can even get married, Kin Royale said softly. She had dressed up for the occasion, her slightly curled hair cascading down her back. She wore a white Chanel-style dress, paired with small heels, and had applied light makeup, looking both beautiful and innocent, evoking a sense of pity. Some onlookers began to cheer loudly. "Lin Xuan, say yes! Say yes!" they shouted, clapping their hands. Eli, who was recording the scene, couldn't help but smirk. If Lin Xuan dared to agree, Miss Su would never let him off the hook. Lin Xuan liked Qin Royale so much, how could he possibly reject her? Lin Xuan looked at Qin Royale as if she were a fool. "Qin Royale, are you trying to be a homewrecker?" Lin Xuan didn't spare her any dignity. Qin Royale's face froze. She hadn't expected Lin Xuan to say such a thing. Lin Xuan continued, "You know I have a girlfriend, yet you still insist on pursuing me. Isn't that willingly becoming a homewrecker?" The crowd was stunned. They had almost forgotten that Lin Xuan had mentioned his girlfriend was very possessive and didn't like him interacting with other women. Qin Royale had been there when he said that, yet she still went ahead and confessed to him. She really was asking to be labeled a homewrecker. Eli's expression turned grim. Lin Xuan had actually rejected Qin Royale. Why didn't he accept? This would have been the perfect opportunity to drive a wedge between him and Miss Su. Lin Xuan raised his left hand, showing off his ring. "Let me make this clear once again. I have a girlfriend. Qin Royale, you better stay away from me. I don't want my girlfriend to misunderstand." "Lin Xuan, do you really have to humiliate me like this in front of everyone?" Qin Royale's eyes welled up with tears. She had thought that Lin Xuan wouldn't want to embarrass her and would agree to her confession, but he had refused. She had already lowered herself so much. How could Lin Xuan reject her like this? How could he? Her pride was completely shattered because of Lin Xuan. Qin Royale grew more and more upset, tears streaming down her face as she cried pitifully. "Well done, Qin Royale. Who are you to me? Why should I care about your feelings?" Lin Xuan looked at Qin Royale as if she were a fool. "And your confession was so half-hearted. Just some roses? Where's the ring? Where's the homemade cake?" Lin Xuan sneered and didn't bother to engage with her any further, stepping around her and walking away. Spotting someone in the distance, Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Wasn't that Eli?" He was holding his phone, taking pictures and recording videos, likely planning to report everything to Su Hua. Today's drama had certainly satisfied everyone's appetite for gossip. Tesk. I thought Qin Royale was so pure, but now that Lin Xuan is rich, she's rushing to be the other woman. Lin Xuan is driving a Koenigsegg and a Rolls-Royce now. He's earned millions from writing novels, and he even started his own novel website. He is so successful. When he was chasing her, she ignored him, but now that he's moved on, she's clinging to him. How could Lin Xuan possibly want her now? Seems like Qin Royale is the kind of woman who will go for anyone with money. "Brothers, when I make it big, I'll definitely go after her." Qin Royale's face turned red with humiliation as she listened to the comments. Tears streaming down her face, she ran off. Liu Yuan quickly chased after her. Qin Royale ran to his secluded spot, with Liu Yuan following her, his heart aching. Liu Yuan, Qin Royale sobbed, resting her head on his shoulder. "How could Lin Xuan treat me like that? How could he?" Liu Yuan patted her back gently. "Royale, don't cry. If Lin Xuan doesn't appreciate you, forget about him. There are plenty of people who like you. What does that woman have that I don't? Why does he have to like her?" Qin Royale's tears fell continuously, dripping onto Liu Yuan's shoulder. She couldn't accept it. Su Hua already had such a prestigious status. Why did she have to steal her man? Liu Yuan's heart ached, a sharp pain shooting through him. He had been by Royale's side for so many years. Why didn't she like him? Why did she fall for Lin Xuan, that worthless guy? The more Qin Royale thought about it, the more she felt wronged, and her resentment toward Lin Xuan grew. If Lin Xuan didn't want her because of that woman, fine. She didn't believe Su Hua truly loved Lin Xuan. She would wait for the day Lin Xuan was abandoned. She would hold Lin Lai's hand and stand proudly in front of Lin Xuan, looking down on him. She would become the young mistress of the Lin family, someone Lin Xuan could never reach. In the office of Su Corporation, Su Hua pretended not to care, but she had been glued to her phone, scrolling through the forums of King Hua University. This was the gossip hub of King Hua University, and Qin Royale's confession to Lin Xuan was bound to be posted there. The homepage was flooded with posts about Qin Royale and Lin Xuan. OMG, the juiciest gossip of the year is here. Qin Royale set up a heart-shaped rose arrangement and confessed to Lin Xuan. The campus goddess confessed to the campus heartthrob, who used to be her admirer. Do you think he'll say yes? Many students regretted not being on campus as they could only follow the drama through the forum. Su Hua kept refreshing the page, biting her lip. She had said she trusted Lin Xuan, but deep down, she was uneasy. After all, he had once been so infatuated with Qin Royale. Finally, the posts started appearing, Lin Xiu and had rejected Qin Royale, calling her the other woman. He wore a ring on his middle finger and publicly declared he had a girlfriend. Seeing this, Su Hua's eyes curved into a smile. "Oh, Xuan, you're so well behaved." Jian King noticed her expression. "What are you looking at? You seemed so happy." Lin Xiu and also sent Su Hua a message. "Hua Bao, Qin Royale confessed to me today, but I rejected her. My heart belongs only to you. How could I ever accept someone else's confession?" Su Hua quickly replied, "Good job." Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had noticed Eli taking pictures to report to Su Hua. Otherwise, Su Hua might have locked him up again. Eli would probably make a move against him. All he had to do now was counter whatever came his way. As for Qin Royale, Lin Xuan's expression darkened. He had been too busy making money to deal with her, but it was time to put her in her place. He couldn't stand her constantly hovering around him. He planned to expose Qin Royale and Lin Lai's relationship. There was no love between them, only mutual benefit. Qin Royale was after Lin Lai's money and status, while Lin Lai enjoyed stealing everything Lin Xiu and cared about: his parents, his sister, his position as the young master of the Lin family, and even the women he liked. Another reason was that Lin Lai used Qin Royale to target him. If their affair came to light, they would surely turn on each other. It would be a spectacular show. His next step was to sow discord between them. After finishing his second class of the afternoon, Lin Xuan headed to a cafe. With his novel website up and running, his next venture was an entertainment company. Today, he was meeting with a potential manager for the company. Lei Hui, dressed in a shabby suit, kept checking his phone. 5 minutes past the scheduled time, his heart grew colder. Of course, he shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. He was infamous in the industry. Who would hire him as a company president? A bitter smile crossed Lei Hui's face. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the cafe. Several young women, no older than their 20s, covered their mouths, visibly excited. "Ah, he's so handsome! Is he a celebrity? I want to follow him. I'd love to get his WeChat or number, but someone that good-looking probably has high standards. I'll just embarrass myself if I try." Lei Hui looked up and saw a young man in a white shirt and black pants walking in, radiating a sunny aura. The young man sat down directly across from him. "Sorry, I'm late. My professor held us back, and there was traffic," Lin Xuan said with a nod. Lei Hui frowned. "I'm waiting for someone. This seat is taken." Lin Xuan extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Lei. I'm Lin Xuan, the one who arranged this meeting." Lei Hui was momentarily stunned, but shook Lin Xuan's hand politely. Seeing Lin Xuan, his hopes dwindled further. A student starting an entertainment company? This had to be a joke. "Kid, I have things to do. I can't waste time here," Lei Hui said, standing up to leave. His daughter was sick, and he needed to get to his construction job. "Mr. Lei, do you not believe me because I'm young?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Lei Hui didn't respond. Clearly, he didn't. "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm also the owner of Palm Novel website," Lin Xuan said with a smile. "Internet giant, the boss of Palm Treasure Novel website?" Lei Hui was shocked. Palm Treasure Novel website had been making waves recently, gaining a lot of momentum. Moreover, it had risen to prominence by stepping over the head of the industry leader, Leap Novel website. Out of curiosity, he had downloaded the app. Although the website had fewer than 50 novels, the quality was exceptional, and most of them were highly suitable for adaptation into TV dramas or movies. This novel website was destined to replace Leap Novel website as the industry leader. He had assumed that the marketing strategy behind Palm Treasure Novel website was so sophisticated that it must have been managed by a seasoned, shrewd businessman. But it turned out to be a young man still in college. "Mr. Lei," Lin Xuan continued, "I'm still in school and don't have much time to manage the company. I value your abilities and would like to invite you to join my company." Lei Hui's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Mr. Lin, you might not know this, but I was accused of leaking bidding prices and was expelled from my family's business. No company dares to hire me now. Aren't you afraid I might do something detrimental to your company?" "I know you didn't leak anything," Lin Xuan said with certainty. In his previous life, Lei Hui had been recognized for his talent and was hired as an executive at a company where he quickly achieved remarkable results. In contrast, the Lei family had gradually declined. It was only then that they remembered their son and found evidence to prove his innocence. However, by that time, Lei Hui had been too deeply hurt to return. Lin Xuan intended to use the knowledge from his past life to gather talented individuals and bring them into his company, making them valuable assets. Lei Hui was momentarily stunned. After the incident, even his own father had only hurled accusations and insults at him. This was the first time someone had said they believed in him. Mr. Lei, here's the contract I've prepared for you. Please take a look. Lin Xuan handed a contract to Lei Hui. After reading the terms, Lei Hui looked at Lin Xuan in shock. The offer included a monthly salary of 400,000 yuan plus 8% of the company's profits. Lin Xuan then took out a bank card. Mr. Lei, this is an advance on your salary 5 million yuan for your daughter's medical treatment. Lei Hui's eyes reddened. His daughter was lying in a hospital bed in need of a major surgery. He had been working day and night to earn the money for her treatment, but what he managed to save was a drop in the bucket. He had almost given up hope. Lin Xuan's gesture was like a lifeline in his darkest hour. Lei Hui's hand trembled as he held the bank card. His daughter could be saved now. She could finally be saved. Lin Xuan smiled and extended his hand. Mr. Lei, I sincerely invite you to join as the CEO of my company, Sky Curtain Group. He was terrible at naming things, and the company's name was chosen purely because it sounded catchy. The author admits to being bad at naming things. Lei Hui shook his hand, his voice trembling. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Brother Lei, Lin Xuan naturally switched to a more familiar tone. Here's a list of people I'd like you to bring into the company. The list included directors, actors, screenwriters, and more. These were talented individuals with potential or acting skills, but for various reasons, they had been suppressed in the entertainment industry and hadn't been able to break through. As a newly established entertainment company, it was unlikely that promising talents would be willing to join. However, those who had been suppressed would seize any opportunity given to them. As long as they had the talent, Lin Xuan could help them shine in their respective fields and achieve great success. Boss, some of these people have been explicitly blacklisted by Starlight Entertainment and other major players. If we sign them, we might face retaliation, Lei Hui said with a frown. By retaliation, you mean they'll suppress their popularity and prevent our shows and movies from being released, right? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Exactly, Lei Hui nodded. They have close ties with major video platforms and cinemas. If they decide to come after us, we won't be able to withstand the pressure. No worries. I don't plan on sharing the pie with anyone, Lin Xuan said confidently. Lin Xuan aimed to rapidly establish and grow his company without having to beg for cooperation from video platforms. By developing the novel website, short video apps, the entertainment company, and long video platforms simultaneously, he intended to build his company into an internet giant. The world hadn't yet seen the rise of short videos, and Lin Xuan believed their introduction would capture everyone's attention. Lei Hui was stunned. Boss, are you saying Lin Xuan pulled out a business plan? This is what I'm planning to do, and it's also what you'll need to prepare for. Take a look. After reading the contents, Lei Hui was visibly shocked. Short videos? This young man had actually thought of such a concept. By adapting novels from his website into short dramas and directing users to the short video app, while also encouraging people nationwide to create their own short videos, the app would become a nationwide phenomenon once it took off. Through this platform, the company's actors would gain popularity, making it easier to develop long video platforms later. As for movies, cinemas were profit-driven. They wouldn't refuse a blockbuster film. By handling everything in-house and not relying on external video companies, they wouldn't have to fear suppression from Starlight Entertainment or other major players. This was truly brilliant. However, there was one thing Lei Hui was still concerned about. Boss, what if Starlight Entertainment suppresses our popularity? A short video app needs massive traffic. While the novel reading community is large, it's not enough to sustain such a high level of traffic. Don't worry, they won't be able to suppress it. They won't be able to. What did that mean? Lei Hui's face was filled with confusion. Suppressing popularity was usually achieved with money, and Starlight Entertainment and other major players had plenty of that. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Do you think Leap Novel website didn't try to suppress Pawn Treasure's popularity? Lei Hui was taken aback. That was true. During those days, the trending topics were all unfavorable to Leap Novel website, with many promoting its competitors. Given Leap Novel website's usual behavior, they would have removed such topics and not let them stay on the trending list. How had the boss managed to pull that off? Lei Hui knew it wasn't his place to ask, so he didn't press further. Boss, I'll follow your plan and make sure everything is prepared, Lei Hui said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If this succeeded, the landscape of the internet and entertainment industry would undergo a major transformation. Strict husband management, Lin Xuan said. Brother Lei, the short video app has been developed. You'll need to hire some technical staff to maintain it. As for the company funds, I'll transfer them to you tomorrow. You can start assembling a team as soon as possible and begin shooting short dramas. Once they had more money, he planned to hire a technical team to produce animations, including children's cartoons like Asterisk, Pleasant Goat, and Big Big Wolf Asterisk. They would dominate the TV drama industry. On another note, the novels on his app were mostly long-form hits, which weren't suitable for short dramas. It seemed he'd have to find time to write some short stories specifically tailored for short dramas. After leaving, Lin Chuan went to the company to pick up Su Hua. Hello, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. The employees greeted Lin Chuan warmly. After all, he was the future husband of their CEO. Who wouldn't want to cozy up to him? When Lin Chuan arrived at the CEO's office, the door was tightly shut. He frowned. Young Master Lin, are you here to see CEO Su? Xiao Xingfan's tone was less than friendly. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Do you have a problem with me? Xiao Xingfan forced a smile. Of course not. You're the one who holds CEO Su's heart. How could I dare to cross you? Good that you know your place, Lin Chuan said, patting Xiao Xingfan's shoulder. Even if you're unhappy with me, you'll just have to suck it up. Be careful, or I might complain to Hua Bao. Who do you think she'll side with? Xiao Xingfan's face darkened instantly. He had just been threatened by Lin Chuan, and there was nothing he could do about it. Damn it, this was so frustrating. Lin Chuan left with a smile and called Jiang King. Jiang King answered, CEO Su is in a meeting discussing a collaboration. Lin Chuan said, send me the location. I'll go pick her up. Of course, young Master Lin. After sending the location, Jiang King entered the hotel suite. CEO Su, Jiang King whispered. Young Master Lin said he's coming to pick you up. Su Hua's hand, holding a wine glass, paused. She remembered the last time she had returned home after a meeting, having had a few drinks. Lin Chuan had told her to drink less. Su Hua put down the glass. Secretary Jiang, do I smell strongly of alcohol? Not at all, Jiang King lied through her teeth. That's good, Su Hua sighed in relief. Jiang King was puzzled. CEO Su seemed afraid of letting young Master Lin know she had been drinking. Was this the legendary husband management? After finalizing the details with the other company, Su Hua signed the contract. Pleasure doing business, Su Hua nodded. Mr. Wang, knowing Su Hua disliked shaking hands with anyone, didn't extend his hand but instead gave a slight bow. CEO Su, pleasure doing business. CEO Su, are you heading back? Let me escort you downstairs. No need, Su Hua smiled warmly. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up. Mr. Wang's eyes widened. Holy crap, CEO Su has a boyfriend. This was big news. And the way she talked about him completely like a love-struck woman. Who would have thought that the decisive and formidable CEO Su would turn into such a softie when it came to her boyfriend? Duh. CEO Su, your boyfriend must be quite exceptional, Mr. Wang said, noticing Su Hua's fondness for him. Yes, he's the best, Su Hua replied with a nod. Jiang King glanced at the ceiling. CEO Su, are you sure about that? Is he really that amazing? Well, love really does blind people. CEO Su, I'll take my leave now. Not long after Mr. Wang left, the alcohol began to take effect. Su Hua's eyes grew hazy. Jiang King noticed and thought to herself, CEO Su is drunk. Su Hua enjoyed drinking, but after 6 glasses, she would seem fine at first, only to get drunk later. Usually, Jiang King kept an eye on her, but it seemed Su Hua had drunk a bit more while she was on the phone with Lin Chuan. Jiang King helped Su Hua out of the suite. As they walked down the hallway, a wealthy young man, also slightly drunk, spotted Su Hua and was immediately captivated. This woman was stunning. He had never seen anyone so beautiful, more so than any celebrity in the entertainment industry, and her figure was absolutely perfect. Those long, fair legs and the curves hidden beneath her blouse, the young man swallowed hard. This woman, he had to have her. The young man, along with his 2 buddies, blocked Su Hua's path. What are you doing? Move aside! Jiang King demanded sternly. Move aside. If you serve me well, I'll let you go, the young man said, leering at Su Hua. Come with me, and I'll make sure you live a life of luxury. Boss, one of his lackeys whispered, maybe we should back off. What if she's someone important? Someone important? Have you ever seen her before? The young man retorted. The lackey studied Su Hua for a moment and shook his head. True, he had never seen her before. Listen, the young man slurred, pointing at Su Hua. She's just here to seduce men, trying to climb her way into high society. I'm the young master of Huanguang Group. I am high society. Sweetheart, if you want to rise to the top, why not serve me? The young man said with a grin. As he spoke, he reached out toward Su Hua's chest. Jiang King's eyes sharpened. ready to intervene, but before she could, Su-hyua kicked the young man, sending him flying. John King stared at Su-hyua, who now radiated an intimidating aura, and took a step back. When Su-hyua was drunk, she was usually calm unless someone provoked her. Then, she became a force of nature. It was best not to get in her way. John King silently lit a metaphorical candle for the three men. Provoking a drunk Su-hyua? They were asking for trouble. The young man, now sprawled on the floor, was wide awake. He glared at Su-hyua, furious. "You bitch! How dare you hit me? You too, grab her. I'm going to make her pay." No matter what, he was determined to have her tonight. The two lackeys, thinking Su-hyua was just a delicate woman, rolled up their sleeves and approached her. But Su-hyua grabbed each of them by the shoulders. Asterisk thud. Asterisk their heads collided. Then, she kicked them in the stomach, sending them flying several meters before they hit the ground with a heavy thud. Su-hyua exuded a menacing aura, her eyes gleaming with the excitement of a predator spotting its prey. She licked her lips and slowly advanced toward the young man. Terror surged through him. His two lackeys were black belts in Taekwondo, yet they had been effortlessly tossed aside like ragdolls. Any thoughts of beauty were gone. All he wanted now was to escape. The young man scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the stairwell. Su-hyua narrowed her eyes. Did he really think he could escape her? With a asterisk crack asterisk, Su-hyua tore off a stone ball from the railing and hurled it at the young man's knee. It struck him, and he collapsed to the ground. Su-hyua, like a demoness rising from hell, slowly walked toward him. The female devil from Suju is online. Her stunning face was as cold as frost, her eyes hollow like a stagnant pool of water. The bloodthirsty aura surrounding her made the rich young master tremble in fear, his limbs going weak as he frantically kowtowed on the ground. I'm sorry, beautiful, I know I was wrong. Please spare me," the young master pleaded. "Spare you?" Su-hyua tilted her head, a cruel, bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Ugh, what if I don't want to?" John King sighed. Su-hyua had been perfectly fine after drinking, so why did they have to provoke her? Well, let them be her punching bags for a while. John King had no intention of stepping in to stop her. Otherwise, she would be the one turned into a human sandbag. When Su-hyua was like this, she recognized no one. Anyone who got in her way would suffer. Only a fool would step forward and take a beating. The young master's forehead was bleeding profusely from repeatedly hitting the ground. Seeing the crimson blood, Su-hyua's eyes grew even more excited. "Young master!" Two bodyguards rushed over to help him up. "Young master, are you all right?" The young master, as if seeing a lifeline, suddenly lost all fear. He pointed at Su-hyua and growled through gritted teeth, "You two, go capture her." These two bodyguards were former mercenaries, highly skilled in combat. He refused to believe they couldn't take down a single woman. Once they subdued her, he would make her his sex slave, lock her up, and force her to serve him. The young master leered at Su-hyua with lustful eyes. The two bodyguards obeyed their master's orders and stepped forward. Such fools courting death. Su-hyua licked her crimson lips. The moment the bodyguards tried to grab her, bang! With a spinning kick, Su-hyua sent each of them flying like broken kites, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The bodyguards spat out mouthfuls of blood. Realizing they were no match, they struggled to their feet and each pulled out a knife. John King, leaning against the wall and watching the spectacle, shook her head calmly when she saw the knives. Even if they had guns, Su-hyua wouldn't flinch at this point. The two bodyguards charged at Su-hyua with their knives. Su-hyua moved swiftly, closing the distance between them. She gently grasped their wrists. The bodyguards' eyes widened in shock. How could this woman possess such strength? They were completely immobilized. Fear flashed across their faces. Su-hyua's lips curled into a smile as she twisted their wrists with a soft crack, snapping them. Their hands hung limply in unnatural angles. What? The knives fell to the ground. Su-hyua clenched her fists and began pummeling the bodyguards' faces and bodies. They were nothing more than human punching bags, offering no resistance as she practiced her martial arts on them. In no time, both bodyguards were bruised and battered. When Su-hyua grew bored, she kicked them away. The bodyguards clutched their chests, writhing on the ground. They couldn't get up, nor did they want to. If this continued, they'd be lucky to survive. The young master was dumbfounded. His two elite bodyguards couldn't even withstand a single move from this woman. Your turn. Su-hyua picked up a small knife from the ground and smiled, her beautiful eyes fixed on the young master. The young master's legs trembled. She was so terrifyingly strong. Su-hyua took light, graceful steps toward him. Just as he tried to flee, she appeared before him like a ghost. The young master collapsed to the ground in fear. Su-hyua crouched down, holding the knife. You wanted to sleep with me? Called me a whore, huh? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was blind. I offended you, miss. Please let me go. I'll give you anything you want money. How much? 1 million? No, 10 million. Is that enough? The young master's voice quivered. Soo-hyo simply stared at him, smiling faintly. Sorry, that's not enough, and I don't need money. With that, she plunged the knife down. Ah, the young master let out a blood-curdling scream. He looked down at the knife embedded in his lower body and promptly fainted. The young master's lackeys and the 2 bodyguards, witnessing this, felt a chill run through their own lower regions. What kind of woman dares to cut a man there? Terrified, they closed their eyes and pretended to faint. They prayed silently, hoping the demoness wouldn't notice them. They still had to carry on their family lines. Soo-hyo's vision was filled with blood, her ears ringing with gunfire. Betrayal and slaughter surrounded her. Her murderous aura grew thicker, her icy gaze sweeping the area. Finally, her eyes landed on Jiang King, who had been leisurely watching the spectacle. Jiang King's relaxed expression froze. Oh no, Soo-hyo had noticed her. She was done for. There was no escape now. She was about to become Soo-hyo's next target. She should have left earlier instead of staying to watch the show. Those guys had already given Soo-hyo enough to vent on, but they all had to play dead. Soo-hyo, Jiang King forced a smile, her voice trembling. I'm your secretary, Jiang King. We're on the same side. Don't hurt me by mistake, okay? But Soo-hyo didn't seem to hear her. Step by step, Soo-hyo closed in on Jiang King. Quick, grab her. The hotel's security team leader rushed in with a group of guards, each holding a baton, and blocked Soo-hyo's path. Jiang King's eyes lit up. Saviors. But they were about to be in trouble. Miss, drop the knife now, or we won't be polite, the security team leader said sternly. Oh, more people to play with. Soo-hyo's lips curled in excitement. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame us, the leader said, his face darkening. Go, capture her. He waved his hand and 9 guards charged forward. Jiang King crossed her arms. Sir, I suggest you don't provoke Soo-hyo, she advised kindly. After all, they had saved her, and she owed them a favor. What? The leader frowned. Just watch. Jiang King raised an eyebrow. In less than 2 seconds, the sound of fists hitting flesh echoed behind them. The leader turned to see his guards being knocked down one by one, some even sent flying by Soo-hyo's punches. Soo-hyo, meanwhile, hadn't been touched. Thus, the leader's eyes widened in shock. This woman was unstoppable. A group of grown men were no match for her. She was toying with them like they were amateurs. Taming President Soo, did you see that? Boss Soo is in a state where she doesn't recognize anyone right now. You guys can't handle her, Jiang King said. What should we do then? The head of the security team gulped nervously. He knew he was no match for this woman. But if he did nothing, his job at the hotel would be at risk. He had worked so hard to climb to the position of security team leader. He couldn't afford to lose this job. Jiang King fell into deep thought, her eyes suddenly lighting up as an idea struck her. Maybe there's one person who can help. The last time Boss Soo had an episode like this, where she didn't recognize anyone, it was young Master Lin Chu, and who managed to calm her down. Maybe he could do it again this time, it should work, right? Jiang King took out her phone and called Lin Chuan. Secretary Jiang, Lin Chuan's voice came through the phone. Young Master Lin, where are you? Boss Soo is in an urgent situation and needs you to come immediately. Jiang King said anxiously. I'm in the parking lot, about to head up, Lin Chuan replied. All right, please hurry. We are on the 6th floor, Jiang King said. Asterisk thud. Asterisk one by one, the security guards were thrown to the ground. One of them landed on the rich young master's lackey, who let out a pained groan. Why am I getting hurt even while lying down? This is so messed up. When Soo-hyo's icy gaze swept over him, the lackey quickly shut his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Soo-hyo seemed to have endless energy, as if she were toying with her prey. Her strikes weren't too heavy. If her prey passed out or died, it wouldn't be as fun. The security guards looked at Soo-hyo with pure terror in their eyes. How can a woman be this terrifying? No, this isn't a woman. This is a demon straight from hell. When Lin Chuan arrived on the 6th floor, a bodyguard was thrown right in front of him with a loud asterisk, thud asterisk. Lin Chuan looked at the scene before him, people groaning on the floor, one man lying unconscious with a knife stuck in him, and in the middle of it all stood a cold, emotionless woman. He was momentarily stunned. Young Master Lin, you're here, Jiang King exclaimed excitedly. Snapping out of his daze, Lin Chuan's handsome face was filled with concern. Secretary Jiang, is Hugh about having another episode? The symptoms were similar to that day, except Soo-hyo hadn't harmed herself this time, and her eyes weren't bloodshot like before. Not exactly, Secretary Jiang explained. Boss Soo is drunk. When she is drunk, she's usually very docile if no one provokes her, but if someone crosses her, she becomes like this. I was trying to help Boss Sue leave, but that man with the knife stopped us. He tried to force Boss Sue to be his lover, and that's when she turned into this. Lin Xuan's gaze turned icy as he looked at the rich young master. If it weren't for the fact that he needed to calm Su Hua down right now, he wouldn't let this man off so easily. Lin Xuan walked step by step toward Su Hua, his face showing no fear, only heartache. Miss, are you sure this guy can handle it? He looks like a pretty boy with no martial arts skills. Isn't he just going to get knocked out in one punch? The security team leader asked worriedly. Don't worry. He doesn't rely on brute strength to deal with Boss Sue, John King said with a smile. Then what does he rely on? The security team leader asked curiously. Just watch and see, John King said, tilting her chin toward Su Hua and Lin Xuan. The security team leader followed her gaze. Thud. Su Hua kicked another security guard, sending him flying. The guard clutched his stomach, groaning in pain, his mind filled with the thought that this woman was too terrifying. So weak, Su Hua muttered with a disdainful frown. Hua bow, Lin Xuan's gentle voice came from behind her. Another fool who doesn't value his life. Su Hua narrowed her beautiful eyes and turned around, her gaze icy and piercing. The security team leader broke out in a cold sweat for Lin Xuan. Please let this man be okay. If this woman really attacks him, he's going to end up in a terrible state. But then, something shocking happened. Su Hua had been ready to strike, but the moment she saw Lin Xuan's face, the ferocity in her eyes faded, and she became soft and harmless. Xuan, why did you take so long to come? Su Hua said, her voice tinged with grievance. Seeing the man's slightly troubled expression, she quickly added, Xuan, I've been good. I didn't drink well, just a little. She gestured with her fingers to show how little she had drunk. Lin Xuan, who could smell the alcohol on her, was speechless, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Right now, Su Hua looked so adorably dazed, like a little kitten that made him want to pet her. And so he did. Yes, Hua Bao has been very good, Lin Xuan said, gently ruffling her hair. Su Hua's eyes curved into happy crescents. Seeing her like this, Lin Xuan felt his heart melt. Drunk Su Hua was truly adorable. Xuan, they all bullied me, Su Hua said, wrapping her arms around Lin Xuan's waist and looking up at him with her big, aggrieved eyes. It was impossible to resist. The security guards, the rich young master's lackey, and everyone else lying on the ground. Seriously, touch your conscience. Did they bully her, or did she beat them all to the ground? That is, not only did they get beaten up, but they were also being falsely accused. This is so unfair. Still, the security guards were grateful to Lin Xuan. If it weren't for him taming this female demon, their lives would have been in serious danger. Don't worry, I'll make sure they pay for bullying you, Lin Xuan said, playing along with her. Xuan, you're so good to me. Su Hua, who was 1.7 meters tall, looked petite next to Lin Xuan's 1.83-meter frame. She stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Lin Xuan's cheek as a reward. John King was also stunned, her face filled with disbelief. Boss Sue was always a bit silly when drunk, but she had never been this obedient or this adorable before. Boss Sue is so cute right now. If John King hadn't retained a shred of self-control, she would have rushed over to call Su Hua her daughter, pinch her cheeks, and kiss her face. The security team leader was also staring in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been a terrifying demoness, and now she had transformed into a soft, harmless little girl. This was too surreal. Miss, what kind of magic does this man have to calm her down so quickly? The security team leader asked, still in shock. I don't know, John King shook her head. Maybe it's the power of love. This time, John King was even more convinced that Lin Xuan was Boss Sue's fire extinguisher. Next time Boss Sue gets angry, I'll just bring Lin Xuan over. Perfect. That's amazing, the security team leader said, giving a thumbs up. John King handed him a business card. I'm Secretary John King from Sue Corporation. Here's my card. Sue Corporation. The security team leader's eyes widened in shock. She was the secretary of Sue Corporation's CEO, and she called her boss Sue. Could this drunk woman be the famous CEO of Sue Corporation, Su Hua? Thinking this, the security team leader looked at Su Hua, who was still clinging to Lin Xuan, and felt his worldview shatter. The ruthless CEO Sue was also a little sweetheart. I'm really sorry for the trouble we caused today, John King said, handing the security team leader a check. Here's 10 million. Consider it compensation for your injuries. There are 9 of you, so each of you gets 1 million. Split it among yourselves. One of the nearby security guards overheard this and suddenly felt his pain vanish, replaced by a sense of euphoria. Getting beaten up for over $1 million? Totally worth it. In fact, he wouldn't mind getting beaten up a few more times. Thank you, Secretary Zhang, the security team leader said gratefully, accepting the check. Su Hua held out her hand to Lin Shu and pitifully saying, "Look, Akshu, and my hand is all red from them bullying me." Su Hua's skin was delicate and fair, and even just hitting people had turned her hand red. Everyone else bullied. "Are you sure it's not because you were the one hitting us that your hand turned red?" They had never seen someone so shameless. The people lying on the ground were so angry they could scream. They wanted to kill someone. But this demoness. No, they didn't dare provoke her. Akshu and blow on it for me. "It hurts," Su Hua said, looking at Lin Shu and with puppy dog eyes. Su Hua's pitiful, coquettish demeanor, what man could resist it? "Alright," Lin Xuan said, gently blowing on Su Hua's hand. Su Hua's eyes squinted with contentment. "Does it still hurt?" Lin Xuan asked. "With you here, it doesn't hurt anymore," Su Hua replied. The security team captain. He could skip dinner today. This dose of dog food was enough to fill him up. Is this how young couples are these days? So clingy and sweet? Who would have thought that at his age, he'd be so moved by a pair of lovebirds that he'd almost want to jump into a relationship himself? John King, on the other hand, looked at the two of them with a warm, approving smile. Su Hua glanced around at the people nearby, her eyes still hazy with intoxication. "Lin Xuan, let's go back." "Okay." There were too many people here. She wanted to have some alone time with her Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan looked so irresistible. She wanted to find a place to devour him, preferably in the car. They hadn't tried that yet. Lin Shu unruffled Su Hua's hair, coaxing her gently. "I still have a few things to take care of. Be a good girl and wait here for me, okay?" "Okay." Su Hua nodded obediently. Becoming useless, it's terrifying, Lin Chu, and turned and walked toward the young rich man who was still lying unconscious on the ground. The gentle look in his eyes instantly turned icy cold. "Mister." John King stepped forward with concern. "Are you all right?" Su Hua looked at John King, her eyes narrowing, filled with a thick sense of killing intent. The security team captain shivered involuntarily. John King also quickly took a few steps back. "Well then, Mister." Su only remembers young Master Lin and still doesn't recognize anyone else. At this moment, Lin Xuan had already crouched down in front of the young rich man. He pressed a pressure point on the rich man's body, and the man woke up, still feeling unbearable pain below his waist. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Compared to the pain he was feeling, he was even more terrified of the man standing before him. What do you want to do?" The rich man stammered, his voice trembling. "Are you with that woman? I'm telling you, you can't do anything more to me. My father won't let you get away with this." "Oh, then let him come and deal with me." Lin Xuan dragged the rich man into a nearby private room, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. He didn't plan to beat him up in public, it was too violent, and he didn't want Su Hua to see it. Lin Xuan closed the door. The rich man propped himself up, scrambling backward, his eyes filled with fear, bloodshot and wide. Lin Xuan's fists slammed into the rich man's nose. The bridge of his nose shattered. "Ah!" Another agonized scream echoed. The torment he was about to endure had only just begun. Lin Xuan's fists rained down on the rich man's face and body, carefully avoiding vital areas. He wanted him to suffer, not die. In no time, the rich man's face was swollen and bruised, his eyes reduced to slits, blood streaming from his nose. His face hurt, but his body hurt even more. The rich man lay on the ground, curled up, wishing he could just die. He regretted it, he truly regretted it. These two lunatics were insane, and he shouldn't have messed with them. "How dare you covet her? Force her to be your lover. How dare you?" Lin Xuan's voice was dark, his eyes gleaming with a cold, deadly light. I was wrong," the rich man whimpered weakly in pain. Lin Xuan sneered, "Since you're so fond of forcing women to be your lovers, you won't be needing this anymore." The knife that Su Hua had stabbed into the rich man earlier, Lin Xuan grabbed the hilt and twisted it. The rich man passed out once again. Even though the hotel had excellent soundproofing, the rich man's agonized screams still managed to seep through, sending shivers down everyone's spines. John King couldn't help but feel curious. What exactly was young Master Lin doing in there to make him scream so horribly? Lin Xuan pressed another pressure point on the rich man's body. The rich man woke up, tears streaming down his face as he begged, "Please, just let me pass out. Don't wake me up again." "You want to pass out?" Lin Xuan smiled like a demon. "I want you to stay awake and feel every bit of the pain." Lin Xuan pulled out the blood-stained knife, wiped the handle clean with a handkerchief, and then tossed it to the ground without a second thought. He stepped over the rich man's body and left. The rich man wished he could just die. It was over, truly over. Sobbing, he realized he would now be a eunuch for the rest of his life. The rich man lay on the ground, whimpering in pain. Lin Xuan walked over to Jian King. Su Hue shot a dangerous glance at Jian King. What is Ok Xuan doing next to that woman? Jian King shivered. Young Master Lin, don't drag me into this. Lin Xuan whispered, Secretary Zhang, if you can't handle the situation with that man, just pin all the blame on me. He had beaten up the rich man for 2 reasons. First, because he dared to lay hands on Su Hue and had to face the consequences, and second, to take full responsibility for the crime. Young Master Lin, don't worry, this is just a small matter. I'll handle it properly, Jian King replied respectfully. That Lin Xuan nodded, then turned to look at Su Hue. The cold, stern expression on Su Hue's face instantly softened, making her look sweet and harmless, almost childlike. Jian King, Mr. Su's ability to switch expressions so quickly is truly impressive. How had she never noticed before that Mr. Su is such a good actor? Lin Xuan walked over and took Su Hue's hand. Hue bow, let's go home. Su Hue nodded. Feeling wrong and pitiful, the security team captain and Jian King were both curious about what Lin Xuan had done to the rich young master. When they entered the private room, they saw a man lying on the ground, groaning in pain. His face was bruised and swollen, looking utterly disfigured. In this state, even his own parents wouldn't have recognized him. Jian King's eyes widened in shock. Damn, is young Master Lin this fierce? She wondered if she had ever offended Lin Xuan. Surely not, right? The security team captain was equally stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Wasn't he just a delicate pretty boy with no strength? He realized he had underestimated Lin Xuan. After all, someone who could become Su Hue's boyfriend was no ordinary person. Captain Lin, I'll be leaving now, Jian King said with an awkward smile. All right, the security team captain nodded, still in a daze. After Su Hue and Jian King left, the security guards who had been groaning on the floor began to stagger to their feet. Captain, call the police. Hurry, one of the guards said through gritted teeth. The captain took out the check Jian King had given him. This is 10 million yuan. It's compensation for all of us. The guards, exclamation, 10 million yuan. There were 9 of them in total, so each would get about 1 million yuan. The captain raised an eyebrow and glanced at them. So, do you still want to call the police? Captain, why bother calling the police? They can beat us up a few more times if they want, one of the guards chuckled. Over 1 million yuan was equivalent to more than a decade of their salaries. A beating like this was totally worth it. The rich young master's 2 bodyguards felt a pang of envy. Why didn't they get any compensation? The security captain walked over to them. You two, take your young master to get treated. Ness, the 2 bodyguards supported each other as they walked in. They were resentful. Why did that female demon beat them so badly, while the security guards only had minor injuries and looked fine? When they entered, they saw their young master in a pitiful state. The bodyguards gulped. Well, compared to the young master, the female demon had actually gone easy on us. The bodyguards didn't dare move the young master and could only call for an ambulance. Downstairs in the parking lot, young Master Lin, I still need to deal with that guy who had designs on Su Hue, so I'll take my leave now. I'll leave the young lady to you, Jian King said. She thought it was best to stay out of Su Hue's way for now. Just a few words with Lin Xuan and earlier had made Su Hue glare at her as if she wanted to kill her. All right, Lin Xuan nodded. He got into his Rolls-Royce while Su Hue sat in the passenger seat. During the drive, Su Hue was restless. Ok Xuan, why are you ignoring me? Ok Xuan, are you ignoring me because you don't like me anymore? Su Hue grew more and more upset. Are you just acting? Ok Xuan, your heart only belongs to Qin Royao. Why can't you like me? Her eyes turned red, filled with grievance. Lin Xuan's temple throbbed. Whenever Su Hue brought this up, he knew what was coming next. He had a premonition and pulled the car over to the side of the road. As soon as he hit the brakes, Su Hue pounced on him. Ok Xuan, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to like other women. If I find out you've been in contact with Qin Royal, I'll lock you up and make you my bed slave. Lin Xuan. Bed slave again? Last time when Su Hue had one of her episodes, she had also called him her bed slave. What was her obsession with this term? Just then, a rideshare driver on a scooter happened to pass by. Holy crap! A Rolls-Royce Extended Edition. The driver's eyes widened. It was his first time seeing such a luxurious car up close. Click, clicked. Asterisk the driver took pictures of the car. He had to commemorate this moment. He even walked over to the car and took a selfie with it. At that moment, the car door opened. The driver froze. Asterisk there's someone in the car. Asterisk sorry, I'll leave right away, the driver said awkwardly. Lin Chuan asked, are you a rideshare driver? Yes, the driver nodded, confused. Lin Chuan, do you have a job right now? No, the driver shook his head. He was puzzled. Why was this man asking these questions? Was he going to hire him as a driver? But that didn't make sense. This man hadn't been drinking, so why would he need a driver? Besides, rich people like him usually had their own chauffeurs. You drive this car, Lin Chuan said, tossing him the car keys and handing him 300 yuan. Asterisk, holy crap. Asterisk, the driver's hands trembled as he held the keys. Asterisk, I actually get to drive a car worth over 100 million yuan? Forget the 300 yuan, I'd even pay 1,000 yuan for this opportunity. Asterisk, sure thing. The driver stashed his scooter in the trunk. When he opened the passenger door, he saw Lin Chuan being embraced by a stunningly beautiful woman. Her delicate arms were wrapped around the man's neck. The handsome and gentle man carried the woman from the passenger seat and placed her in the backseat. The driver understood, his eyes filled with a knowing look. Asterisk, so that's why this guy didn't need to drink to call a driver. He just wanted to spend time with his girlfriend. Asterisk, asterisk, these two are ridiculously good-looking. What a sight to behold. Asterisk, the driver didn't dare look any longer and took the driver's seat. Asterisk, wow, this car is on another level. So luxurious, so comfortable. Asterisk, lower the partition, Lin Chuan said in a restrained voice. These cars were custom-made by Su Hua at great expense. They all had one thing in common. The windows were tinted so that outsiders couldn't see inside, but those inside could see out clearly. Another feature was that every car had a partition. Once lowered, the people in the front seats couldn't hear anything from the back. The driver found the button and lowered the partition. Asterisk, luxury cars are just different. So high-end. Asterisk, Su Hua sat on Lin Chuan's lap, her hands wandering over his face and abs igniting sparks wherever she touched. Lin Chuan held her slender waist firmly. In a husky voice, he whispered in her ear, be good, Hua Bao. He was a man in his prime, and the woman he loved was in his arms. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold back. Chuan, why won't you let me touch you? Su Hua began to pout and act spoiled again. Her eyes welled up with tears. Are you saving yourself for Kinroya? Is that why you're rejecting me? Lin Chuan felt a headache coming on. Asterisk, why does she keep bringing this up? Asterisk, asterisk, well, I guess I'm paying for my past mistakes. Asterisk, no, Lin Chuan said helplessly. Hua Bao, you're the only woman I love. Then prove it to me, Su Hua said, her eyes fixed on Lin Chuan's lips. Su Hua's success all right. Lin Chuan reluctantly lowered his head and kissed Su Hua's alluring lips. A flicker of triumph flashed in Su Hua's eyes. Her hands climbed onto Lin Chuan's shoulders. Soon, their clothes became disheveled. The designated driver stepped on the accelerator, speeding down the road. Suddenly, the car jolted violently. The driver frowned who would be so inconsiderate as to leave a stick on the road. He didn't pay too much attention and continued driving, humming a tune as he went. Driving a luxury car felt amazing. What a thrill! Driving a Rolls-Royce limousine was something he could brag about for the rest of his life. Following the GPS, the driver pulled into the night garden. The grand estate before him left him in awe. No wonder the owner could afford a Rolls-Royce limousine. This residence was beyond extravagant. Exclamation, exclamation. The driver parked the car in front of a villa. Butler Wang approached. Young Master Lin, Butler Wang greeted respectfully. The driver stepped out of the car, and Butler Wang was momentarily taken aback. Excuse me, sir, but who are you? I'm the designated driver. Mr. Lin hired me to drive the car back, the driver replied. Where is young Master Lin, then? Butler Wang asked with a frown. He's in the backseat with a particularly beautiful woman, the driver answered. Butler Wang smiled faintly. Now he understood. He quickly grasped the situation. Butler Wang had a servant retrieve the driver's electric scooter from the trunk. Sir, did young Master Lin pay you for the service? Butler Wang inquired. Yes, he did, the driver replied, adding that he had been paid more than double the usual rate. Very well. I'll have a servant escort you out. After arranging everything, Butler Wang dismissed the servants to ensure they wouldn't disturb Su Hua and Lin Chuan. 20 minutes later, Lin Chuan finally carried Su Hua out of the car. The vehicle still carried a lingering sweet scent. Su Hua's face was flushed with an unusual redness. A few male servants caught a glimpse of the seductive look on Su Hua's face and immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look further. Only one thought crossed their minds, young Master Lin is truly something. Lin Xuan took Su Hue to bathe. The haze of intoxication in Su Hue's eyes hadn't faded yet. She clung to Lin Xuan, insisting he carry her. Ever since they returned to Night Garden, Su Hue's feet hadn't touched the ground. Even during meals, she nestled in Lin Xuan's arms, letting him feed her. This side of her was reserved only for Lin Xuan. To everyone else, her gaze was filled with hostility. Have you noticed how different Miss Su is today? She's so obedient and sweet. My maternal instincts are kicking in. Who wouldn't want such a lovely, gentle, and beautiful daughter? The servants chattered excitedly. Same here. Young Master Lin is incredible. He's unlocked so many sides of Miss Su. She used to be so cold and distant, but lately, she's been gentle and docile around him. In my 5 years at Night Garden, I've never seen her like this. Exactly. This version of Miss Su is so much better. She used to have such an intimidating aura, but now her temper is so mild. I really adore her like this. I hope young Master Lin keeps this up. I've noticed that Miss Su's mood depends entirely on him. As long as he treats her well, she's happy. The servants began to regard Lin Xuan as a treasure. As long as Lin Xuan kept Su Hue content, their lives would be smooth sailing. Meanwhile, Jiang King was handling the matter with the wealthy young man. She rushed to the hospital with some documents in hand. The young man had undergone surgery and now lay in bed, his eyes hollow. The doctor had informed him that his manhood couldn't be saved. He was now completely impotent. His father, Zhang Guo, and mother, Liu Yan, hurried to his side. My son, my poor son, Liu Yan wailed, collapsing onto the young man's body. Dad, Mom, you must avenge me. The young man gripped Zhang Guo's hand, his eyes filled with hatred. He swore to make that couple pay for what they had done. Zhang Guo's face darkened. Who did this? He demanded. He only had one son, the heir to carry on the family line, and now everything was ruined. Dad, check the surveillance footage. Fenchen Hotel, 6th floor, the young man said through gritted teeth. Click, click, click. Jiang King strode into the hospital room in her high heels, accompanied by a lawyer. Who are you? Zhang Guo asked sternly, his eyes narrowing as he studied Jiang King's face. She looked familiar, as if he'd seen her somewhere before. The young man also turned his gaze toward her. It was his eyes widened in recognition. He pointed at Jiang King, his voice trembling with rage. Dad, it's her. She's with that woman. Dad, don't let her get away. That's right, it's me, Jiang King replied with a faint smile. Zhang Guo's veins bulged on his forehead. You dare show your face after what you did to my son? Mister Gang, your son tried to assault Miss Su. She was merely defending herself, Jiang King said calmly. Defending herself? By turning my son into a eunuch? Is that what you call self-defense? Zhang Guo spat through clenched teeth. Jiang King maintained her composed smile. Mr. Gang, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jiang King, the personal secretary to the CEO of Su Corporation. This gentleman beside me is the company's lawyer. Su Corporation. Zhang Guo quickly pulled out his phone to search. Although Su Hue never appeared in public, Jiang King often represented her in media reports. Zhang Guo soon found Jiang King's profile. It really was her. His face turned pale. She wasn't lying, she truly was from Su Corporation. Then the Miss Su she mentioned must be Su Hue. No, that couldn't be. Zhang Guo shook his head. How could his son have provoked Su Hue? Your son harassed our CEO, the head of Su Corporation. Jiang King shattered Zhang Guo's denial. So, Zhang Guo's heart skipped a beat. It really was her. If it were anyone else, he would have made sure they paid dearly. But this was Su Hue, so what if she is the CEO of Su Corporation? Liu Yan shouted hysterically. Does having power and money mean she can do whatever she wants? We'll fight to the death if we have to. No one will come out unscathed. Left. Zhang Guo struck Liu Yan across the face. Foolish woman, what do you know? Someone of Su Hue's status and influence wouldn't be affected by their petty grievances. On the contrary, if Su Corporation targeted them, their company would be bankrupt in no time. They were wealthy, but compared to the behemoth that was Su Corporation, they were nothing more than ants. There was no way they could resist. Zhang Guo, do you only care about money? Is the company more important than your son? Liu Yan screamed hysterically. Zhang Guo's heart sank further. He loved his son and wanted to avenge him, but what could he do? His son's fate was sealed. He could no longer carry on the family line, but they couldn't afford to lose the company too. He could always find another woman to bear him a son. Jiang King pulled out a document. This contains some rather interesting information about your son. You might want to take a look. To assert sovereignty, Zhang Guo stared at the document in his hands, a sinking feeling in his gut. As he took it and read its contents, his eyes widened in shock. This was... Zhang Guo's hands began to tremble. The document was filled with evidence of his son's illegal activities, all meticulously documented. If this were handed over to the police, his son would face at least 10 years in prison. But it didn't end there. John King handed him another file. Mr. Zhang, this is about your company. Zhang Yue's hands shook even more violently. What had John King uncovered about his company? As he flipped through the pages, Zhang Yue's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Stock market manipulation, tax evasion, stealing trade secrets from competitors. Any one of these would devastate his company, and he would end up behind bars. Mr. Zhang, so let's just pretend your son's incident never happened. That way, everyone wins. Don't you agree? John King smiled faintly. Secretary Zhang, rest assured, we won't pursue this matter further. Zhang Guo hurriedly nodded, his tone submissive. Since Mr. Zhang is being so cooperative, we'll also pretend we never saw anything about your son or your company. With that, John King left with the lawyer. Zhang Guo collapsed into his chair, utterly drained. Dad, why aren't you helping me? The rich young master's eyes were red, unable to believe his father would let the person who ruined him off the hook. Help you? Look at what they've dug up. Zhang Guo threw the documents at his son. The rich young master's face turned ghostly pale. Zhang Guo said gravely, if we insist on pursuing this, our company will go bankrupt and both of us will end up in prison. It's that serious? Liu Yan was stunned. She took the documents from the rich young master and read through them. After finishing, she fell silent. Zhang Lai, why did you have to provoke Su Hua of all people? Zhang Guo felt a wave of fear. He was just glad his son had only ended up in this sorry state. Otherwise, the evidence Su Hua's team had gathered would have been handed straight to the police. Dad, it's not my fault. Who knew Su Hua was so mysterious and didn't bring any bodyguards, just a secretary? If I'd known she was the head of Su Corporation, I wouldn't have dared to mess with her even if you gave me 1,000 lives, the rich young master said, feeling wronged. Just focus on recovering. Zhang Guo slammed the door as he left. His son was as good as useless now. He needed to find a few mistresses to start over. My son, Liu Yan, realizing Zhang Guo's intentions, hugged the rich young master and began to cry. That day, Lin Xuan was preparing to head to school when Su Hua leisurely wiped her mouth. Xuan, I'll go with you, Su Hua said. Su Hua, don't you have work at the company? Lin Xuan frowned. Company matters aren't as important as sending my boyfriend to school. Even though Lin Xuan wore a ring symbolizing his relationship, many girls at King University still called him husband from afar. Su Hua felt it was necessary to personally go to King University and stake her claim. Lin Xuan seems hesitant. Is your girlfriend that embarrassing? Su Hua's voice carried a hint of danger. No, Lin Xuan shook his head frantically. He had only hesitated because Secretary Zhang mentioned last night that Su Hua had an important meeting at 9 this morning. He was just worried about disrupting her schedule. Well, if Su Hua wanted to take him to school, she probably wasn't too busy. Lin Xuan and Su Hua sat together in the back seat of the car. The driver discreetly lowered the partition. Miss Su and young Master Lin were bound to be affectionate, and he had already eaten breakfast. He didn't need to be stuffed with more dog food. In the back seat, an intimate atmosphere filled the air. Su Hua's fingers lightly traced Lin Xuan's body, stirring his desires. Lin Xuan's face was a mask of restraint. Su Hua's lips curved into a smile. She knew Lin Xuan's body inside and out, and she knew exactly how to ignite his passion. She teased him the entire ride. By the time they arrived at King University, Lin Xuan's veins were bulging on the back of his hands. Su Hua pinned him against the car's seat and kissed him deeply. When they finally broke apart, she bit his lip. Out! Lin Xuan winced. Xuan, it's time. You should head to class. Su Hua's gaze lingered on the faint mark on Lin Xuan's lip, her smile widening. Meanwhile, a crowd of girls had gathered around the Rolls-Royce parked near the school building. What do you think Lin Xuan is wearing today? No matter what he wears, he's the handsomest guy at our school. He looked good even in a sack. Who do you think his girlfriend is? In the car, Lin Xuan hastily straightened his clothes and stepped out. He breathed a sigh of relief. If he had stayed with Su Hua any longer, he might have lost control. Su Hua was just too alluring. The onlookers frowned. What's going on? Lin Xuan looks flushed, and his eyes seem a bit misty. Is he sick? Doesn't it look like he just had a romantic encounter? Maybe his girlfriend is in the car? Girlfriend? Some girls craned their necks to peer into the car, but the tinted windows revealed nothing. Just then, the car door opened. Holy crap! There's someone in the back seat. Everyone stretched their necks to get a better look. Su Hua extended a long, slender leg from the car. A woman? Exclamation then, Su Hua stepped out, fully revealing herself to the crowd. Su Hua's beauty was breathtaking. Anyone who saw her would never forget her face. Everyone present recognized her instantly. Their eyes widened in shock. Holy cow, isn't that Su Hua? Why is she in the same car as Lin Xuan? Wait, does this mean the rumors on the forum were true? Is Su Hua really Lin Xuan's girlfriend? That can't be. What does Su Hua see in Lin Xuan? Hey, maybe they're related, or just friends. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Xuan, Su Hua called out affectionately. Lin Xuan turned around and Su Hua quickly walked up to him. You forgot your books. Of course, Lin Xuan hadn't forgotten. Su Hua had secretly taken them from his backpack while they were kissing. She wanted to create a legitimate reason to reveal her identity. Lin Xuan frowned. Hadn't he packed his books properly? The zipper had been closed. He checked his backpack and found it partially open. Lin Xuan frowned. Had he misremembered? He took the books from her. Su Hua stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. Xuan, I'll pick you up tonight. Qin Royale and Liu Yuan have a falling out at this moment. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. No one doubted their relationship anymore. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This truly stunned everyone. Lin Xuan and Su Hua were actually together. This was explosive news. Everyone was posting about it on the forum. Holy crap! Holy crap! Big news! Lin Xuan and Su Hua are together. They even attached secretly taken photos. The two stunningly attractive individuals stood side by side, an undeniably pleasing sight. No wonder Lin Xuan didn't care about Qin Royale anymore. Turns out he is with Su Hua. Su Hua has looks, talent, and controls Su Corporation, the largest company in Xia country. With a girlfriend like her, who would still look at Qin Royale? If I had a girlfriend like Su Hua, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams. Lin Xuan is really impressive to have won over Su Hua as his girlfriend. Lin Xuan frowned. Hua bao, you. He hesitated, then stopped himself. Oh, what did it? Su Hua raised her eyes. Nothing. Lin Xuan shook his head. Since Su Hua had openly revealed their relationship, she probably didn't mind it being exposed. Hua bao, I'm going to class now. Okay? Su Hua nodded, her eyes curving into a smile. Su Hua's lips curled into a triumphant smile. The crowd was dumbfounded. Was this still the icy CEO Su they had seen at the opening ceremony? The hearts of the girls who secretly admired Lin Xuan were completely shattered. With a woman like Su Hua by his side, Lin Xuan wouldn't spare them a single glance. And with Su Hua's wealth and power, daring to covet her would be suicidal. Qin Royale also witnessed this scene. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with jealousy. Lin Xuan, just wait. Qin Royale's expression darkened. I'll make you kneel and beg to be with me someday. Li Xiu looked at Qin Royale with concern. Yao Yao, are you okay? Yao Yao liked Lin Xuan so much, and now Lin Xuan had brought his girlfriend to school. Yao Yao must be heartbroken. What's the big deal? Qin Royale sneered. Isn't he just into attaching himself to the rich and powerful? I, Qin Royale, don't care for that kind of person. If he doesn't like me, I won't degrade myself by clinging to him. With my looks, plenty of men are into me. He's not the only one. Li Xiu frowned. Was Yao Yao turning love into hatred? The PR department of Su Corporation was working overtime. The news of CEO Su and young Master Lin publicly revealing their relationship at school was huge and could easily become a nationwide sensation. But Su Hua had specifically instructed that, apart from the scope of King Hua University, the relationship was not to be leaked outside. Su Hua was worried that someone might target Lin Xuan and harm him. Liu Yuan, Qin Royale's admirer, hadn't been to school for over 2 weeks. He stumbled to Qin Royale's house in the past few days, all the family's money had been lost, the factory had been mortgaged to the bank, and his father had suffered a heart attack and was now in the ICU. Yao Yao had been comforting him over the phone these days. He was too overwhelmed and miserable. Today happened to be Yao Yao's birthday, so he spent the little money he had left to buy her a small cake, hoping to see her and talk. The door to the Qin family's house was open. Qin Royale and her mother were talking in the living room. Yao Yao, how are things between you and Liu Yuan and Lin Xuan now? Qin Royale's mother asked. A flash of hatred crossed Qin Royale's eyes. Mom, I don't even want to deal with Lin Xuan, that gold digger. As for Liu Yuan, Qin Royale curled her lips in disdain. He's just a useless simp. Liu Yuan's eyes widened. Why was Yao Yao talking about him like this? Qin Royale snorted. I only got along with Liu Yuan because he was generous and acted like a simp. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered with him. Now that his family's company has gone bankrupt and they're drowning in debt, he keeps calling me. If it weren't for maintaining my image, I wouldn't even answer his calls. Asterisk thud asterisk the cake Liu Yuan had brought fell to the ground. Who's there? Qin Royale and her mother walked over. Liu Yuan, why are you here? Panic flashed in Qin Royale's eyes. Liu Yuan stood at the door. Had he heard what she just said? Yao Yao, was what you just said a lie? Liu Yuan gripped Qin Royale's shoulders, his voice trembling. Qin Royale shook off Liu Yuan's hands. Since he had already seen her true colors, she couldn't be bothered to keep up the act. It's true, Qin Royale said coldly. Yao Yao, Liu Yuan stared at Qin Royale in shock. You're useless. If it weren't for your money, why would I have been so nice to you? Qin Royale lifted her chin, her face filled with disgust. But if she had only been nice to him because of his money. Ha 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 ha. Liu Yuan stared at Qin Royale for several seconds before letting out a bitter mocking laugh. So, all this time, he had been played like a fool by Qin Royale. Qin Royale, give me back the money I spent on you, Liu Yuan said through gritted teeth. Liu Yuan, you gave me the money because you wanted to pursue me. I never forced you. You gave me 2 million, and in return I treated you well. Isn't that enough? I'm not giving that money back, Qin Royale said coldly. Qin Royale, that was my father's life-saving money. My dad is in the ICU now and needs 400,000 for treatment. If you have any conscience, give me 400,000. I won't ask for the rest. Liu Yuan's veins bulged on the back of his hand. Your father's illness isn't my fault. Why should I give you money? Qin Royale sneered. I'm not giving you a cent. What can you even do about it? Liu Yuan's strength drained away. Yes, there was nothing he could do. He had always given Qin Royale cash privately or bought her gifts. All the receipts had been taken by Qin Royale. He had no evidence to prove that he had given her most of his money. Qin Royale, just wait. Liu Yuan clenched his fists and stormed out. After getting off the bus, Liu Yuan wandered aimlessly toward his home. Their small villa had already been mortgaged, and today was the day they had to move out. The company was gone, the house was gone, and his father was in the ICU. The bank refused to lend them money, and all their relatives and friends had distanced themselves after the family went bankrupt. He had sold everything he could, but it still wasn't enough to cover his father's medical expenses. There was only one option left: borrowing from loan sharks. In front of his family's villa, Liu Yuan saw a familiar figure. It was Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan never sought him out. Lin Chuan, are you here to laugh at me? Liu Yuan let out a self-mocking laugh. Yeah, I'm a joke, aren't I? Lin Chuan, you saw through Qin Royale's true nature long ago. It's only me who's been fooled all this time. I'm not here to laugh at you, Lin Chuan said calmly. If not to laugh, then why? Liu Yuan frowned. He and Lin Chuan had always been rivals because of Qin Royale. He couldn't imagine why else Lin Chuan would come to him. Setting a trap for Qin Royale. Liu Yuan, I want to collaborate with you, said Lin Chuan. What do you want me to do? Liu Yuan was taken aback. Continue being Qin Royale's lapdog. I want you to get close to her and obtain intimate photos of her with Lin Lai, especially those of them in bed or videos, Lin Chuan said, narrowing his eyes. If those intimate photos were exposed, Qin Royale's reputation would be ruined, and it would also cause trouble for Lin Lai. Lin Lai cares deeply about his image, otherwise he wouldn't have kept his relationship with Qin Royale hidden. Qin Royale and Lin Lai? The two of them. Liu Yuan widened his eyes in shock. They've been fooling around for at least a year, Lin Chuan replied. Though, Liu Yuan wanted to curse. He had thought Qin Royale was a pure and innocent girl, but she turned out to be a promiscuous woman. How blind he had been. He really wanted to slap himself. Lin Chuan, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Liu Yuan asked. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been licking Qin Royale's boots like a dog. If I had told you earlier, would you have believed me? Lin Chuan glanced at him. Liu Yuan was speechless. All right, he wouldn't have believed it. Instead, he would have thought Lin Chuan and was trying to drive a wedge between him and Qin Royale. If you do as I say, I'll help pay for your father's medical expenses, Lin Chuan offered. Liu Yuan's hollow eyes lit up. All right, I'll collaborate with you. Lin Chuan's proposal was all gain and no loss for him. His father's illness could be treated, and if he succeeded in capturing the intimate photos of Qin Royale as Lin Chuan had said, he would definitely be able to vent his frustration. Seeing that Liu Yuan agreed, Lin Chuan tossed him a bank card. Liu Yuan's face was full of confusion. If you're this poor, Qin Royale won't pay attention to you. I'll turn you into a wealthy young man, Lin Chuan said. All right, Liu Yuan nodded. Lin Chuan was smart. Following his plan couldn't be wrong. Lin Chuan, in short, gained Qin Royale's trust. 4 days later, a Maserati stopped at the gate of Shanking University. Many students curiously looked over. Although a Maserati isn't the most luxurious car, it's still quite impressive. This car had never appeared here before. Who could it belong to? Kin Royale also cast a curious glance. A driver walked to the back seat and opened the door. Liu Yuan stepped out of the car. Holy crap! Isn't that Liu Yuan? I heard his family went bankrupt. How can he suddenly afford a Maserati? And that demeanor of his with a personal driver is quite impressive. Even if Liu Yuan hadn't gone bankrupt, he wouldn't have been this rich. What's going on? Kin Royale's face quickly turned pale. What was going on? Wasn't Liu Yuan broke? He had asked her for money just a few days ago. She had treated him so poorly before. Would he ignore her now? Lin Lai's family was wealthy, but Lin Lai was saving up to start his own company and couldn't give her much money. Liu Yuan had always been more generous. Kin Royale regretted it. If only she had said some sweet words to Liu Yuan a few days ago and given him the 400,000 yuan for his father's treatment. Lai Xiu grabbed Kin Royale's hand. Royale, let's go talk to Liu Yuan. Xiu, Liu Yuan and I had a fight, Kin Royale bit. We had a big argument a few days ago. Liu Yuan might never speak to her again. Royale, arguments are normal. Don't worry, Liu Yuan likes you so much, he won't hold it against you, Lai Xiu reassured her. Kin Royale felt cold all over. This was different. She had shown her true self to Liu Yuan. He wouldn't want anything to do with her now. Liu Yuan glanced around and then walked right past Kin Royale without even looking at her. Kin Royale clenched her fists. He really was ignoring her, but she wanted to win him back. Kin Royale pondered her options. Maybe she could try something. Liu Yuan seemed to have money now. He would probably give her the 400,000 yuan soon. At noon, Liu Yuan stayed in the classroom. Kin Royale transferred 400,000 yuan to him. Liu Yuan looked at Kin Royale in surprise. Kin Royale walked over to Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan, I'm sorry. The things I said that day were because of my mom. She never wanted us to be close, so I lied to you to deceive her. Actually, after I went back, I tried to gather the money for you. I just finished today and transferred it to you. Anyway, no matter what I say, I hurt you deeply that day. It's normal if you don't forgive me, Kin Royale said with a despondent tone. Liu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is this the money I lent you, or are you repaying me? Of course, it's repayment. Kin Royale thought Liu Yuan was testing her and quickly replied. You've given me so much money. Consider this as repayment. You don't need to pay me back in the future. Liu Yuan smirked and turned off the voice recorder. As expected, the advice from netizens was solid. He had gotten 400,000 yuan back. Liu Yuan clicked to accept the transfer. Kin Royale felt a pang of pain. This money was all her savings. If Liu Yuan didn't forgive her, she would lose it all. She had thought Liu Yuan wouldn't accept the money. Setting a trap for Kin Royale 02 Liu Yuan, I'm going to grab lunch first, Kin Royale said with a hint of melancholy as she turned to leave. Wait, Liu Yuan called out to her. Kin Royale's eyes lit up. Liu Yuan walked up to her. Royale, I'm sorry. I was too emotional that day, Liu Yuan said tenderly. I scared you. Kin Royale felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Liu Yuan wasn't blaming her. As expected, Liu Yuan was such a simp. All she had to do was show him a little kindness and he would come running back to her. Kin Royale shook her head. It's fine, Liu Yuan. I understand. You were just overwhelmed by the changes in your family. Royale, you're so understanding, Liu Yuan said, visibly moved. How's your family now? Is your dad okay? Kin Royale asked with concern. Don't worry, the company is fine, Liu Yuan replied with a smile. Actually, the person who disappeared didn't run off with the money. Instead, he made a lot of money, and now my family has over 100 million in cash. As for my dad, he's out of the ICU, and his health is no longer a concern. Kin Royale's heart burned with desire. Over 100 million in cash, that meant Liu Yuan could easily spend millions, if not tens of millions, on her. Given Liu Yuan's personality, most of that money would likely be spent on her. I'm glad to hear that, Kin Royale said with a gentle smile. Royale, I have money now. I can give you a good life. Will you be with me? Liu Yuan gazed intently at Kin Royale. Liu Yuan, I'm sorry, Kin Royale bit her lip. If Lin Lai saw her with Liu Yuan, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. She could tell Lin Lai that she liked Lin Chu but what about Liu Yuan? She couldn't let Liu Yuan ruin her relationship with Lin Lai. Liu Yuan's eyes filled with disappointment, but then he smiled and let it go. It's okay, Royale. After all the ups and downs, I've come to realize that loving someone doesn't mean you have to possess them. From now on, we'll just be friends. I'll still treat you well, but I won't obsess over being with you anymore. Royale, whoever you like, I'll support you. All I want now is to see you happy. He needed to use this approach to gradually lower Kin Royale's guard. As her suitor, Kin Royale would never let him know about her relationship with Lin Lai. But as a friend, it would be different. Kin Royale's eyes sparkled. Thank you for understanding. You're so kind. But still Kin Royale bit her lip anxiously. If Liu Yuan wasn't pursuing her anymore, would he still spend money on her? As she was thinking this, Liu Yuan picked up his bag. Royale, I have money now. Come on, let's go shopping. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you, Liu Yuan said with a show of wealth. Kin Royale felt a surge of joy in her heart, though she still pretended to hesitate. Liu Yuan, this is too much. I don't want to trouble you. It's no trouble at all. I've got money to burn. Besides, isn't a man's money meant to be spent on the woman he loves? Liu Yuan grabbed Kin Royale's hand and pulled her toward the mall. In one go, he bought her a necklace worth 200,000 yuan. He paid for it himself, and the purchase record was under his name. Liu Yuan watched as Kin Royale held the necklace, her face beaming with joy, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of self-mockery. Kin Royale was clearly a gold digger. He had been such a fool before, letting himself be manipulated by this white lotus. But for now, he would let her enjoy her moment. He would reel her in slowly. A cold glint flashed in Liu Yuan's eyes. Meanwhile, Yulai had been scheming to ruin Lin Xuan's reputation. If Lin Xuan were caught with another woman, Su Hua would surely despise and abandon him. A woman of Su Hua's status would never tolerate her man being tainted. Yulai finally saw his opportunity when Wang Ping, a classmate of Lin Xuan's, had a birthday coming up. Wang Ping, what are your plans for your birthday? Yulai asked. Brother Yi, my family isn't as wealthy as yours. We'll probably just have a simple dinner at home. Wang Ping sighed, envious of Yulai's family fortune. If only his family had billions like Yulai's, he could spend money however he wanted. Yulai said, why don't you invite your family and classmates to the Pleasure Paradise Club? I'll cover the expenses. How does that sound? Really? Wang Ping's face lit up with joy. Of course. You're my longtime friend. It's only right that I throw you a birthday party, Eli said with a smile. Brother Yi, thank you so much, Wang Ping said gratefully. But I do have a favor to ask, Eli added. Brother Yi, just say the word. If it's within my power, I'll do it, Wang Ping assured him. Eli said, help me invite Lin Xuan to the birthday party. Lin Xuan? Wang Ping frowned. Ness, you know Lin Xuan and I have always been close, but we had a falling out recently, and he's been avoiding me. I want to use this party as a chance to reconcile with him, Eli sighed. I don't want to lose such a good friend. That's no problem, Brother Yi. I'll take care of it, Wang Ping said confidently, thumping his chest. Thanks, I appreciate it. A dark glint flashed in Yuli's eyes. He had a distant relative who worked as a manager at the Pleasure Paradise Club. His family's factory needed their company's help, and he planned to have this relative spike Lin Xuan's drink with drugs. He had also arranged for 2 women to be with Lin Xuan. He intended to take photos of Lin Xuan in bed with the women. That way, he was sure Su Hua would lose all interest in Lin Xuan. The thought of Lin Xuan being abandoned by Su Hua filled Yulai with excitement. He couldn't wait to see Lin Xuan's devastated expression once he was left with no support. Without Su Hua, Lin Xuan would be crushed under his heel once again. Wang Ping returned to his class and stood at the front, calling out, everyone quiet down. I have something to announce. The students stopped what they were doing and looked at Wang Ping curiously. Wang Ping cleared his throat and announced, 3 days from now is my birthday, and I'm inviting all of you to the Pleasure Paradise Club. Wang Ping's announcement sent shockwaves through the class. The Pleasure Paradise Club was one of the most upscale clubs in Xia country. With over 20 classmates and Wang Ping's family and relatives, the party would easily cost several million yuan. Ping, did your family strike it rich? How can you afford this? One of the male students asked in astonishment. Don't ask too many questions. Just tell me, are you coming or not? Of course, I'm coming. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Finally, Wang Ping's gaze landed on Lin Xuan, who had been sleeping at his desk. Wang Ping walked over to Lin Xuan. Xuan, Wang Da called out, waking Lin Xuan up. Lin Xuan immediately snapped out of his daze. What is it? Lin Xuan asked irritably. He had been in the middle of writing a script for a short video and was annoyed at being interrupted. Xuan, someone's looking for you. Wang Da pointed at Wang Ping. Holy crap, that's intense. Wang Ping smiled kindly and said, Lin Xuan, I just mentioned inviting everyone to the extravagance club for my birthday party. I noticed you were sleeping, so I came specifically to invite you. The event is the evening after tomorrow. Are you free? Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. Wang Ping came from an ordinary family. Although his parents held minor positions in a company, their combined salaries barely amounted to 40,000 yuan, far from enough to cover the millions required for a party at the extravagance club. Wang Ping had a good relationship with Eli. It was likely that Eli was footing the bill for Wang Ping's birthday party. Eli was making his move against Lin Chuan. At this thought, Lin Chuan sneered. The extravagance club? Eli was really going all out to deal with him. Lin Chuan, all our classmates are coming, Wang Ping added, afraid that Lin Chuan might refuse. We've been classmates for 3 years. You can't turn me down. All right, I'll go. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a smile. He wanted to see what Eli had in store for him. It was about time he dealt with Eli. In the following days, Qin Royale lived in the lap of luxury. Liu Yuan took her shopping every day and transferred a considerable amount of money to her. Baby, come out. I'm waiting for you at the Junyu Hotel, Lin Lai said suggestively. Okay, brother Lai, I'll be right there, Qin Royale replied sweetly. Liu Yuan approached, holding a milk tea he had bought for Qin Royale. Liu Yuan, something came up at home. I need to go back, Qin Royale said apologetically. All right, Liu Yuan handed her the milk tea. Do you need me to take you? No, I've already called a car. It should be here soon. Although Liu Yuan had previously said they would only be friends, Qin Royale still felt that he was pursuing her, wanting to be with her. She believed he had said that to lower her guard, allowing him to gradually win her heart. She still needed Liu Yuan to spend money on her, so she couldn't let him know about her relationship with Lin Lai. Take care, Royale, Liu Yuan said. Oh, Qin Royale, wearing a floral dress and high heels, walked briskly out of the restaurant. Liu Yuan had a feeling Qin Royale wasn't going home. He hailed a taxi. Driver, please follow that car ahead, Liu Yuan said. The one with the young lady in it? Young man, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't do things like following people. The driver refused sternly. Liu Yuan was good at acting. He lowered his eyes and said sadly, Uncle, the girl in that car is actually my girlfriend. She's been distant lately, dressing up beautifully every day to go out. I suspect she's seeing someone else. I just want to see if I'm wrong. Liu Yuan even showed the driver a photo of him and Qin Royale together. The driver was completely convinced. Sita? That was unacceptable. He had a daughter who had been cheated on by her boyfriend, so the driver had a deep hatred for cheaters. Young man, don't worry. I'll make sure we don't lose her. The driver, filled with righteous anger, stepped on the gas and followed Qin Royale's taxi closely. Liu Yuan watched as Qin Royale entered the Junyu Hotel. The driver looked at him sympathetically. Young man, locals don't just come to hotels for no reason. You are probably right. She's likely cheating. Don't be too sad. There are plenty of fish in the sea, right? Yes, thank you, uncle. After getting out of the car, Liu Yuan handed the driver a 100 yuan bill. I won't take your money, the driver waved his hand. Use it to buy yourself something comforting. With that, the driver drove off. Liu Yuan rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty for deceiving the driver, who had genuinely tried to comfort him. As soon as Liu Yuan entered the hotel, he overheard the front desk staff gossiping. Did you recognize that girl just now? The one in the white dress with small flowers? Yes, that's her. A while ago, she came here in a wedding dress to check in. The staff member had a particularly vivid memory of Qin Royale in her wedding dress. Test. She really knows how to have fun. Even after getting married, she's still playing around. Actually, I don't think that guy is her husband. What married couple doesn't check in together? They never arrive or leave together. If that's the case, then her husband must be a real fool. Liu Yuan stroked his chin. He had indeed caught Qin Royale with another man, but a wedding dress. Had Qin Royale gotten married? Liu Yuan called Lin Chuan and told him about it. Lin Chuan, the hotel staff said Qin Royale came here in a wedding dress a while ago. She must be married. I wonder who the groom is. As he spoke, he silently pitied the man Qin Royale had married. How tragic. On his wedding day, his new wife ran off to be with another man. Compared to that man, Liu Yuan felt his own situation of being deceived by Qin Royale wasn't so bad. Lin Chuan. There was a long silence. Lin Chuan, are you there? Liu Yuan asked curiously. Lin Chuan's voice was low. The person Qin Royale married. It Liu Yuan. Exclamation. It was Lin Chuan. So, you and Qin Royale are now. Liu Yuan was completely baffled. With Boss Su, Qin Royale, Lin Lai, and Lin Chuan, the relationships were a tangled mess. Qin Royale and Lin Chuan had held a wedding, so why was Qin Royale now pursuing Lin Chuan? Lin Chuan pinched the bridge of his nose. We didn't actually get married. Hua interrupted the wedding and took me away. I saw Qin Royale for who she really is. Liu Yuan's eyes widened. Holy crap! This was too intense. Why hadn't he been there to witness the drama? Liu Yuan, keep an eye on Qin Royao. Ling Xuan hung up. Liu Yuan hid outside the hotel, waiting for Lin Lai and Qin Royao to come out. Qin Royao swiped her card and entered the room, where Lin Lai pinned her against the wall. Brother Lai, Qin Royao lowered her head shyly. Royao, you haven't been coming to see me much lately. Have you been too happy with Lin Xuan to remember me? Lin Lai asked, narrowing his eyes. Previously, Lin Lai had used Qin Royao to turn the Lin family against Lin Xuan, ensuring Lin Xuan would have no chance of inheriting Starlight Group. His goal had been achieved. Lin Xuan had fallen out with his family and signed a severance agreement. Now, Lin Lai was still involved with Qin Royao simply because she was a woman Lin Xuan had loved. He enjoyed toying with Lin Xuan's women. Lin Xuan sets a trap for Yi Lai. Brother Lai, I've realized that I don't like Lin Xuan anymore. It's you I like. I don't want to have anything to do with Lin Xuan now, Qin Royao said in a sweet, coquettish tone. Brother Lai, I only want to be your woman from now on. Lin Lai's expression darkened instantly. Lin Xuan had already latched on to that wealthy woman and was living a comfortable life. If Lin Xuan were to cheat, that woman would undoubtedly abandon him. Lin Lai wanted to see Lin Xuan fall into misery and poverty. Lin Xuan had always been deeply in love with Qin Royao, and she was the perfect candidate to lure him into infidelity. How could Qin Royao give up on Lin Xuan now? Brother Lai, what's wrong? You seem upset, Qin Royao asked with a frown. Nothing, Lin Lai shook his head. I was just thinking about the company. There's been a tricky issue lately. Brother Lai, you joined the company? Qin Royao asked in surprise. Yes, Dad asked me to come and learn the ropes for a while, Lin Lai nodded. Brother Lai, you're amazing, Qin Royao's eyes sparkled. Lin Lai hadn't even graduated yet, and he was already interning at the company. It was clear that he was being groomed as the successor. He would one day become the CEO of Starlight Group, and she would be the CEO's wife. Yao Yao, you don't have to sacrifice yourself for me. If you like him, go ahead and be with him, Lin Lai said gently. Brother Lai, let's not talk about Lin Xuan right now, Qin Royao said, her hand slipping into Lin Lai's shirt. Lin Lai recalled Qin Royao's seductive demeanor in bed, and his throat went dry. Before long, they were tumbling onto the bed. Lin Lai left first. As he stepped out of the elevator, the front desk staff cast him strange looks. When Lin Lai exited the hotel, click, Liu Yuan snapped several photos with his phone. 3 minutes later, Qin Royao also appeared. Liu Yuan took more photos, then casually put his phone away and walked over, carrying a shopping bag. Yao Yao, didn't you go home? Liu Yuan feigned surprise. When Qin Royao saw Liu Yuan, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Liu Yuan, why is he here? Qin Royao stammered, unsure how to explain herself. Liu Yuan pursed his lips. Yao Yao, do you have a boyfriend? A friend of mine and his girlfriend looked just like you do now after they. Well, you know, and you just came out of a hotel. Did you and your boyfriend? Liu Yuan, don't misunderstand. It's not like that, Qin Royao hurriedly explained. Yao Yao, Liu Yuan sighed. You don't have to hide it from me. I've told you before, I only see you as a friend now and as someone I want to protect. As long as you're happy, Yao Yao, that's all that matters to me. Liu Yuan opened the shopping bag he was carrying and took out its contents. This is. Qin Royao's eyes widened as she stared at the box. It was a bottle of French perfume. This tiny bottle cost 60,000. Yao Yao, I picked this out for you at the mall. Do you like it? Liu Yuan asked softly, his gaze fixed on Qin Royao as if she were his entire world. Yes, I love it. Qin Royao nodded emphatically. Thank you, Liu Yuan. But this must have cost you a fortune. Liu Yuan replied, a man spending money on a woman is only natural. Besides, I'm not short on cash these days. Liu Yuan had Qin Royao completely fooled. She couldn't help but think that Liu Yuan, knowing she was with someone else, still gave her such an expensive gift. He must truly not care. Liu Yuan must love her to the extreme. Liu Yuan, I do have someone I like now. Before, Lin Xuan didn't like me, and I was so heartbroken that I went to a bar to drown my sorrows. Then Lin Lai showed up and saved me, and I started falling for him. Qin Royao began to confess her relationship with Lin Lai. Liu Yuan sneered inwardly. Qin Royao's lies came so easily. Liu Yuan, I just decided to give up on Lin Xuan, and now I've fallen for Lin Lai. Am I a terrible person? Qin Royao asked, her eyes red as if she couldn't accept her own actions. Yao Yao, no, in my eyes, whatever you do is right, Liu Yuan comforted her gently. Besides, it was Lin Xuan who rejected you. There's nothing wrong with choosing someone else. Liu Yuan, you're so kind, Qin Royale said emotionally, throwing herself into Liu Yuan's arms. Disgust flashed across Liu Yuan's face. What was wrong with this dirty woman? Did she have no sense of boundaries? Liu Yuan didn't want to be touched by Qin Royale. He pushed her away gently. Yao Yao, let's keep some physical distance. Now that you're with Lin Lai, I don't want him to misunderstand our relationship. Okay? Qin Royale nodded heavily. A dark glint appeared in Liu Yuan's eyes. He believed he would soon have evidence of Qin Royale and Lin Lai's affair. Once he did, it would be time to close the net, ruining Qin Royale's reputation and possibly even taking her family's house. Soon, it was the day of Wang Ping's birthday party. Butler Wang, have you finished the investigation? Lin Xuan asked. Master Lin, it's done, Butler Wang replied respectfully. Yu Lai has a distant relative named Wang Lai who works as a small supervisor at the Paper Drunk Gold Club. His family owns a construction company, while Yu Lai's family runs Yi Real Estate, a much larger property firm. Wang Lai's family has been trying to collaborate with Yi Real Estate for a long time. Lin Xuan smirked. Just as he had guessed, Yu Lai couldn't resist making a move against him. If Yu Lai was using Wang Lai to target him, there was only one possibility: drugging him, either with a sedative or an aphrodisiac. Most likely, it was an aphrodisiac. Perhaps Yu Lai had even prepared a woman for him. Butler Wang, are they planning to drug me together? Lin Xuan leaned back on the sofa, his tone calm. Butler Wang looked surprised. Master Lin had figured it all out. His strategic thinking was reminiscent of the young mistress. Butler Wang nodded. Master Lin, that's correct. They've acquired a substance from overseas called passion powder. It's colorless and odorless, and when mixed into a drink, it's almost undetectable. Coincidentally, the drug was produced by the young mistress's organization. Butler Wang took out a small vial. This is the antidote. This time, it was Lin Xuan's turn to be surprised. Butler Wang, you managed to find the antidote so quickly? That was impressive. Usually, such antidotes were well hidden. Butler Wang had obtained it in just 2 or 3 days. Just a coincidence, really. I got lucky, Butler Wang said with a smile. Lin Xuan didn't dwell on it and took the vial, examining it closely. Prioritizing romance over friendship, young Master Lin. Should we inform Miss about this matter? Asked Butler Wang. No need, Lin Xuan replied with a cold expression. I want to deal with him personally. He was determined to take matters into his own hands. Through legal means, he would send Yu Lai to prison. This would also be an opportunity to test whether the martial arts he had been practicing in his personal space were truly effective or not. Yu Lai would be his first test subject. Seeing Lin Xuan's demeanor, Butler Wang rubbed his arms, feeling it chill. After spending so much time with Lin Xuan, Butler Wang had come to realize that while Lin Xuan appeared gentle and refined on the surface, he was actually quite cunning. Sometimes, young Master Lin was even more intimidating than Miss Su. Zhu Wenyu, a so-called friend of Su Hua, or more accurately, someone who had clung to Su Hua until she was reluctantly accepted as a friend, walked into Night Garden. She had expected to see a mess. After all, a notorious troublemaker was kept here, constantly causing havoc and destroying the garden's precious items. Yet, Su Hua doted on him, never getting angry no matter how much he misbehaved. To Zhu Wenyu, Su Hua's affection for Lin Chu and was like a beautiful flower stuck in a pile of manure. However, as soon as she entered Night Garden, Zhu Wenyu was stunned. Something was off. Why was the garden so well maintained? Had it just been restored after Lin Xuan's latest destruction? Miss Zhu! Hello, Miss Zhu! Along the way, the servants greeted her with smiles. Zhu Wenyu grew increasingly suspicious. Every time she had visited before, the servants had looked gloomy and lifeless. Why were they so cheerful this time? She pulled one of the servants aside and asked, has something joyous happened in Night Garden? Yes, every day is a joyous occasion now, the servant replied with a grin. And why wouldn't it be? Young Master Lin and Miss Su were inseparable, and Miss Su's happiness had even led to increased bonuses for the servants. Last month, she had received 23,000 yuan. What joyous occasion! Do when you couldn't help but ask. Ugh! The servant slapped her forehead. Look at my memory. I need to hurry and deliver something. Miss Zhu, I can't chat anymore. The servant hurried off with her package. Zhu Wenyu entered the villa and saw Lin Xuan lounging on the sofa, casually eating fruit with his legs crossed. Lin Xuan glanced at her but didn't acknowledge her presence. Zhu Wenyu had been constantly trying to brainwash Su Hua into leaving him. While he knew he hadn't been worthy of Su Hua's affection in the past, he hadn't forgotten her meddling. Zhu Wenyu was puzzled. Why did Lin Xuan seem so relaxed and carefree? Lin Xuan, why are you in the living room? She asked curiously. In the past, Lin Chuan would lock himself in his room. He never lounged around like this, casually eating fruit and scrolling through his phone. Lin Chuan ignored her. Du Wenyu frowned and pressed on. Lin Chuan, how's your relationship with Su Hua now? As soon as the words left her mouth, she shook her head. What a pointless question. How could Lin Chuan and Su Hua possibly have a good relationship? If Lin Chuan wasn't actively trying to harm Su Hua, it would already be a miracle. Lin Chuan still didn't give her the time of day. His dismissive attitude infuriated Zhu Wenyu, and she shouted, Lin Chuan, are you even listening to me? Just then, Su Hua walked in, her brows furrowed. Why are you shouting? She asked, her tone tinged with reproach. Zhu Wenyu's expression darkened. That Su Hua had heard her. Even if Lin Chuan had been completely out of line, Su Hua would still side with him. Her friend was hopelessly lovesick. Lin Chuan walked over to Su Hua, his voice filled with tenderness. Are you tired after working all morning? Zhu Wenyu, what was going on? Since when did Lin Chuan treat Su Hua so affectionately? Yes, I'm tired, Su Hua replied, extending her hand to Lin Chuan. I've been typing and writing all morning. My hand is sore. Let me massage it for you, Lin Chuan said, skillfully kneading her hand. Zhu Wenyu! Exclamation, 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 exclamation. These two, why did they seem so sweet and loving? The idea shocked her. Sweetness and love were words that should never be associated with Su Hua and Lin Chuan. The relationship had always been one of coercion and resistance. But the scene before her eyes was undeniably filled with pink, romantic bubbles. Lei Hui contacted Lin Chuan, and Lin Chuan frowned as he read the message on his phone. Hua Bao, I have something to take care of upstairs. I've already prepared lunch. Go ahead and eat, okay? Su Hua nodded. After Lin Chuan went upstairs, Su Hua and Zhu Wenyu sat across from each other at the dining table. Su Hua, what's going on between you and Lin Chuan? Zhu Wenyu asked. What had happened in the nearly 2 months she had been abroad? Su Hua raised her left hand, showing off a ring. We're in a relationship now. Su Hua, don't you think Lin Chuan might be acting? Zhu Wenyu hesitated. I suspect he's being nice to you because he wants something like stealing company's secrets, hurting you, or even poisoning you. From what she had heard, Lin Chuan had even prepared dinner for Su Hua. What if he had slipped some slow-acting poison into her food? I trust him, Su Hua said, her crimson lips curving into a smile. I believe he genuinely wants to treat me well. Even if it's an act, I'm willing to accept it. Zhu Wenyu, great. A woman blinded by love wouldn't listen to reason. Lin Chuan finished his tasks and joined them in the dining room. During the meal, Lin Chuan fed Su Hua just as he had done before. Zhu Wenyu wanted to curse. Dummit, could they be any more lovey-dovey? She called a servant over. Please bring me a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. It was strange. In the past, whenever she visited during mealtime, the servants would always prepare utensils for her. This time, they hadn't. The servants at Night Garden were becoming increasingly careless. The servant glanced at Su Hua for instructions. Su Hua replied indifferently, no need to prepare anything. Su Hua, since when have you become so stingy? You won't even let me have a meal. Zhu Wenyu was furious. That's right, Su Hua said calmly. Because Chuan made this meal himself, she didn't want any other woman to taste the food Lin Chuan had prepared for her. Exclamation, 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 damn it. Zhu Wenyu cursed her friend's priorities in her mind. Fine, if you won't let me eat, I'll go find one of my young lovers. She had 5, 6, 7, 8, or maybe even 9 young men under her care, most of whom were in the entertainment industry. This was something she couldn't understand about Su Hua. With Su Hua's status and wealth, she could easily have 100 men at her beck and call. Why was she so fixated on Lin Chuan and avoided other men like the plague? Interrupting President Su's good show on the same afternoon, Mang Bo from Fei Novel website personally sought out Lin Chuan. Mang Bo had heavy dark circles under his eyes, with 2 large eye bags hanging beneath them, making him look utterly exhausted. Mang Bo hated Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's novel website had only been up and running for a little over a month, yet its daily active users had already reached 8 million, and that number was growing rapidly. The film and television rights for the novels on Palm Treasure website had also caught the attention of countless producers and entertainment companies, making it a hot commodity. Industry evaluations suggested that the development prospects of Palm Treasure novel website were far better than those of Feiyu novel website. Feiyu novel website was a publicly listed company, and under the impact of Palm Treasure website, its stock price had been plummeting repeatedly. Mang Bo sat in the hotel, his expression dark as he watched Lin Chuan walk in. As Lin Xuan approached, Meng Bo's gloomy face immediately switched to a smile. Mr. Lin, please have a seat, Meng Bo said amiably. Lin Xuan sat down on the chair and raised an eyebrow. I wonder what business the all-powerful Mr. Meng has with a humble novelist like me? Meng Bo's expression stiffened. Wasn't Lin Xuan clearly mocking him for blocking his novel? Mr. Lin, Meng Bo pretended not to notice the sarcasm in Lin Xuan's words and took out a contract, placing it in front of Lin Xuan. Mr. Lin, this is the termination contract for your novel. Please sign it. Lin Xuan's novel, which featured a Yandere protagonist, had previously signed a contract with a company for its comic adaptation, so the termination process had taken some time. Mr. Lin, all the rights to this novel belong to you, and the royalties you've earned do not need to be returned. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xuan's eyes. His novel website had been using Fang Novel website as a stepping stone for marketing and had become their biggest competitor. Yet Meng Bo was willing to return the rights to him. However, Mr. Lin, I have a favor to ask, Meng Bo said awkwardly. Could you speak to the person behind you and ask them to continue collaborating with Meng Group? The person behind me? Lin Xuan looked puzzled. Meng Bo, the person from Su Corporation. Lin Xuan suddenly understood. It seemed Su Hua had intervened. She was the one who had helped him regain the rights to his novel. Over the past month, Fang Novel website had revised its contracts and proactively compensated authors. These were likely all Su Hua's doing. Having such a powerful and reliable girlfriend, it felt amazing. Mr. Lin, Meng Group and Su Corporation have been collaborating for many years. Terminating the partnership would be detrimental to both companies, don't you think? Meng Bo said. Mr. Meng, you must be joking, Lin Xuan chuckled. Terminating the partnership would certainly affect Meng Group, but it would barely make a dent in Su Corporation. A behemoth like Su Corporation has countless companies lining up to work with them. Don't forget, Meng Bo, there's bad blood between us. Why would I ever speak up for you? Meng Bo's expression stiffened. Indeed, without Su Corporation's collaboration, Meng Group would suffer a devastating blow, while the impact on Su Corporation would be negligible. His father had even threatened to focus on grooming a bastard son to inherit the family business. He had no choice but to turn to Lin Xuan. Mr. Lin, here is 10 million yuan. Please accept it. Meng Bo placed a check in front of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan chuckled. Mr. Meng, are you trying to treat me like a beggar? My novel website, combined with my own novel, earns tens of millions a day. The amount you're offering isn't even half a day's income for me. Meng Bo gritted his teeth and took out another check for 30 million yuan. Lin Xuan remained unmoved. Lin Xuan, what exactly do you want for the person behind you to stop targeting Meng Group? Meng Bo was on the verge of losing his composure. Mr. Meng, if Su Corporation really wanted to deal with you, it wouldn't just be about canceling the partnership. If you keep bothering me or do anything that displeases me, who knows? I might just ask the person behind me to take action against Meng Group. He was confident that a little pillow talk with Su Hua would be enough to make it happen. Mr. Meng, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Lin Xuan stood up. The main event was tonight, and he didn't have much time to waste on Meng Bo. After Lin Xuan left, Meng Bo clenched his fists tightly. It was all that bitch Le Bahua's fault. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have fallen to this state. And Lin Xuan, and if such a talent had stayed on his novel website, inheriting Meng Group would have been a sure thing. He wouldn't have to deal with that bastard Meng Lai strutting around in front of him. Meng Bo's face was filled with despair. If only he had known better, he would have curried favor with Lin Xuan, and from the start. By the time Lin Xuan returned to Night Garden, it was already 5 p.m. Su Hua was sitting on the sofa, wearing a black cheongsam. The well-tailored dress perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. The slit revealed her long, glowing legs. She rested her head on her hand, her captivating eyes shimmering with a seductive charm that was irresistibly alluring. Lin Xuan swallowed hard. He noticed that Su Hua seemed to be exuding more femininity lately, every movement carrying a unique allure, especially in bed. Xuan, come here, Su Hua said, her red lips curling into a smile. All right. As soon as Lin Xuan sat on the sofa, Su Hua's soft, delicate arms wrapped around his neck. Xuan, do I look good in this outfit? Su Hua whispered in his ear, her breath warm and fragrant. You look stunning. Lin Xuan nodded. He had to admit, Su Hua's outfit was irresistibly seductive. Hua Bao, I just met with Meng Bo. Did you help me get the rights to my novel back? Lin Xuan couldn't help but asked. Yes, Hua Bao, honestly, I didn't care much about that novel. You didn't have to go through so much trouble for something so trivial. Su Hua spoke softly. I don't want my man to suffer any grievances. Anything that belongs to my man, I won't allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Lin Xuan! Exclamation, 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 such overwhelming security. Ok Xuan, rely on me. If there's anything you can't handle on your own, remember to come to me. She wanted to be his shield, to support him in every way. She also knew that Lin Xuan was building his own career, and she wouldn't interfere unless he couldn't handle it. She wanted to give him enough freedom to pursue his dreams. She didn't want him to be a caged canary. She wanted him to soar freely and realize his full potential. Yes, sir. At that moment, John King walked into the living room and immediately saw Su Hua sitting on Lin Xuan's lap, the atmosphere thick with intimacy. Jiang King! Exclamation, 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 damn. Had she just interrupted Miss Su's private moment? Su Hua's icy gaze shot toward Jiang King. Miss Su, I came to remind you that it's time to leave, Jiang King said, forcing herself to speak. Lin Xuan is drunk under Su Hua's icy gaze. Jiang King silently retreated from the living room and waited outside for her. Ok Xuan, I've already read your novel. There are many subtle, flirtatious moments between the male and female leads. When I come back tonight, let me try some of them out, Su Hua whispered into Lin Xuan's ear, her voice low. Lin Xuan! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. His novel did include quite a few flirtatious scenes after all. It was a story about a Yandere character, so such elements were unavoidable. That if only he had chosen a different genre. But why did he feel a strange sense of excitement about this? In a Maybach, Su Hua sat in the back seat, driven by a chauffeur, while John King occupied the passenger seat. MS. Su, everyone has basically arrived and is waiting for you at the Paper Drunk Gold Club, John King reported. Sham. Su Hua responded indifferently. Lin Xuan, now dressed in a fresh outfit, appeared at the Paper Drunk Gold Club. Yulai followed closely behind him, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Lin Xuan, your good days are about to come to an end. He had arranged everything meticulously, ensuring that his plan would proceed without a hitch. To his delight, Su Hua had also arrived at the club. He wanted Su Hua to witness firsthand how Lin Xuan would mess around with those two women. He refused to believe that, after seeing it with her own eyes, Su Hua wouldn't kick Lin Xuan to the curb. Inside the luxurious and exquisite private room, most of the attendees were from Shanking University. Qin Royale, dressed in an evening gown, deliberately walked back and forth in front of Lin Xuan, but failed to catch even a single glance from him. Frustrated, she sat down on the sofa. Royale, you should stop wasting your energy. Wang Ping shook his head. Lin Xuan already has MS. How could he possibly have eyes for you? A girl who disliked Qin Royale chimed in. Yeah, Qin Royale, even if you still have feelings for Lin Xuan, don't bother. Between you and MS. Su, anyone with half a brain knows who he'd choose. And do you really dare to compete with MS? Su for a man? That's just asking for trouble. You're overthinking it. Qin Royale's expression darkened. I never liked Lin Xuan in that way. I just felt sad about losing him as a friend and mistook that for romantic feelings. Really? Wang Ping raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Qin Royale bit her lip. If only she hadn't pursued Lin Xuan. Now she had become the laughing stock of her classmates. Everywhere she went on campus, she could hear people gossiping about her, Lin Xuan and Su Hua. Lin Xuan and Su Hua were portrayed as the perfect, loving couple. Meanwhile, she was cast as the homewrecker trying to sabotage their relationship. Her reputation had been utterly ruined because of Lin Xuan. Out of all our classmates, Lin Xuan is the most successful. He wrote a best-selling novel, started a highly successful novel website, and became MS. Su's boyfriend, Wang Ping remarked with admiration. Other students believed that Lin Xuan's success was largely due to Su Hua's support. Otherwise, how could he have achieved so much in such a short time? In just a month, he had turned his novel website into the second largest in the industry, even threatening to surpass the leading site, Leap Novel website. Even though they thought Lin Xuan was living off Su Hua's wealth, they still admired him. After all, being able to live off someone else's success was a skill, and being able to live off Su Hua's success was an even greater feat. Yeah, he's really impressive. After we graduate, Lin Xuan will probably be the most successful among us. The Lin family truly produces extraordinary individuals. Wang Da had to leave early due to food poisoning. A server approached with a tray of drinks. Sir, this is your drink, the server said, holding a tray with only one glass left as he approached Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan took the glass. A dark glint flashed in Yuli's eyes. The drink was laced with an aphrodisiac. 15 minutes after drinking it, the person would feel as if they were drunk, and 10 minutes after that, they would become uncontrollably aroused. Lin Xuan placed the glass on the table, showing no intention of drinking it. Yuli, growing impatient, called Wang Ping over. "Brother Yi, what's up?" Wang Ping asked, frowning. "Find a way to get him drunk," Yuli instructed. "Why do you want to get him drunk?" Wang Ping looked puzzled. "I just met with Lin Xuan," Yuli said with a hint of melancholy. "He refuses to forgive me, and I don't even know why he suddenly started arguing with me and distancing himself. He won't tell me the reason. They say drunk people speak their minds. I want to hear if a drunken Lin Xuan will reveal the truth. I want to salvage our friendship." "All right, Brother Yi, I'll help you get him drunk." Wang Ping, naive and unsuspecting, didn't notice anything amiss. Brother Yi had even spent a fortune throwing him this birthday party. Helping him with such a small request was the least he could do. Wang Ping grabbed a glass of wine and a bottle of red wine, then walked over to Lin Xuan. "Lin Xuan, everyone's drinking, but you're not. Are you trying to disrespect me?" Wang Ping sat down beside Lin Xuan and raised his glass. "Come on, have a drink." Lin Xuan glanced in Yuli's direction. Yuli was really impatient, wasn't he? He couldn't even wait a little longer. Well, Lin Xuan would play along and give Yuli the show he wanted. Lin Xuan picked up the glass, tilted his head back, and downed the entire drink in one go. Yuli's hands trembled with excitement. Lin Xuan had drunk it. He had consumed the spiked drink. Everything would proceed as planned. Soon after, Lin Xuan felt his head spinning and collapsed onto the table. "He's already drunk?" Wang Ping frowned. Lin Xuan had only had 2 glasses of red wine. How could he be such a lightweight? "Brother Yi," Wang Ping approached Yuli. "Lin Xuan is completely passed out. There's no way you'll be able to get anything out of him now. Guess it can't be helped. I'll try again another time," Yuli sighed. "Wang Ping, why don't you ask the hotel staff to take him home?" The Paper Drunk Gold Club offered excellent service. For customers who had had too much to drink, they would either book them a room or arrange for someone to take them home. "All right." Wang Ping immediately called over a server. "Excuse me, where does this gentleman live?" The server asked politely. Wang Ping was stumped. He had no idea, and with Lin Xuan completely unconscious, there was no way to ask for his address. "How about this? Book him a room. I'll cover the cost," Yuli said, pulling out a bank card. "Very well, I'll arrange it for you right away," the server said, swiping the card before helping Lin Xuan out of the room. "Brother Yi, you're such a good friend to all of us," Wang Ping said with admiration. Yuli sneered inwardly. There was no such thing as friendship, just mutual exploitation. Lin Xuan was taken to a private room on the top floor. 2 people were already hiding in the room, one behind the curtains and the other inside the bedroom closet. Not long after, 2 attractive women with striking figures entered the room. Yuli had originally planned to send 2 overweight and unattractive women to Lin Xuan, but that would have made Su Hua suspect that Lin Xuan had been set up. "Stinky socks stink up the place. I wonder who we're supposed to serve," said a woman with a well-maintained figure and heavy makeup. "If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't lower myself to serve the same man alongside another woman." "Enough already. You think you're the only one who's upset? Do you think I'm any less worthy than you? Sigh, I wonder what he looks like. I have a feeling he might be some ugly, disfigured guy." The 2 women walked over to the bed, and when they saw Lin Xuan lying there, their eyes lit up. He was incredibly handsome. They had never seen such a good-looking man before, and judging by his attire, he was clearly wealthy. This might be a chance not only to make money, but also to latch onto a rich man. The 2 women felt a surge of excitement. The way they looked at Lin Xuan was as if he were prey. Zio, this time we're not losing out. Yeah, he's way too handsome." Unable to hold back, the 2 women reached out to start unbuttoning Lin Xuan's clothes. Before they could touch him, Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. The 2 women were startled. Wasn't he supposed to be drunk? One of the women quickly composed herself and said, Zio, he's been drugged. It's fine. He might even come after us on his own. Right? The woman named Zio sighed in relief. Is that so? Lin Xuan sat up on the bed, his expression cold. Just as he had suspected, Yuli's plan was to frame him by making it seem like he was fooling around with other women. The goal was to send photos to Su Hua and make her give up on him. What Lin Xuan hadn't expected was that Yuli would go so far as to send 2 women. The 2 women looked at him suspiciously. He didn't seem like he was under the influence of any drugs. Lin Xuan pulled out 2 ropes from somewhere. What are you planning to do? One of the women asked, a strong sense of fear rising in her heart. Nothing much. I just want you to stay put in this room. Lin Xuan had no intention of letting them go. These people were crucial evidence to prove that Yulai had drugged him. Two mercenaries hiding in the shadows frowned. It seemed the drug wasn't strong enough. They needed to step in and give Lin Xuan an extra dose. They emerged from the shadows. Everyone's here now. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. Perfect. He wouldn't have to hunt them down one by one. Mr. Lin, said a mercenary with a scarred face and a menacing expression, holding a small packet of powder. If you know what's good for you, you'll take this yourself. Sorry, but I don't know what's good for me. Lin Xuan sneered. In that case, don't blame us, the one-eyed mercenary said coldly. The two mercenaries moved toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed he'd have to deal with these two men first before settling the score with Yulai. Lin Xuan had a handsome, gentle appearance, the very image of a young heartthrob. The two mercenaries assumed he had no fighting skills and thought it would be easy to subdue him and force him to take the drug. The scarred mercenary reached for Lin Xuan's shoulder, but Lin Xuan suddenly grabbed his arm, twisted it, and threw him over his shoulder in a perfect judo throw. The scarred mercenary's back hit the ground with a heavy thud. The other mercenary's expression changed. He had thought Lin Xuan was weak, but it turned out he had some skills. This mercenary rushed forward with a punch, but Lin Xuan kicked him square in the chest, sending him flying. Cough, cough, cough. The mercenary clutched his chest, coughing painfully on the ground. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. He had been training hard in the space where countless martial arts masters would spar with him. He had often been beaten to a pulp, but it seemed those beatings hadn't been in vain. Lin Xuan took out the ropes and tied up the two mercenaries. Then, holding the ropes, he walked step by step toward the two women. They were terrified, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. We're sorry. We know we were wrong. Please spare us. One of the women even grabbed Lin Xuan's pant leg. Sir, I'll give myself to you for free. Just please let me go. The woman was dressed provocatively, her ample cleavage almost spilling out, but Lin Xuan's eyes showed no emotion. After his experience with Kin Royale, he had become immune to women. Of course, Su Hua was an exception. Even if another woman stripped naked in front of him, his heart wouldn't stir in the slightest. To him, they were no different from slabs of pork. Lin Xuan said expressionlessly, Sorry, but I have a girlfriend. I need to stay faithful to her. Without any pity, Lin Xuan tied them up and stuffed rags into their mouths. The two women had no idea what Lin Xuan would do to them, and they were consumed by a deep fear of the unknown. Lin Xuan returned to the two mercenaries and pulled out a small knife, gently tracing it across their faces. The two mercenaries didn't dare move a muscle. Listen, you can't do this to us. This is illegal, the scarred mercenary said through gritted teeth. Illegal, Lin Xuan sneered. I'm just a victim defending myself. On the other hand, you two are mercenaries, right? You've committed plenty of crimes within the country. If you get caught, who knows if it'll be a death sentence? The two mercenaries clenched their fists tightly. Lin Xuan moved the knife to the one-eyed mercenary's remaining good eye. If I gouge this one out, will you be completely blind? The one-eyed mercenary shuddered. And you, Lin Xuan moved the knife to the scarred mercenary's lower body. How about becoming a eunuch? I think I just castrated someone like this a month ago. The knife went in, twisted, and snapped it right off. The scarred mercenary's eyes widened in horror. The one-eyed mercenary also felt a chill between his legs. From the look in Lin Xuan's eyes, they could tell he was serious. They could no longer maintain their composure. What do you want us to do? Just tell us, and we'll do it if we can. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. It's simple. Contact your employer and find a way to get him here. What? The mercenary hesitated. One of the main rules of their profession was never to reveal their employer's identity. If they called the employer here and their organization found out, they'd be stripped of their mercenary status. Seems like you're having a hard time deciding. Let me help you choose, Lin Xuan said, pressing the knife against the scarred mercenary's lower body again. One thrust, and it's gone, right? I'll do it. Just don't ruin me. The scarred mercenary stammered in fear. He took out his phone and called Yulai. How's the situation? Has Lin Xuan fallen for it? Yulai asked impatiently. The scarred mercenary glanced nervously at Lin Xuan and replied, Don't worry, sir. Everything's going as planned, but there's a small issue that requires your presence. It's a bit tricky. Yulai is panicking. What's the matter? Yulai frowned. The scarred mercenary said, It's hard to explain over the phone, sir. You'd better come over quickly. All right. Yulai nodded. Lin Xuan had no bodyguards around him, and Wang Da had been sent away with a trick. Yulai had personally seen Lin Xuan drink that glass of wine and fall asleep. The next step was for him to fall into a passionate state. To be on the safe side, he had tested the potency of this powder. No one could resist it unless they had the antidote. But how could such an antidote be easily obtained? It was said that the antidote for this love powder had never been available on the market. Even if Lin Xuan remained awake, he wouldn't be able to resist. Yulai hadn't anticipated that the 2 mercenaries he hired had already been subdued by Lin Xuan. Yulai sneered. Just as well, he wanted to see Lin Xuan's miserable state. Wang Ping watched Yulai's retreating figure with some confusion. Why was Brother Lai in such a rush to leave? What was he up to? After the scarred mercenary finished the phone call, Lin Xuan stuffed the mercenary's smelly sock into his mouth. The pungent smell of sweat filled the mercenary's mouth, so strong and salty that he nearly passed out from the stench, his eyes rolling back, his face contorted in misery. The one-eyed mercenary felt lucky. Thankfully, he was more hygienic. Otherwise, he'd be in the same predicament. Little did he know, Lin Xuan stuffed the other smelly sock from the scarred mercenary into the mouth of the one-eyed mercenary. One-eyed mercenary? What the hell? After finishing all this, Lin Xuan washed his hands, sat back on the couch, and waited for Yulai to arrive, casually playing with his phone, legs crossed. The 2 women were sobbing, their faces tear-stained. The 2 mercenaries couldn't help but feel pity for them, glancing at Lin Xuan. Had Lin Xuan been hurt by a woman before? How could he remain so indifferent to 2 beautiful women with great figures? Yulai swiped his card to enter the room. Yulai was a cautious man. To be on the safe side, he had brought 4 bodyguards with him. Seeing the scene before him, his pupils contracted sharply. The 2 mercenaries he hired, and these 2 women, why were they all tied up? Where was Lin Xuan? At that moment, a clear, slightly magnetic male voice came from behind him. Yulai, are you looking for me? Yulai turned sharply to see Lin Xuan leaning comfortably on the couch, looking at him with a playful smile. Yulai's brows furrowed tightly, the creases so deep they could almost crush a fly. According to the original plan, shouldn't Lin Xuan be entangled with those 2 women in bed? Why were his people tied up instead? And why did the mercenaries report everything was normal? Realizing something, Yulai's face darkened. Lin Xuan, did you call me here on purpose? Yes, I did. Lin Xuan admitted without hesitation. Yulai glared at Lin Xuan for a long moment, then suddenly sneered. Lin Xuan, you're quite something. You managed to escape this situation unscathed. Yulai? Lin Xuan stepped closer to Yulai. I know your goal. You wanted me to get entangled with other women so Su Hu would give up on me, and then you could take advantage and step in. Am I right? Yes, Yulai admitted. I want to tear you 2 apart. Lin Xuan, a man like you isn't worthy of President Su. I'm doing this for her sake. She deserves a better man. That man is me. If I could become Su Hu as man, I would cherish her deeply, giving her all the love she deserves. Su Hu would come to realize what kind of man truly deserves her love. Yulai, do you really think getting rid of me will give you a chance with her? Lin Xuan coldly said. Even if I'm not by Su Hu's side, you'll never have a chance to be with her. It was the same in his previous life. After he married Qin Royale, Yulai never got the chance to get close to Su Hu. Not that he was being narcissistic, but he felt that no matter what, Su Hu would only ever want him. Yulai faced reality. Su Hu only loves me. Lin Xuan found it quite satisfying to brag in front of a rival, especially when he was about to send him to prison. Yulai's hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging on his knuckles. He gritted his teeth. Lin Xuan, human effort can make things happen. I refuse to believe Su Hu won't see my sincerity. Of course, the premise was that Lin Xuan would completely break Su Hu's heart. Yulai picked up the fallen packet of powder from the ground, sneering. Lin Xuan, you managed to escape earlier. This time, you won't get away. You too! Hold him down! He was going to force-feed Lin Xuan the powder. At this moment, Yulai's mind was heated, completely forgetting that he had already sent someone to bring Su Hu over. With a wave of his hand, Yulai's 4 bodyguards charged forward. Perfect, all 4 of them had moved in. Lin Xuan stretched his wrists. As one bodyguard charged at him, he struck with lightning speed, a fierce punch hitting the bodyguard in the eye. Another bodyguard had a knife, and Lin Xuan twisted his wrist with a loud crack, breaking it. A spinning kick sent another bodyguard flying to the ground. Lin Xuan moved effortlessly among the bodyguards, not letting them touch him at all. What a joke! He hadn't spent countless nights training in martial arts in the space just to be defeated. Seeing bodyguard after bodyguard fall, Yulai's eyes widened. When did Lin Xuan become so powerful? Yulai panicked, scanning the room. Finally, his gaze landed on the 2 mercenaries. He ran over, removed their socks, and untied the ropes binding them. You two, go and capture Lin Xuan. The 2 mercenaries shook their heads frantically. They didn't dare mess with Lin Xuan anymore. When they fought earlier, they discovered that Lin Xuan's combat skills were extraordinary. These 4 bodyguards plus the 2 of them together wouldn't stand a chance against him. Yulai gritted his teeth again. I'll increase your pay. 2 million more. The mercenaries still shook their heads. Yulai, 10 million. No matter what, he had to force that powder on Lin Xuan today. If he missed this opportunity, it would be much harder next time. The mercenaries hesitated for a moment, but still firmly shook their heads. You needed to have a life to spend the money. The mercenaries hid in the corner, timidly watching Lin Xuan, hoping he would spare them for being so obedient. Lin Xuan down every last one of them, his cold gaze finally resting on Yulai. Yulai, the last one. It's your turn. An intense fear suddenly rose in Yulai's heart. Beating Yulai, Su Hua finished her discussion and left the private room. As she stepped out, she noticed 2 men dressed like students passing by, chatting as they walked. Lai Fang, have you heard? Lin Xuan went off with some women to fool around. What, really? The other guy's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah, the birthday party wasn't even over yet. Lin Xuan had a few drinks, then wrapped his arms around 2 gorgeous women and took them upstairs to a private room. That guy really knows how to have fun, huh? 2 women at once. He's going to be drained by morning. But doesn't he have Miss Su? She's stunning and wealthy. Why would he mess around with the other women? The other guy looked puzzled. Who knows? Maybe he thinks the grass is greener on the other side. Su Hua pursed her lips, her eyes icy cold. At her signal, 2 bodyguards stepped forward and stopped the 2 men. Who are you? One of the men frowned. Gentlemen, Our Lady has some questions for you. The 2 men turned around and were startled to see Su Hua standing at the front of a group of bodyguards. Realizing what they had just been talking about, they immediately lowered their heads. Miss Su, they stammered. Su Hua approached them, her eyes narrowing dangerously. So, you were saying Lin Xuan took 2 women to a private room? Miss Su, I only heard it from someone else. I can't guarantee it's true. The guy who had been so talkative earlier now spoke weakly. If it's not true, don't blame me. Investigate. Su Hua's voice was cold as ice. Yes, Miss Su. John King immediately made a call to have someone check Lin Xuan's room booking records. Wang Zhanhai, the chairman of the luxurious Drunken Dreams Club, had heard that Su Hua was there and rushed over to try and curry favor with her. Miss Su, why are you standing here? Is something wrong? Su Hua's gaze was frigid, piercing through Wang Zhanhai like a blade. Chairman Wang, I think your club should maintain a certain level of decorum. Don't you agree? Su Hua said coldly. Why yes, of course. Wang Zhanhai wiped the sweat from his forehead. What had his club done wrong? He quietly pulled Jiang King aside. Secretary Jiang, what's going on? Miss Su seems to be in a bad mood. At that moment, Jiang King received a call. All right, I understand, she said with a heavy expression. Jiang King returned to Su Hua's side, her brows furrowed. Miss Su, mister. Lin did indeed book a room at the club, on the 21st floor. A cleaner also saw 2 women swipe their cards to enter that room. Wang Zhanhai could feel the temperature in the air drop even further. Mister, Lin, could it be that man from the hotel who had acted like a fire extinguisher that day? Back then, Su Hua had been on the verge of erupting, but Lin Xuan had calmed her down with just a kiss. Su Hua must truly care for him. From what Jiang King was saying, Lin Xuan had booked a room at their club and was with 2 women, damn it. What kind of mess was this? If it turned out to be true, Su Hua might take her anger out on him and the club. Miss Su, could this be a misunderstanding? Wang Zhanhai asked nervously. Jiang King chimed in. Miss Su, let's investigate further to avoid any misunderstandings about Mr. Lin. Things had finally been going so well between Mr. Lin and Miss Su. If this turned out to be a misunderstanding and Miss Su acted impulsively, it could damage their relationship. Su Hua's eyes were filled with a storm of fury. Lin Xuan, I hope you don't disappoint me, Su Hua murmured softly. Let's go, Su Hua said, her eyes narrowing. Miss Su, where are we going? Jiang King asked. To Lin Xuan's private room. Su Hua's lips tightened, her beautiful eyes darkening with every step. If it's true, Lin Xuan, you'll lose your freedom. Your body, your heart, they'll all belong to me. Every last bit. The 2 men trembled as they asked, Miss Su, since this doesn't concern us anymore, can we leave? Su Hua's expression was impassive. Take them with us. The 2 men turned pale. Their original plan had been to let Su Hua find out about Lin Xuan's actions, then take the money and flee the country. They hadn't expected Su Hua to detain them. If it was discovered that they were part of a scheme to frame Lin Xuan, what would Su Hua do to them? Click-clack, Su Hua's high heels echoed as she made her way to Lin Xuan's private room, followed by Jiang King. Wang Jianhai, and a group of bodyguards. Inside the room, 4 bodyguards lay on the floor, groaning. 2 of them could still stand and fight, but they were no match for Ling Qiuman. They didn't want to get beaten up again, so they stayed on the ground, pretending to be incapacitated. Yulai had never treated them well, so they saw no reason to risk their lives for him. Ling Qiuan stepped closer to Yulai. Yulai tried to maintain his composure, refusing to show weakness in front of Ling Qiuan. He couldn't lose to this loser, but Yulai had no martial arts training, and he stood no chance against Ling Qiuan. Ling Qiuan grabbed Yulai by the collar. Yulai, Su Hua already has a boyfriend me? You've been coveting someone else's girlfriend. Isn't that just pathetic? The fact that I've ignored you for the past month or 2 doesn't mean I'm easy to push around. You didn't know, did you? I've been aware of your plans for a while. I even prepared the antidote in advance, waiting for you to take the bait. Now that you've walked right into my trap, Yulai, don't blame me for what happens next. Yulai gritted his teeth. This time, he had lost. He had underestimated Ling Qiuan. Who would have thought Ling Qiuan had become so capable? Not only was he no longer the fool he used to be, but his martial arts skills had also improved drastically. His 4 bodyguards hadn't stood a chance against him. Ling Qiuan, when did you learn martial arts? And why did you choose to be with Miss Su? Why did you stop liking Qin Royale? If only he had stayed with Qin Royale, things would have been so much better. Ling Qiuan sneered. Why should I tell you? Yulai, today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Let you know what happens when you mess with someone else's girlfriend. Bang! Ling Qiuan's fist slammed into Yulai's nose with such force that the sound of his nose breaking was audible. Yulai clenched his teeth, refusing to cry out. Slap! Ling Qiuan delivered a heavy slap across Yulai's face. You like meddling with other people's relationships? Let me slap some sense into you and teach you what decency means. Let! Slap! Ling Qiuan rained down blows on Yulai's face, alternating between left and right. He even added 2 punches to Yulai's eyes, turning them into black and blue bruises. It had only been a month or 2 since Yulai had last been beaten up by Ling Qiuan. His face, which had finally healed, was now swollen, bleeding from the nose and sporting 2 massive black eyes. The innocent Ling Qiuan and the 2 mercenaries hid in the corner, trembling as they watched Yulai's miserable state. It seemed that Ling Qiuan had been merciful toward them. The bodyguards lying on the ground also felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they had known when to stop and had promptly pretended to be knocked out, otherwise, they would have been beaten to a similar state. Ugh! Ling Qiuan is really ruthless. Bang! Ling Qiuan's palm left Yulai's face, and his hand clenched into a fist, beginning to pound on Yulai's waist, back, and stomach. Yulai was being treated like a punching bag by Ling Qiuan, standing there getting beaten, unable to fall down. Ling Qiuan seemed satisfied, giving Yulai's chest a powerful kick, sending him flying backward like a falling kite. Yulai slid down the door and collapsed onto the floor. PFFT. Yulai suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Ling Qiuan had thoroughly researched in this space how to inflict pain without endangering life. He had no intention of letting Yulai off the hook, twisting his wrist and walking step by step towards Yulai. The bodyguards continued to pretend to be unconscious. The mercenaries and the 2 women cowered in the corner, trembling and breathing lightly, afraid that the rampaging Ling Qiuan might notice them. Su Hua approached the door, her hand tightly clutching the key card. She hesitated. She lacked the courage to open the door, fearing she might witness a scene of Ling Qiuan entangled with the 2 women inside. John King and the others stood far from the door, worried about seeing something they shouldn't and possibly having their eyes gouged out by Su Hua. Seeing Su Hua standing there without moving, John King walked over, frowned, and asked Ms. Su, what's the matter? Su Hua pursed her lips. She was worried that if she opened the door and caught Ling Qiuan in the act, he might not continue their charade. This was the warmth she had worked so hard to gain. John King's heart raced at this moment. She only hoped this was a misunderstanding and not Ling Qiuan courting death. John King glanced at Su Hua. If Ling Qiuan really betrayed her, Su Hua might revert to her icy, emotionless self. No, she might go even crazier. She remembered there was a double coffin in Night Garden. Bang! A heavy object crashed against the door. Everyone turned to look at the door. John King strained her ears to listen to the commotion inside. Badass! Su, it seems someone is being beaten inside. Maybe Ling Qiuan was set up and is fighting back. Since Ling Qiuan doesn't know martial arts, he might be getting seriously hurt. John King looked worried. Although Ling Qiuan has been quite ruthless, like chopping off Su Hai's head or beating that rich young master who tried to harass Ms. Su, Ling Qiuan has never practiced martial arts. His body looks weak and thin. If he fought someone, he would only take a beating, and if he was really set up, the enemy would surely send someone highly skilled, leaving Lin Chu and no chance to fight back. Su, shall we go in and take a look? Before John King could finish, Su Hua had already pushed the door open. John King, she almost forgot. If anyone cared for Lin Chu and the most, it would be Su Hua. There was no need for her to keep blabbering. Su Hua entered the room, and John King instructed some bodyguards to follow. Lin Chuan was in the middle of punching Yuli's face. Silence! Deathly silence! Lin Chuan's face stiffened. Oh no, how did Su Hua get here? Lin Chuan's grip on Yuli loosened, and Yuli collapsed to the ground, groaning. Su Hua watched Lin Chuan's furious beating without any surprise or disbelief. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, excitement. Ever since she met Lin Chuan, he had always been gentle and refined. This was the first time she saw her Lin Chuan act so wild. Lin Chuan was becoming more like her. John King looked at the group of guards lying on the ground, the two women tied up, the cowardly mercenaries cowering in the corner, and Yuli, who had been beaten beyond recognition. She swallowed hard. All this was Lin Chuan's doing? Oh no, how could Lin Chuan be so strong? What about the information she had gathered before? Stated Lin Chuan was helpless and weak. John King once again felt incredibly lucky she had never provoked Lin Chuan. Wang Jianhai stared in amazement. Indeed, the decisive and ruthless Ms. Su's boyfriend was no ordinary man. Lin Chuan stepped toward Su Hua, his heart uneasy. Last time he chopped off Su Hai's head to calm Su Hua. It was understandable. This time he brutally abused these people, and Su Hua saw his cruelty with her own eyes. Would she dislike him now? These people weren't beaten by me. They were attacking each other. What, you saw me punching Eli just now? I was just adding a few extra punches. Lin Chuan timidly explained. The people lying on the ground, what an outrageous liar. John King, this scene felt familiar. Last time Su Hua was drunk and beat that rich young master, she also portrayed herself as innocent and pure. Su Hua, love-struck, responded, it was their own feud. Lin Chuan said it, so that was the truth. Lin Chuan raised his hand again. Look, I got cut. John King glanced at his hand. Just a tiny scratch from a razor, with a small droplet of blood. It would heal on the way to the hospital. The bodyguards, pretending to be unconscious in their hearts, cried out in agony. Good heavens, how could he even complain about such a minor injury? They had never seen such a shameless person. Su Hua held Lin Chuan's hand tightly, frowning. Wang Jianhai quickly added, Su, I'll immediately have someone bring the first aid supplies. And so, everyone, both lying on the ground and standing, witnessed Su Hua delicately tending to Lin Chuan's tiny scratch, no bigger than a fingernail. Su Hua put a big band-aid on Lin Chuan's hand. Lin Chuan, does it still hurt? Su Hua furrowed her eyebrows and asked. With Hua carefully bandaging it, it doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Chuan grinned. Others, this unexpected spoonful of relationship goals. After finishing Lin Chuan's bandaging, Su Hua's icy gaze landed on the people lying on the ground. Wake them up. Splash! Cold water was poured on them. The bodyguards didn't dare to keep feigning unconsciousness. Fearing they might be woken up in a more painful way, they pretended to come to. Eli also woke up, his eyes lighting up when he saw the beautiful woman. Su, it's me, Eli. Lin Chuan did this to me. He is pretending in front of you but is a devil in secret. You can't be with him. Su, in fact, Lin Chuan still likes Qin Royao. He is only pretending to like you to deal with you. Keeping him by your side will only hurt you. Are you all back to school yet? Hua Bao handles leave ceremony manager Su. I did this for your own good. You deserve a better man. You shouldn't be with someone like Lin Chuan, who's an utter waste. Yuli shouted fiercely. John King shook her head. This guy had some nerve, insulting Lin Chuan right in front of manager Su. Wait, did he say his name was Eli? She had met Eli before, a few times when he met with manager Su due to Lin Chuan's matters. He even managed to get manager Su's phone number under the pretense of wanting to help keep an eye on Lin Chuan. John King could tell that Eli had feelings for manager Su. She stared at him for quite a while, her mouth twitching in sympathy. Oof, this guy's really in for it. She remembered Eli was a pretty handsome young man, but judging by his messed up face, even his parents wouldn't recognize him right now. At that moment, Su Hua's eyes blazed with fury. Lin Chuan is excellent. My man doesn't need your judgment, you outsider. Su Hua's voice was ice cold. Su Hua? The Su Hua from Su Corporation. The one-eyed mercenary exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. The scarred mercenary stared at Su Hua's face for a long time, his face turning as pale as a ghost. It really was Su Hua! Su Hua's identity wasn't just as simple as the CEO of Su Corporation. Although no one knew exactly what her status was in the underworld, there was a saying among the underground circles: don't mess with Su Hua, no matter what. But Eli hadn't told them that Lin Shu and was backed by someone as powerful as Su Hua. If they had known, not even 100 guts would have convinced them to help Eli deal with Lin Shu, and both mercenaries breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Lin Shu and hadn't been hurt. Otherwise, they'd have no idea how they'd face the consequences. Their reactions didn't escape Su Hua's notice. She turned her icy gaze toward them. Explain, what's going on? Both mercenaries trembled under her glare. They both pointed at Eli in unison. Miss Su, he's the one who paid us to take photos of Lin Shu and with those two women. We didn't deliberately target Lin Shu and we were just taking orders for money. Please forgive us, Miss Su. Su Hua's cold, piercing gaze moved to the two women. The women immediately knelt on the ground. We were also paid to do this. We were just following orders. It was him. Both women pointed at Eli. He paid us to do this, and he even had Lin Shu and drugged. Su Hua's eyes narrowed sharply, and a wave of murderous intent surged through her. The bodyguards noticed how the mercenaries immediately crumbled under Su Hua's pressure. Seeing her aura and the dozen or so bodyguards surrounding her, especially when even the boss of the glamorous nightclub, Wang Jianhai, was following behind her like a meek puppy, they realized just how powerful Su Hua was. The bodyguard stammered, "We were just following orders, Miss Su. We didn't harm Lin Chuan at all. We've been taking hits the whole time." Su Hua's cold voice cut through the air. "You cut him with a knife." The bodyguard, "Just a little scratch." They're being framed." That little scratch couldn't have been more than a self-inflicted accident, right? After listening to the mercenaries, the women, and the bodyguards, Su Hua had a general understanding of what had happened. Lin Shu had been drugged, but he'd managed to outsmart the situation with his own wits. If Lin Shu had fallen for the trap, she didn't even want to imagine Su Hua crouched in front of Eli. "Who gave you the guts to mess with him, huh?" Her voice was deadly cold. Eli's gaze was filled with hurt as he looked at Su Hua. How could she look at him like that? "Manager Su, everything I did was for you," Eli said sadly. "Lin Xuan is my everything. Since you're doing this for me, then why are you trying to frame him?" Su Hua's voice sounded gentle, but it was laced with chilling disdain. Eli felt an overwhelming sense of dread in his heart. Wang Jianhai, sensing that Su Hua was about to deal with Eli, quietly exited the room and made arrangements to guard the entrance, ensuring no one could get in. "Manager Su, I'm only trying to win you over. I wanted you to see my true feelings for you. Everything I've done, I did for you, Manager Su." Eli gazed at Su Hua passionately. "For me? HMPH, what a righteous excuse." Su Hua's eyes narrowed, and a wave of murderous intent flashed in her gaze. Anyone who dared to harm Lin Xuan deserved to die. But for Eli, she wanted to make him suffer miserably instead. "Didn't you enjoy drugging people and hiring women to target Lin Xuan? Then I'll take your own medicine and serve it back to you." However, Su Hua paused, her red lips curling into a cold smile. "I'm gifting you men, not women." The room collectively gasped. Su Hua was ruthless indeed. 2 men. If Eli didn't go insane, it would be a testament to his mental fortitude. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, was feeling pretty satisfied. Being protected by his wife felt amazing. Upon hearing Su Hua's words, Eli's eyes widened in horror. Su Hua was going to drug him and send in 2 men! Exclamation, "No, no! Su Hua, you can't do this to me! I love you so much, how could you?" Eli protested in disbelief. Su Hua glanced at him with obvious annoyance. She picked up a packet of powder from beside Eli, sniffing it. Her expression turned even colder. "This is what you fed to Lin Xuan, isn't it? Since that's the case, you should try it yourself." Su Hua was about to forcibly shove the powder down Eli's throat herself. Anyone who harmed Lin Shu and deserved to be dealt with personally by her. Just as Su Hua was about to grab Eli's chin, Lin Shu stopped her. Su Hua paused, her expression softening slightly. "Sweetheart, don't let him sully your hands. Let me do it." Lin Shu took the powder from Su Hua, grabbed Eli's chin, and forced his mouth open, tipping the powder into his throat. "John King, Lin Shu, your innocent sweet flower, or sweet grass persona is kind of crumbling here, isn't it?" But when John King looked at Su Hua, she saw admiration shining in her eyes. "Got it, then." Manager Su not only thinks it's fine, she's actually approving of Lin Xuan's behavior. They really are cut from the same cloth. "Manager Su, what about them?" John King glanced at the two women, the bodyguards, the mercenaries, and the two men who'd been bribed to leak information. The two men were so terrified they'd wet themselves, their faces as pale as paper. Su Hua glanced at them dismissively. Send them to the Golden Triangle as slaves. Whether they survive and how badly they suffer depends on their own luck. Their faces turned ashen. The mercenaries, who had a good understanding of the Golden Triangle, felt like they might as well be dead. Life as a slave in the Golden Triangle was the lowest of the low. They could be humiliated at will. With almost no chance of survival, they were finished. John King, find 2 male escorts. Su Hua ordered calmly. Yes, Manager Su. John King nodded and made a call, relaying Su Hua's instructions. He's gone mad, let's go. Su Hua turned around. Su, I love you so much. How could you treat me like this? Yulai crawled over, trying to grab onto Su Hua's legs. Su Hua's gaze turned frosty, and before Yulai could touch her, she kicked him away. Then she took Lin Chuan's hand and left. Yulai lay on the ground, watching the backs of Su Hua and Lin Chuan, his eyes lifeless. Ha ha ha, he mocked, laughing bitterly. Su Hua, how ruthless. No matter how much he liked Su Hua, no matter how many irrational things he did for her, Su Hua never looked at him with anything other than disdain. He had lost completely. He really couldn't accept it. Why could Lin Chuan stay by her side, but not him? But no matter how much he resented it, he had no chance to fight back Su Hua. Why can't you look at me? Yulai uttered painfully. Under the strong effects of the drug, Yulai passed out shortly after. When he woke up again, he saw 2 men sitting by the bed, staring at him. Butler Wang wasn't present at the scene, but he followed the whole ordeal like he was eating popcorn. Although he had promised Lin Chu and not to tell Su Hua about his plan, Butler Wang was cautious about Lin Chu and safety. He had installed a small surveillance device on Lin Chuan. Once Lin Chuan was in trouble, the men he had stationed would immediately intervene to save him. Miss really exudes a powerful aura. Butler Wang chuckled. Lin Chuan also surprised him. On the surface, he seemed like a weakling, but his fighting skills were unexpectedly formidable. From now on, anyone trying to use Lin Chu and as leverage against Miss would have a harder time doing so. Exactly, Miss is so incredible, the bodyguard said, full of admiration. And Lin Chuan, he's surprisingly strong too. Lin Chuan could charm Miss, had high combat skills, and was simply amazing. Butler Wang turned off the surveillance. Butler, why did you turn off the surveillance? The bodyguard frowned, still eager to continue watching. This was way more interesting than any TV drama or movie. Can't watch, Butler Wang said with a smile. The powder wasn't something you could simply take an antidote for and be done. It would temporarily suppress the symptoms, but it would still flare up later. Of course, taking the antidote would lessen the intensity, and going to the hospital could resolve it. But with Miss around, who needed the hospital? Huh? The bodyguard was puzzled. Butler, why can't we watch? Young man, don't get nosy, Butler Wang said with a glance, then walked out of the room. Su Hua was well aware of the effects of the powder used by her organization. After leaving the private room, she noticed the subtle changes in Lin Chuan's complexion and opened a room at the Jade Indulgence Club. The delicate fragrance of Su Hua's body made Lin Chuan's mind foggy. Soon he pounced on Su Hua, pushing her onto the bed. Pure imagination line. Readers can fill in the blanks. Compared to the intense chemistry between Lin Chuan and Su Hua in their private room, Yulai's room was in complete chaos. Yulai had been drugged with a love potion, but he was conscious the entire time. Confronted with 2 men, his mental state shattered, and eventually he went insane. He was sent back to the family by Su Hua's people. His mother was pacing nervously in the living room, extremely anxious. Where could Lear be? His phone's not answering, and the bodyguards who followed him can't be reached either. So many people have been sent out, but no one has found a trace of him. Yi's father sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette indifferently. What's the rush? He's a grown man, and he has bodyguards with him. What could possibly happen to him? His mother also thought that, given their family's status, no one would dare to harm their son. Besides, her son had always been friendly with others and didn't seem to have any enemies. However, her temples were throbbing uncontrollably, and she had an overwhelming sense of unease. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed, and she could barely catch her breath. Su Hua's people returned Yulai, dumping him directly in front of the Yu family's villa. The Yu family's servants only saw a disheveled, bruised man raving outside. I'm so handsome. I love you so much. How could you not like me? Why did you choose him? I'm the man most suited for you. Yulai broke off a twig and extended it. Darling, here's my rose for you. Accept me, won't you? The servants furrowed their brows. The voice of this lunatic sounded oddly familiar. What? His watch and his attire, they all looked so familiar. Realizing something, the servants widened their eyes in shock. Wasn't this their young master? But what happened to him? He looked like this now, and his mental state seemed abnormal. Several servants helped Eli back into the villa. One servant went ahead to report to his mother and father. Master, madam, the young master is back. Mother breathed a sigh of relief. Back is good. Back is good. His father said, see? I told you not to worry. Who would dare harm our son? The servant wiped the sweat from his brow. Master, madam, the young master has run into trouble. His mother's heart leapt. What trouble? The young master's mental state seems unstable, and he's also severely injured. The servant replied timidly. What? His mother's eyes widened. She stumbled toward the door, and as soon as she stepped out, she saw the badly injured Eli. My lair. His mother embraced Eli, weeping heavily. Who did this to you? My poor son, beaten so badly. His father stared at Eli. The servant had mentioned earlier he had gone insane. Eli shoved his mother away abruptly. You ugly old hag, don't touch me. I only want the woman I love. Lair, what's wrong with you? His mother looked at him in shock. Eli didn't answer his mother's question. He merely held onto the twig tightly, murmuring, Darling, I'll propose to you soon. You'll definitely say yes, right? Quick, get Lair to the hospital. His mother panicked, shouting loudly. The doctor examined the results and shook his head. Doctor, what's wrong with my son? His mother asked nervously. The doctor sighed. There's virtually no chance of recovery, and his rectum has been severely torn. It's likely that before this, he was violated by men. His mother's face turned pale as she fell to the ground. His father's expression darkened. He made a call. Investigate. Find out who harmed my son. If he figured it out, he would make that person pay with their life. How dare they treat his son like this? There was no way he would let them off. Soo-hwa had finished freshening up and was seated at the dining table, clad in a white silk nightgown, exuding elegance and grace. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Has the family matter been taken care of yet? Not yet, Jaron King replied. Soo-hwa tapped her fingers softly on the table. Do they run a company? Yes, they own a real estate, a fairly well-known company in Yundu City. If parents can't raise their son properly, they should pay the price, Soo-hwa murmured quietly. The weather is getting cold. It's time for the family to go bankrupt. John King quietly waited for Soo-hwa's instructions. Eli dared to target young Master Lin, so Soo-hwa definitely wouldn't let the family off the hook. John King, investigate your real estate, Soo-hwa coldly ordered. Yes, Miss Soo, John King respectfully acknowledged. Butler Wang watched with a smile. With the weather turning cold, it's time for the Yi family to go bankrupt. If the Yi family didn't break any laws or regulations, Miss Soo might set up a real estate company to compete with Yi Real Estate. But how could a company like Yi Real Estate not have any violations? The Yi family is in for some tough times. By the way, Miss Soo, those who sent Eli back to the Yi family reported that Eli has gone mad, John King added. Soo-hwa responded indifferently, her gaze calm and unwavering. For her, any man other than Lin Chu and wasn't worth wasting her emotions on. After finishing breakfast, Soo-hwa went upstairs. Due to the effects of the medication, Lin Chuan was still asleep in bed. When Lin Chuan woke up, he saw Soo-hwa sitting by the bed, her face grim, indicating she wasn't in a good mood. Hua Bao, what's wrong with you? Lin Chuan asked nervously, trying to figure out what he had done to upset Soo-hwa. Before attending the birthday party, Soo-hwa was fine, but only after returning home did she become this way. Could it be? Did Soo-hwa misunderstand something? Hua Bao, I promise, although I took the medication yesterday, I remained fully conscious before you arrived. I didn't have any improper interactions with any woman other than you. Lin Chu, and quickly raised 2 fingers to swear, fearing Soo-hwa might think he had been unfaithful. Soo-hwa's expression remained icy. Lin Chuan was at a complete loss. He didn't even know why Soo-hwa was angry, let alone how to pacify her. Chuan, Soo-hwa bit her lip. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not protecting you. She couldn't imagine what would have happened if something had truly gone wrong. Thankfully, he was unharmed. Lin Chuan was momentarily stunned. So, Soo-hwa was blaming herself for not protecting him. A warm feeling surged through Lin Chuan. In this world, only Soo-hwa truly cared for him and loved him. Lin Chuan gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Soo-hwa's eyes, speaking in a tender tone. Hua Bao, I'm fine, aren't I? I promise I'll take good care of myself and not put myself in danger. Alright, I trust you, Chuan. Soo-hwa nodded, holding Lin Chuan's hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. Chuan, you can't get hurt. You have to stay safe for me. If something happens to you, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. You won't be able to get rid of me. In the past, Lin Xiu and might have resisted Su Hua's words, but now he only felt bliss. Having a girlfriend who devoted herself entirely to him, what man wouldn't love that? In the Yi family's house, Yi's father mobilized all available resources to investigate who had harmed Yi Lai, but there was no trace whatsoever. There were no surveillance tapes and no witnesses. Even the 4 bodyguards were nowhere to be found, as if they had vanished from Xia country overnight. Yi's father sat on the couch, unshaven and looking utterly defeated. He had only one son, and he had placed all his hopes on Yi Lai. Yet, not only had Yi Lai gone mad, but he had also lost his ability to have children. The only consolation was that the Yi family wasn't short on money. They could send Yi Lai to the hospital, retrieve his sperm, and pay for a surrogate. However, the chances of success were slim. "Dear, have you found anything?" Yi's mother came downstairs, anxious. Yi's father shook his head despondently. There was no trace to be found. "Nothing at all. It's been 3 days. How can we not have found anything?" "Husband, send more people to look," Yi's mother urged impatiently. Every day, she watched her foolish son and longed to tear apart whoever had turned him into this state. "It's no use, we can't find anything anymore. We searched for 3 days and found nothing. It's even less likely we'll find anything in the future. Everything that could be investigated has been checked." Yi's father shook his head. At that moment, his phone rang. Yi's father picked up the call. "Chairman, something's happened at the company. You need to come over right away. The tax bureau is here to check our accounts." The frantic voice of his secretary came through the phone. "What?" Yi's father shot up from the couch. "Not only that, but our company is trending on Weibo. Chairman, you should check it out yourself," the secretary added. Yi's father hurriedly got into his car and headed to the company. On the way, he remembered the secretary's words and quickly took out his phone to check Weibo. The following were trending on Weibo. Hashi Real Estate uses substandard construction materials with poor building quality. Hashi Real Estate forcibly buys land at low prices, threatening residents who refuse. Hashi Real Estate withholds workers' wages, leading to a worker's suicide by jumping into a river. Hash houses built by Real Estate collapsed, and so on. Nearly 20 black marks occupied the main Weibo hot searches and city-specific listings. Similar news flooded other platforms as well. Yi's father's face turned pale upon seeing these headlines. These things they had always been kept well hidden by the company. How could they have been exposed? Who was behind this? Arriving at the company, Yi's father found the entrance and the underground parking lot completely blocked. The driver frowned. "Chairman, we can't get through." Yi's father had to disguise himself and move through the crowd. People in the crowd chanted loudly, "Refund us. Give us our money back. Destroy the houses we bought. We spent our life savings on these houses, only for you to use cheap materials for profit. Do you have any conscience? Refund us now." Yi's father, struggling to keep his mask on, walked through the crowd. His hat accidentally got knocked off, and a man noticed his resemblance. He yanked down Yi's father's mask. "This is Yi's father, the chairman of Yi Real Estate. Yi's father is here," the man shouted. Almost everyone turned their attention to the scene. After confirming that Yi's father was indeed the head of Yi Real Estate, the crowd swarmed, grabbing at his clothes and hair. "Refund us, right now. I don't want to die. I don't want to live in your houses." Yi's father was in complete disarray, his hair a mess, his clothes torn far from the image of an elite businessman he once had. Security guards from Yi Real Estate arrived, forcibly pulling Yi's father out of the crowd and escorting him into the company. The secretary was stunned to see Yi's father's disheveled state. "Chairman, you look." "I'm fine," Yi's father said grimly. "Where are the staff from the tax bureau?" After checking the accounts, they took some of our company's documents and left. "Chairman, they found the hidden ledgers we thought were well concealed," the secretary explained. "This time, we might need to pay hefty taxes plus fines amounting to several billion. Our cash flow isn't enough, and with all these black marks, banks probably won't lend to us." The secretary's expression was one of deep worry. The company might truly be done for this time. "Someone wants to eat my tan gong, Chairman. Everyone is now voluntarily defaulting just to cancel their newly bought houses. And for those that haven't been sold yet, you need to figure out how to deal with them." Yi's father slumped in his office chair, defeated. There was no solution, absolutely no way to resolve this issue. 3 more days passed, and Yi's father was arrested by the police. All of the Yi family's assets were frozen. In front of the Yi family's villa, Yi Lai hugged a branch, laughing foolishly. Yi's mother sat on the ground, weeping bitterly. Now that the company is gone, all the money is gone, Lear has gone mad, and her husband has been sent to prison, sentenced to at least 10 years. The person who harmed her son hasn't even been caught yet. Why has this happened? In just 1 week, everything has changed. The Yi family, once at its peak, has fallen into hell. To be continued. Eli? Lin Xuan sat in his villa in Night Garden, casually lounging with his legs crossed, watching the news. Tusk, what a pity. Lin Xuan felt quite pleased with himself. Being pampered by his girlfriend wasn't bad at all. This soft life isn't half bad. Now that Eli has been taken care of, the next targets are Qin Royao and Lin Lai. This time, he could make good use of the Yuan. Lin Xuan exited Weibo, played some games for a while, and then went back to scrolling through gossip. But this time, the gossip was about him. Lin Lai had won first place in a national computer competition and had made it onto Weibo's trending list. Everyone was showering Lin Lai with praise. With Lin Lai being praised, Lin Xuan was being dragged down. Large-scale promotion and fans were trashing Lin Xuan. Lin Lai is amazing. Entering Yandere University with a high school entrance exam ranking of 3rd in all of Yandere City and now repeatedly winning in computer competitions, he's truly a genius. As for Lin Xuan, that guy who scored just over 300 points in the exam, only got into Shanking University because his family bribed someone. A bastard child truly can't make the cut. Yes, a bastard child. The Lin family had publicly declared that Lin Lai and Lin Xuan were twins. They feared Lin Lai would be upset, and they worried that others would look down on him, so they never dared to reveal that Lin Lai was adopted. Later, the Lin family kept Lin Xuan hidden away, only bringing Lin Lai to social gatherings, clearly showing their disregard for Lin Xuan, which led everyone to speculate that Lin Xuan was a bastard child. Regarding the bastard child label, none of the Lin family members ever came forward to deny it. Don't compare Lin Xuan to my male idol, Lin Xuan. This lowly bastard child doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as my male idol. Bastard child, stay away from my brother. Yet lost. A bastard child who's already been kicked out of the Lin family should stop showing his face and embarrassing himself. Someone even uploaded a photo of Lin Xuan, showing him with thick bangs, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and dressed in shabby clothes. It was clear that someone had paid to guide fans and netizens to bash on Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan scrolled through the comments on Weibo, coldly smiling to himself. Lin Lai loved using him as a stepping stone to highlight his own brilliance. This Lin Lai was really getting addicted to leading the internet to insult him. Butler Wang accidentally caught a glimpse of the content on Lin Xuan's phone screen and frowned. Young Master Lin, should I send someone to deal with these online comments? No need. Lin Xuan's eyes glinted with a cold light. I'll handle it myself. If they dared to slander him, they should be prepared to face the consequences. Besides, he was a bit bored right now and wanted to stir up some trouble to pass the time. Lin Xuan instructed the servant to bring him a laptop. He placed the laptop on his lap and began typing furiously. With a single click, he sent messages to various marketing accounts. Delete the comments and apologize to Lin Xuan. Otherwise, face the consequences yourself. Many marketing accounts saw this and simply scoffed, choosing to ignore Lin Xuan. One such account, called Wang Ji Talks Entertainment, glanced at Lin Xuan's comment and sneered contemptuously. Thus, letting him delete the post? How could that be possible? Just this single post had earned him $4,000 from the other party. There was no way he was going to turn down easy money. Wang Ji Talks Entertainment replied to Lin Xuan, "Who are you? Why should I delete it? Young man, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Lin Xuan casually clicked on the reply, saw Wang Ji Talks Entertainment's comment, and smiled. "If you don't delete it, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Wang Ji Talks Entertainment sipped his water and saw Lin Xuan's response, sneering in amusement. This guy actually claimed he could deal with him? Now that was a truly amusing joke. His content didn't meet the criteria for a lawsuit. Without police intervention, separated by a screen, the other person had no way of knowing who he was or where he was located. How could he possibly take action against him? The only route left was reporting him, but he received reports all the time in his line of work. It was utterly insignificant. Ha ha ha. Stop boasting. I'm not afraid of your threats. If you can do anything to me, I'll live stream handstand eating poop. Live stream handstand eating poop? Lin Xuan's lips curved upwards. Now that's a good idea. Butler Wang. Yes, young Master Lin, what would you like me to do? Butler Wang asked respectfully. Lin Xuan instructed, gather some of the servants. Waste materials. I'll need them tomorrow. Oh, Butler Wang was puzzled. What purpose would the servants' waste materials serve? Lin Xuan's lips curved upwards. Someone is going to eat it. Butler Wang, making someone eat. Huh? Young Master Lin was going to mess with someone. Wow, young Master Lin's method was really ruthless. Butler Wang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He liked young Master Lin's style of dealing with people. Lin Xuan replied to Wang Ji Talks Entertainment, very good, I hope you don't regret it. Lin Xuan hacked into Wang Jitalks Entertainment's computer. Wang Jitalks Entertainment was leisurely sipping on his drink. After playing around on his phone for a while, he noticed the cursor on his computer moving slowly. What's this? Wang Jitalks Entertainment was stunned. He hadn't touched the computer. So what was going on? The cursor moved into the settings, scrolling down slowly. Wang Jitalks Entertainment's eyes widened in horror. What was happening? At the very bottom were options to log out the account and to deactivate the account. Wang Jitalks Entertainment panicked, desperately trying to control the mouse, but it was no use. He couldn't operate it. He tried to shut down the computer, but that also didn't work. Finally, the cursor landed on the option to deactivate the account. Oh, what? Wang Jitalks Entertainment yelled in panic. Suddenly, the cursor stopped moving. Wang Jitalks Entertainment let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It looks like it was just a computer glitch. Then he saw a reply from Lin Xuan. I really couldn't do much to you. I just deactivated your account. Weibo is panicking. Lin Xuan continued to manipulate his computer, his movements deliberate, as if he were taunting him. He slowly rotated the mouse, lingering near the option to delete the account. No, this can't be happening. This account couldn't be deleted. It was something he had nurtured with both time and money, investing 3 years to cultivate over 200,000 followers. If the account were to be deleted now, all his efforts over these 3 years would be for nothing. Wang Jishuoyu was sweating profusely. Finally, Lin Xuan clicked on the option to delete the account. The page popped off. Are you sure you want to delete your account? A loud bang echoed. In a fit of desperation, Wang Jishuoyu smashed the computer, shattering the screen into darkness. He exhaled in relief. His computer was broken now. Surely the other party wouldn't be able to do anything to his account anymore. He replied to Lin Xuan, Haha, I'd like to see what else you can do to me. Bring it on! Before he even finished typing, his account was forcibly logged out. What's happening? A bad feeling washed over Wang Jishuoyu. His hands trembling, he tried to log back into his Weibo account, only to find that it had already been deleted. Wang Jishuoyu collapsed onto his chair, his face pale with shock. How could this be? He had clearly smashed his computer. How was the other party still able to delete his account? It's over. Everything is over. Nurturing a Weibo account required time, money, and sometimes even luck. Once successful, an account could bring in tens, even hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. Now that the account was deleted, he would have to start everything from scratch. Wang Jishuoyu, hands still trembling, logged into the QQ Weibo account group. Hui! Everyone, go and delete those defamatory Weibo posts about Lin Xu and post an apology to him. Hurry up! No one listened to him. Instead, they started mocking him. Old Wang, weren't you the bravest one among us? Why are you suddenly acting so scared? What can they really do to us? Yeah, Old Wang, we're in this business. Threats and reports are part of the game. If we delete every post every time we're threatened, we might as well quit. Wang Jishuoyu's forehead veins bulged aggressively. This time it's different. This time, our accounts really will be deleted. Wang Jishuoyu was about to inform them about this when a flood of messages suddenly appeared. Holy crap! Why has my Weibo account been deleted? Exclamation mine too. What's going on? Dammit, my 6-year-old Weibo account is gone. Who's behind this? Exclamation, could it be a Weibo glitch? Let's go demand an explanation from Weibo. At that moment, Wang Jishuoyu spoke in the group. It's not Weibo's fault. It's the person who deleted and apologized in the comments under Lin Xuan's post. He's the one who deleted my Weibo account. Oh! All the marketing accounts stared in disbelief. It was him. That's why old Wang had previously urged them to delete those posts. Those who hadn't had their accounts deleted yet reacted, scrambling to delete comments and posts. By then, it was already beyond the deadline Lin Xu and had set for them, and those who had deleted comments still ended up having their accounts deleted. The usually bustling QQ group fell into dead silence, each person too shocked to say a word. These accounts were money. Losing them was equivalent to losing their livelihoods. This wasn't us who deleted our accounts. Weibo has to be able to fix this. Let's all go demand Weibo to restore our accounts. Wang Jishuoyu suggested. Everyone whose accounts had been deleted rushed to seek an explanation from Weibo. After understanding the situation, Weibo immediately had the technical department attempt to restore their accounts. Technician Wang Kai sat in front of his computer, typing away, trying to restore the accounts. The computer page displayed, this account has been permanently deleted and cannot be restored. Attempts to restore several marketing accounts yielded the same result. Wang Hai felt a chill run down his spine. It's happening again, that eerie sensation. He was considered one of the best in the computer field in Greater China. Since joining Weibo's technical department, he had rarely encountered challenging issues. The incidents with the Feiyu website and Zhang Xinbao novel website were like this. They were unable to remove trending topics then. This time, once again, he was unable to do anything about it. Wang Kai quickly reported the matter to the technical department manager. PFFT, the manager spat out his drink in surprise. You're saying several dozen marketing accounts have been deleted for no reason, and we can't restore them? Yes, Wang Kai nodded. I've checked. Only Wang Jishuoyu's account wasn't officially deleted. The others were all deleted in one go. It's clear that it was done by hacking into our backend. This time, the issue involves Lin Xu and being defamed and used as a tool for stirring negative sentiment. Interestingly, the owner of the Zhang Xinbao novel site also uses the pen name Xuan. Could it be that Lin Xuan is the owner of Zhang Xinbao novels? The same person has interfered with our backend operations on both occasions, both related to Lin Xuan, Wang Kai speculated. Definitely. The manager slapped the armrest of his chair with such force that his veins bulged on his hand. Manager, since we know the mastermind behind this is Lin Xuan, should we report this to the police? The hacker poses a constant threat to us, Wang Kai said worriedly. If the hackers succeeded in crashing their software, it would only take a day or two for a large number of Weibo users to abandon the platform. If it were to be paralyzed for a week, Weibo would essentially be finished. No, we can't report it. The technical department manager shook his head. We have no evidence to prove that Lin Xuan is behind this. Reporting it might anger him, and if he launches an attack on Weibo, do we have the capability to counter it? Then, manager, are we supposed to just wait and do nothing? Wang Kai asked urgently. We have no other choice but to sit and wait. The technical department manager clenched his fists. Since he successfully hacked Weibo last time, we've hired 3 top computer experts to upgrade and strengthen our defense systems. We've also set up countless alarms, yet none of it helped. He breached our backend as easily as before, leaving absolutely no trace. A person with such capabilities is way beyond our reach. We cannot afford to provoke him, the technical department manager said through gritted teeth. Wang Kai fell silent. Indeed, there was no way to counter it. The technical department manager sat back in his office chair, pinching the bridge of his nose. I'll report this to the chairman afterward. This hacker, let him do as he pleases. There's no other choice. Wang Kai withdrew. Weibo's staff also contacted the marketing accounts affected. Sorry, our backend indicates that your Weibo accounts were deleted by yourselves. This being an individual act, we cannot provide the service to restore your accounts. Seeing this message, all remaining hope in Wang Jishuoyu vanished completely. He regretted it. He shouldn't have taunted that person. If only he had listened and deleted the posts earlier, apologizing to Lin Xu, and he wouldn't have lost his account, all for the sake of earning those $4,000. A bit of flavor, Wang Ji said, entertainment. His face turned pale. He suddenly remembered the words he had said to the other person. If he could pull something off against him, then he would live stream eating shit while standing on his head. Would the other person really do that? Just as he was thinking, a message arrived on his phone. Remember, tomorrow you will be live streaming eating crap headstand. Wang Ji said, entertainment. His hands trembled. Seriously, are they for real? Thinking this, Wang Ji shook his head. The other party could only hide behind the screen, operating in the shadows. Hackers like that were most afraid of exposure. How could he possibly come offline and make him eat shit, let alone doing it live? The other party must be just threatening him, must be. The next morning, Su Hua prepared to go to work. She, as usual, dressed in a white shirt, a tight-fitting suit skirt, and a suit jacket, her lovely and graceful body on full display. Lin Xu and gently kissed the beauty's forehead. I'll be waiting for you at home. Am. Su Hua's eyes curved. Butler Wang smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, love could change a person. Missy wasn't the same cold robot she used to be. In front of Lin Xuan, she would show a feminine side. This was truly wonderful. This was the kind of Missy who felt like a warm, living person to him. After Su Hua left, Butler Wang took out some masks. What are these? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. Butler Wang smiled. Gas masks. Lin Xuan nodded in approval. Not bad, quite well prepared. Oh, right. Butler Wang, remember not to tell Su Hua about this, Lin Xuan instructed. He wanted to maintain a good image in front of his beloved woman. Such matters were really damaging to his image. Rest assured, Master Lin, I will. Butler Wang nodded with a smile. Oh, Master Lin, I'll go with you. Butler Wang's eyes gleamed with excitement. For Master Lin to play a prank on someone, how could he miss such an occasion? Are you sure you want to go? Lin Xuan gave Butler Wang a suspicious look. Yes, Master Lin. Missy instructed me to protect you well. Since you're going out, I naturally should follow, Butler Wang said with a slight smile. Fine, let's go together then, Lin Xuan didn't call him out. A group of people marched towards Wang Ji's residence. Wang Ji hadn't slept all night, carrying a heavy set of dark circles under his eyes. He had been anxious the whole night, fearing that the other party would force him to fulfill his promise. At around 9 in the morning, Wang Ji was still lying in bed. In his heart, he continued to recite, the other person was only threatening him. It wouldn't really come, it wasn't possible. More than 10 hours had passed, the other person hadn't come to find him. They wouldn't come back later. Wang Ji's heart gradually calmed down. Strong sleepiness hit him, and his consciousness gradually drifted into chaos. Click! His room door lock was turned. Lin Xuan and Butler Wang and their entourage thus entered Wang Ji's home openly. Wearing gas masks, Lin Xuan sat on the chair in front of the computer, crossing his legs, just looking at Wang Ji. Wang Ji was having a nice dream. Lin Xuan flicked over a marble. Wang Ji jumped up like a spring-loaded toy. Don't look at me! When he opened his eyes, a room full of people wearing gas masks came into view. Sharp fear surged in Wang Ji's heart. Who are you? Wang Ji said, trembling. You know, forcing your way into someone's home is illegal. Lin Xuan's lips curled into a smile, his voice calm and eerie. For your information, I'm the one you chatted with last night. Wang Ji was a bit dazed, his brain struggling to catch up. The one you chatted with? What person? He didn't recognize him. To be precise, the one you chatted with on Weibo last night. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Wang Ji's face turned white in an instant. It was him! I came today to hold you to your promise. Lin Xuan pointed to the 4 white transparent jars. Look, I've already prepared the props. Get ready and fulfill your promise. Wang Ji stared at the contents inside the jars, feeling like throwing up. Ew! He couldn't help but retch. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. From the look of it, you haven't had breakfast yet. That's perfect. These will be your breakfasts. Wang Ji clenched his fists. I won't eat it, so what can you do to me? Such disgusting things, he would never eat them. The bodyguards, with perfect timing, took out a knife from their bodies. Wang Ji swallowed nervously. Don't be afraid, Lin Xuan smiled. We won't kill you. At most, we'll cut off your tongue, chop off your legs, and cut off your arms, leaving you barely alive as a cripple. Wang Ji was almost scared out of his pants. Even Butler Wang's arms were covered in goosebumps. Master Lin was really ruthless. You know, I'm a hacker. I have plenty of ways to hack into these security cameras. The police won't find me, Lin Xuan said slowly. I'll leave! Wang Ji shouted. Go for the jugular, I'll do whatever you say. Just please don't cut off my limbs. Wang Ji Shuoyu replied tremblingly. If only you had been this cooperative earlier, Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. Lin Xuan tossed Wang Ji Shuoyu's phone back to him. I've already helped you register a new phone number. You can start live streaming directly from it. Yes. Wang Ji Shuoyu agreed, not daring to disobey Lin Xuan's instructions, terrified that Lin Xuan might decide to eliminate him. He made his way to the living room. Lin Xuan instructed the bodyguards to place the 4 jars in front of Wang Ji Shuoyu. Open the ones you need to eat yourself, Lin Xuan smirked. Originally, he had planned to just pick someone at random to make an example of, but this Wang Ji Shuoyu was just too arrogant. The idea of live streaming while eating excrement upside down was something Wang Ji Shuoyu had suggested himself, so he only had himself to blame. The bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief, grateful it wasn't them who had to open the jars. Wang Ji Shuoyu trembled as he lifted the lid off one of the jars. The contents had been sealed for too long, and as soon as the lid was removed, an overwhelming stench burst out, assaulting Wang Ji Shuoyu's senses and making his stomach churn. Ugh! Wang Ji Shuoyu couldn't hold back his nausea and began vomiting. Lin Xuan sat in a chair, resting one leg over the other, clearly enjoying the spectacle with a gleeful expression. Sometimes, it was quite enjoyable to seek amusement from people who didn't know any better. The live stream is about to start. Remember, don't try anything funny. Otherwise, your hands and feet might just get chopped off, Lin Xuan warned, his voice brimming with danger. If you want to gamble on it, feel free. I wouldn't mind cutting off your limbs myself. Wang Ji Shuoyu, holding his stomach, felt like he might vomit up his own bile. Don't worry, I won't do anything, Wang Ji Shuoyu said, his face pale. There was no way he would dare to defy this man again. He was terrifying. You're being quite obedient now, Lin Xuan remarked with a raised eyebrow. Wang Ji Shuoyu's face was a picture of misery. Was he supposed to defy him instead? Lin Xuan started filming with his phone, aiming it directly at Wang Ji Shuoyu. Before coming, Lin Xuan had already hacked into Weibo's backend and arranged for a trending topic. Wang Jishuoyu live streams eating excrement upside down. The topic soared to the top of the trending chart. Wang Jishuoyu had made a name for himself by constantly criticizing and spreading rumors about various celebrities, earning the ire of their fans. Seeing this trending topic, they eagerly refreshed the page, waiting for the live stream to begin. Passers-by were simply there for the gossip, live streaming while eating excrement upside down. If it was real, it would be absolutely explosive. Too intense. They had never seen anything like it before. Curious onlookers also began waiting for the live stream. What's going on? Why hasn't it started yet? Isn't this just a prank? It's definitely fake. Wang Jishuoyu saying he'll live stream eating excrement is just hot air. He'd never actually do it. Wang Jishuoyu's account has been suspended. I think this is just a publicity stunt to get people's attention. Everyone, let's move on. He's not going to do it. Holy crap! The live stream started. It's really Wang Jishuoyu. At the sight of this, people rushed into the live streaming room. Wang Jishuoyu stood in front of the camera, glancing nervously at the 4 bodyguards sharpening knives in front of him, and swallowed hard. He began introducing himself nervously on camera. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Jishuoyu. I lost a bet with someone, and the punishment is to live stream eating excrement upside down. Netizens, hearing Wang Jishuoyu's words and seeing the transparent glass jars in front of him, were stunned. Wait, is this for real? It's probably just a prop. I don't think it's a prop. Props wouldn't look this realistic. Holy crap, look, there are flies buzzing around. I'm certain this is the real deal. No way, just looking at it is making me feel nauseous. Wang Jishuoyu leaned against the wall, preparing to go upside down. After a long period of mental preparation, he extended his trembling hand toward the first jar. Yellow and gooey, it smeared all over his hand. Lin Xuan, he was here to watch a show, but now he was starting to feel nauseated himself. Lin Xuan turned his head away, no longer watching. The live stream was flooded with crazy commentary. Oh my god, the breakfast I just had is coming back up. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to puke. Mommy, this is so disgusting, yet I can't stop watching. It's so thrilling. This has got to be real excrement. I can smell the stench through my screen. Who is this genius who prepared all these different kinds? Wang Jishuoyu struggled to suppress his nausea and revulsion as he scooped the contents out of the jar and forced them into his mouth, bit by bit. Lin Xuan and the bodyguards found it repulsive and turned their heads away. Only Butler Wang seemed thoroughly entertained, his eyes bright with interest. Lin Xuan, so, that's what Butler Wang is like. In the midst of it all, Wang Jishuoyu vomited several times, but eventually, he managed to finish the contents of the jar. His hands and mouth were smeared with the foul-smelling mess. Lin Xuan shut off the phone. Is this good enough for you? Wang Jishuoyu asked nervously. Lin Xuan looked at the remains of the excrement on Wang Jishuoyu's mouth. For a moment, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the man. It was too much to bear. It's good enough, Lin Xuan said, his goal achieved, so he had no further interest in Wang Jishuoyu. Thank you. Wang Jishuoyu prostrated himself on the ground, showing an extreme level of subservience. As a result of the live stream of him eating excrement, Wang Jishuoyu gained 60,000 new followers. Before leaving, Lin Xuan kindly took Wang Jishuoyu's phone and deleted his account once more. After 2 account deletions, Wang Jishuoyu wouldn't be able to register a new account for a week. This meant he wouldn't be able to capitalize on the buzz from the excrement eating incident. As soon as Lin Xuan left, Wang Jishuoyu rushed to the bathroom, frantically washing his hands and brushing his teeth. When he emerged from the bathroom, he saw the remaining contents in the jars on the floor and felt another wave of nausea. He quickly ran back to the toilet and vomited violently. After finally recovering, he checked his phone and found that his Weibo account had been deleted again. Wang Jishuoyu was so angry he nearly spat blood. As Lin Xuan was on his way back, he checked the trending topics and let out a cold smile. First, deleting accounts on Weibo, and then the live stream of eating excrement upside down. He wanted to see which other social media influencers would dare to slander him in the future. Lin Xuan also sent a message to Lei Hui, informed the legal department to sue these individuals. The reason, defamation, slander. Lin Xuan sent Lei Hui several screenshots. Lei Hui replied promptly, understood, boss. As for Lin Lai, they were now just waiting for Liu Yuan's update. The legal department went after Lin Lai's most vocal supporters, and the court ruled that they had to pay a fine of 150,000 yuan and publicly apologize. 150,000 yuan was a substantial sum for the average person. Even many celebrities in the entertainment industry rarely bothered to sue those who badmouthed them, but here Lin Xiu, an ordinary person, had taken legal action against them. Faced with this, some of Lin Lai's fans backed down and quietly deleted their insulting comments about Lin Xiuan. Continued to set traps for Kin Royale. Lin Xiuan was juggling school and short videos, transforming novels into short dramas to drive traffic to the Huyin app, and using benefits to attract the public to shoot short videos. He also arranged for the singers from his signed Dream Workshop to perform on Huyin. The entertainment industry was dominated by Starlight Entertainment, and all the singers from Dream Workshop were explicitly targeted for a blacklist by Starlight Entertainment. Participating in talent shows and releasing songs on music apps were no longer viable options. So, if he wanted to make them popular, he had to find another way. As long as their fame could be elevated through short videos, then resources would start pouring in. Lin Xiuan's business was booming. During this time, Liu Yuan was trailing behind Kin Royale, fully embodying the personas of a lovesick puppy and a devoted follower. He was spending money like crazy on Kin Royale, showering her with gifts. Whenever Kin Royale was upset or hurt, he was always there to comfort her in a timely manner. When Kin Royale made a fool of herself and faced mockery, Liu Yuan secretly enjoyed the situation before stepping up to defend her. He even went so far as to offer advice to help Kin Royale win Lin Lai's favor. Liu Yuan's tactics completely deceived Kin Royale, who began to trust him fully. Ever since Kin Royale decided to give up on pursuing Lin Xiuan, Lin Lai's enthusiasm towards her had significantly diminished. One day, Kin Royale called Lin Lai. "Lai Ji, today is my birthday. Can you come and spend it with me? We haven't seen each other in a long time, and I really miss you." Kin Royale cooed softly. Lin Lai frowned. "I'm busy at the company and can't spare time to accompany you. That's all for now, sweetheart. I have to get back to work." Lai Ji. Kin Royale was just about to say something more when Lin Lai cut her off with an expression of disgust. The phone emitted a series of abrupt beeps. Kin Royale's face turned pale. She had been dating Lai Ji for 2 years, and in the past, every Valentine's Day and her birthday, he would always be there to spend it with her. Now it seemed like he had changed, as if he no longer liked her. A strong sense of panic welled up in Kin Royale's heart. No, it couldn't be. She still wanted to marry Lai Ji and become the president's wife of Starlight Group. She wanted to reach a position that Lin Xiuan could never attain, so that in the future, Lin Xiuan would beg her on his knees. Lai Ji couldn't break up with her. Liu Yuan arrived with a cake and roses, though this time he didn't buy a ring. He had originally thought he would soon obtain proof of Kin Royale and Lin Lai's intimate moments, but instead, Kin Royale rarely interacted with Lin Lai anymore, making it impossible to get any recordings or photos. He had spent almost all the money Lin Xiuan provided him, and now he had to be frugal. Liu Yuan spoke gently. "Happy birthday, Yao Yao. This cake is homemade." "Yeah, right. If it doesn't taste good, Yao Yao, don't blame me, okay?" Upon seeing Liu Yuan's tender expression, Kin Royale felt a strong desire to be with him. However, Liu Yuan's background couldn't compare to Lai Ji's. Liu Yuan opened the cake, inserted the candles, and was about to ask Kin Royale to make a wish and blow out the candles, but when he looked up, he noticed her red, teary eyes. "Yao Yao, what's wrong? Why are your eyes so red?" Liu Yuan asked with concern. Kin Royale's pent-up grievances suddenly flooded out, and she threw herself into Liu Yuan's arms, tightly hugging his waist. Liu Yuan, what the hell? He already had his own partner, yet she kept hugging other men without considering social boundaries. Could she be any less cautious? Liu Yuan forced himself to endure the discomfort and gently stroked Kin Royale's hair. "Yao Yao, what happened?" Kin Royale cried. "Liu Yuan, my heart really hurts. Lai Ji used to spend my birthdays with me, but this time he didn't come, and he didn't even prepare a gift for me. Is he not fond of me anymore?" In the past, with Lin Xiuan acting as a devoted follower, Lai Ji had even encouraged her to marry Lin Xiuan. It seems that everything changed since Lin Xiuan's marriage was stolen by Su Hua. Lin Xiuan no longer liked her, and Lai Ji's attitude towards her had also greatly deteriorated. She didn't understand why she wanted to be with Lai Ji wholeheartedly, but Lai Ji seemed colder towards her. He had always supported her marrying Lin Xiuan before. "Yao Yao, don't overthink it. Maybe he's caught up with something important and can't get away," Liu Yuan comforted. "Liu Yuan, I'm so tired. I really am. I don't think I can continue like this anymore," Kin Royale said with a heavy sob. Liu Yuan sneered. giving up. When it came to the wealth of the Lin family, Qin Royale wouldn't just let it go so easily. This woman sure knows how to talk big. Yao Yao, Yuo Yuan pretended to comfort her. He must be tied up with something important to miss your birthday. Once he's done with his work, everything will be fine. Yao Yao, I still want you to be with Lin Lai. I don't want to see you lose the man you love. Yuo Yuan, thank you for comforting me. You're truly the best to me. Qin Royale looked up, moved to tears. Yuo Yuan thought of something and his eyes lit up. He couldn't get Qin Royale and Lin Lai's intimate recording or photos, but he could get Qin Royale to record them herself. Yuo Yuan internally praised himself. How hadn't he realized how smart he was? Yao Yao, although Lin Lai still likes you right now, Yuo Yuan sighed. There's no guarantee he won't change his heart later, especially since you're not married yet. Everything's still up in the air. I'm afraid he might meet another woman and leave you. His voice was filled with worry, appearing genuinely concerned for Qin Royale. Yuo Yuan's words hit a sensitive spot for Qin Royale, and she clenched her fists tightly. Indeed, she always feared that Lai Ji would one day fall out of love, that her average background wouldn't earn her favor from Lai Ji's parents, who might hinder their union. Political marriages were common among the affluent, and perhaps Lai Ji would be arranged to marry someone else. Yao Yao, I know you love Lin Lai deeply and would do anything for him, but you also need to consider yourself. I don't want your sincere heart to be taken for granted. Yuo Yuan spoke lovingly. Yao Yao, I don't want to see you sad or hurt. All I wish for is that you can spend a lifetime with the man you love. Qin Royale bit her lip, but if he changes his heart, besides breaking up, what else can I do? Yao Yao, I have a solution. Yuo Yuan, the master manipulator, stepped up. Maybe you can record intimate photos or videos with him. With these as evidence, you could threaten him. The wealthy place great importance on reputation, so with this, Lin Lai wouldn't dare to abandon you so easily. Another option is trying to get pregnant with his child. A child could make it easier for him and his parents to accept you. Qin Royale's eyes brightened. Yes, why didn't she think of that? Yuo Yuan, thank you for considering me so much, Qin Royale said, her eyes brimming with tears. Yao Yao, that's what I'm here for. Yuo Yuan smiled tenderly. Don't be sad anymore. Come, let's eat the cake. Qin Royale nodded firmly. EATING Chinese letter EATING Chinese letter. Yuo Yuan thoughtfully purchased a small, high-definition camera, no bigger than a thumb. He brought Qin Royale to a hotel and set up the main camera on a stand, partially obscured by objects with only the lens exposed. Royale, you can place the camera roughly here. It'll capture the bed well without being easily noticed, Yuo Yuan said with enthusiasm. As long as the footage of Qin Royale and Lin Lai in bed was recorded, his task would be complete, and he wouldn't have to fawn over Qin Royale like he'd been doing lately. These days, constantly chasing after Qin Royale had been exhausting. Yuo Yuan, I noticed you're very invested in my matter with Lin Lai, as if you're eager for me to hurry up and record the video, Qin Royale said, her eyebrows furrowed. Yuo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Had Qin Royale sensed something? After a moment's thought, he replied calmly, Royale, since this concerns your happiness, of course, I'm invested. Qin Royale's furrowed brows relaxed. Perhaps she had overthought it. Yuo Yuan had always adored her, loved her to extremes. How could he possibly do anything to harm her? Yuo Yuan, thank you for all you've done for me, Qin Royale said, deeply touched. What are you thanking me for? That's what we're here for, Yuo Yuan replied, placing the camera in her hands. Royale, your happiness lies in your own hands now. Qin Royale gripped the camera tightly, her heart burning with anticipation. Lai Ji, please don't blame me for capturing these moments. Who asked you to be so cold to me lately? This isn't my fault. Besides, I don't mean any harm. I just want to stay by your side forever. Just as Yuo Yuan said, I need to get pregnant soon. I want to secure my place in the Lin family through this child. Yuo Yuan's objective was achieved. After finishing morning classes, Yuo Yuan invited Lin Chuan to a secluded spot. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. You called me here. Is the task I gave you completed? Almost. Lin Chuan, let me tell you, I've set the trap for Qin Royale and soon she'll take the bait, Yuo Yuan said with a smile. Oh, Lin Chuan raised an interested eyebrow. Yuo Yuan continued, it seems Lin Lai isn't very fond of Qin Royale anymore. He's been distancing himself. Lin Chuan wasn't surprised by Yuo Yuan's words, as he knew he was the key factor maintaining Qin Royale and Lin Lai's relationship. Now that his relationship with Qin Royale had completely fallen apart, Lin Lai could no longer derive pleasure from the idea of occupying his woman and naturally lost interest in her. Trying to capture footage of them normally is impossible now. I also fear Linlai might break up with Kin Royale, so I've devised a plan for her to seduce Linlai herself, encouraging her to record the video. I already know her phone's unlock password. I'll secretly send the video from her phone to myself later. Lin Xuan was somewhat impressed. You become more clever than before. Indeed, casting off the shackles of infatuation and being less of a doormat has boosted your intelligence. Ha! Thanks for the compliment, Liu Yuan said, scratching his head. At that moment, two students passed by. Seeing Lin Xuan and Liu Yuan talking, they looked puzzled. Why are they talking here? Lin Xuan and Liu Yuan, aren't they usually at odds because of Kin Royale? Yeah, but they seem to be having a good chat. Kin Royale arrived then, looking equally puzzled as she observed the two. Liu Yuan frowned. He mustn't let Kin Royale detect anything unusual. Adopting an actor-like demeanor, he declared, Lin Xu, and whether I like Kin Royale or how much I fawn over her is none of your concern. I suggest you mind your own business. Kin Royale pursued you so earnestly, such a wonderful girl, yet you didn't cherish her. She'll be cherished by me. Lin Xuan! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. This guy's quite the performer. Kin Royale was moved to tears, her gaze filled with pain as she looked at the youthful Lin Xu and in his white shirt and black pants. In truth, she still harbored feelings for Lin Xuan. In recent times, Lin Xuan had become increasingly dazzling and more appealing than ever. However, Lin Xuan's continuous rude remarks forced her pride to suppress her emotions. She couldn't lower herself to beg. She had to conceal her love. She'd wait until she was at the top, and Lin Xuan would grovel at her feet like a dog. Kin Royale concealed her pain, strode up to Liu Yuan with her head held high, her heels clicking on the ground. Liu Yuan, let's go to lunch together, Kin Royale said softly. Sure. Liu Yuan and Kin Royale left together. Lin Xuan didn't dwell too much on Kin Royale. He returned to his dormitory. He was currently busy with his career. As the head of the Su family, any revelation about Su Hua's identity would likely face resistance from the Su family to her relationship with him. He needed to achieve significant success soon to silence critics. He also didn't want the Lin family to thrive for much longer. He intended to seize the entertainment and gaming industries from the Lin family's grasp. That day, Lin Xuan sat at his desk, browsing through web pages on his computer. Su Hua brought him a glass of milk. Wearing a white lace slip dress that reached just above her thighs, her fair, slender legs were fully exposed. Her silky, straight black hair cascading down her back. Her entire demeanor exuded sensuality and allure. Su Hua placed the milk beside Lin Xuan's computer and said, Xuan, drink some milk. Milk. That word made Su Hua's eyes darken. Perhaps it was time to have a child with Xuan, but that child might steal his attention. She absolutely wouldn't allow that. Xuan could only belong to her. His entire love could only be hers. Even a child they shared was forbidden to take half his affection. Lin Xuan's eyes remained fixed on the computer. Hua, just leave it here. I'll drink it after I finish my work. Su Hua glanced at the computer screen, her delicate eyebrows furrowed. That's no other than her cousin, Zuwan. No doubt about it, her cousin was blessed with good looks. Being in the entertainment industry, Zuwan had become a beloved idol of countless men. Why was Xuan researching her? Lin Xuan clicked on the search bar and typed in, Zuwan's romance. Su Hua's mind began to wander. Was Xuan so intrigued by her that he considered her an idol, a goddess? Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously, her frosty demeanor seeping into the air. Lin Xuan, absorbed in his work, suddenly felt the temperature drop. He instinctively stopped his movements with the mouse, looked up, and was met with Su Hua's cold expression. Lin Xuan felt something was off. What was going on here? Everything seemed fine during dinner. Why was Su Hua in a foul mood now? Did staring at work and ignoring her lead her to act this capricious? Yes, that had to be it. Beyond that, he couldn't think of any reason he had upset her. Lin Xuan picked up the milk and drank it all in one gulp. Lin Xuan's wild stunts. Su Hua's aura was still cold. Lin Xuan placed a kiss on Su Hua's forehead, coaxing her softly. Hua bow, I'm still busy, I'll come to see you later. Oh. Su Hua was soothed, and the chill in her demeanor dissipated somewhat. She was like this: just one kiss or a few tender words from Lin Xuan, and no matter how angry she was, her emotions would calm down considerably. Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't angry anymore. Lin Xuan went back to looking at his computer, his eyes fixed on the screen. Su Hua pursed her lips. Was he really so infatuated with Su Wan? He had carelessly kissed her, and then couldn't wait to go back to staring at pictures of Su Wan. Su Hua's beautiful eyes swirled with dark currents. She really wished she could hide Lin Xuan away, so that he would only face her and no other woman. Her Lin Qiu and would never be coveted by other women. Lin Qiu frowned. Why did it feel so cold again? He looked at Su Hua, only to see her gazing at him with a gentle expression. Lin Qiu shook his head. It must have been his imagination. Lin Qiu turned his head back to the computer. In the instant Lin Qiu looked away, Su Hua's expression changed again, dark and heavy, with an urge to destroy everything. Su Hua suppressed the urge in her heart, walked out of the study, and made a phone call. Jiren King, I need you to look into someone. Use the organization's intelligence network to do it as quickly as possible. John King frowned. It was late at night, and Su Hua was using the intelligence network. It must be something urgent. Who are you looking into, Su? John King asked, her face serious. Su Hua's red lips parted slightly. Tu Wan. John King was stunned. Tu Wan was the daughter of Su Hua's mother's sister, a month younger than Su Hua, and they had a decent relationship. Why was Su Hua suddenly investigating her? What happened to Miss Su? John King asked, puzzled. Su Hua, nothing, I just don't like her. John King, Su Wan had been filming abroad recently and hadn't returned. How could she have offended Su Hua? And wasn't Su Wan always incredibly obsequious towards Su Hua? How could she possibly have upset her? John King was utterly baffled. Su Hua continued, look into her scandalous behavior, preferably find evidence of her being involved with men in questionable circumstances, or abandoning them. She was sure of it. Her dear cousin had gone through men like water. John King, why was Su Hua suddenly so interested in Su Wan's romantic affairs? She wasn't usually concerned about anyone other than Lin Xuan. What? Could this be related to Lin Xuan? John King's mind instantly caught on. It must have something to do with Lin Xuan. Only when it involved him did Su Hua get so invested. Did Lin Xuan stop liking Qin Royale and now have eyes for Su Wan? If that was the case, what kind of mess was this? Lin Xuan, please don't make things worse. John King sighed deeply to the heavens. John King immediately followed Su Hua's instructions, focusing on investigating Su Wan's relationships and anything damaging to her reputation. Su Hua sat back on the sofa, browsing through Su Wan's social media. She saved every photo of Su Wan with men. The staff could sense Su Hua's bad mood and moved quietly, careful not to draw her attention. In the garden, they whispered worriedly, "What's wrong with Miss? I haven't seen Su Hua look so cold in a long time, like she's about to kill someone. Could it be that she had a fight with Lin Xuan? I don't think so. It feels like she's brooding over something." As a public figure in the entertainment industry, Su Wan had always kept her romantic life under wraps, maintaining a good public image. It took John King an hour to send the investigation report to Su Hua. Su Hua printed out the documents and photos, then returned to the study with them. When Lin Xuan saw Su Hua enter, he closed his laptop hurriedly. Su Hua pursed her lips. Was he hiding something from her? Lin Xuan quickly walked over to Su Hua. "Hua Bao, is something wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood," he asked, concerned. "Lin Xuan, are you investigating Su Wan?" Su Hua suddenly asked. "Yes," Lin Xuan nodded. "Here's what I found," Su Hua said, handing him the documents. Lin Xuan took the documents, and his brows furrowed as he saw what was written. It contained gossip about Su Wan's romantic entanglements and some unsavory behavior. Lin Xuan was confused. Why was Su Hua giving him this? Su Hua said expressionlessly, she started dating in kindergarten and has had 108 boyfriends in total. Lin Xuan, exclamation, 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 wow. Was she trying to collect all 108 heroes of Lianshan? Su Hua continued, she's a heartbreaker, always making men fall desperately in love with her, then leaving them behind. Lin Xuan was even more confused. Su Hua wasn't usually one to be interested in gossip, so why was she telling him this? Su Hua added, she's even sent a few of her boyfriends to the hospital, breaking limbs. Su Hua was committed to besmirching Su Wan's reputation to make Lin Xuan lose interest in her. "Hua Bao, how do you know so much about Su Wan?" Lin Xuan asked, full of confusion. Su Hua pursed her lips. "She's my cousin." Lin Xuan suddenly understood. So that was the connection. Su Hua was telling him this because she cared about her cousin and hoped she'd find a stable relationship. Lin Xuan thought that must be it. He started to comfort Su Hua. "Hua Bao, I don't think it's that bad. She has money and she can do whatever she wants. With this kind of lifestyle, she won't get hurt by men." That's pretty good. Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously. "So Lin Xuan, you seem to really admire her?" Ignoring the warning, Lin Xuan nodded. "I guess, but maybe she's acting this way because she hasn't met true love yet. When she finds someone she truly loves, she might settle down." Lin Xuan reasoned. Of course, these were just lines he had heard in novels. He was just trying to calm Su Hua down and keep her from worrying about Zuan. People like Zuan were beyond help, and he hated anyone who used others' emotions for their own gain. He was a victim of that himself. Lin Xuan scrapped his idea of recruiting Zuan into his company. Su Hua let out a cold laugh. So Lin Xuan, do you think she is suited to a man with what kind of personality? Lin Xuan stroked his chin and thought carefully. Probably someone who complements her personality. From what you told me, she has a fiery temperament, so the man she ends up with will likely be more gentle, someone who can tolerate her. Lin Xuan's analysis was purely objective, but Su Hua took it differently. She thought he was describing himself. Lin Xuan was exactly the kind of gentle and understanding man, wasn't he? The jealous woman Su Hua knew that Lin Xuan probably liked Zuan as a celebrity, not as a real person, but she just didn't like it. The person in Ok Xuan's heart could only be her. Now that Ok Xuan wasn't interested in Qin Royale anymore and had severed ties with the Lin family, the only people around him were her and Wang Da. How could he allow another woman to intervene? Wang Da. Su Hua's eyes grew colder and colder. Achoo, achoo. Wang Da, sitting on the sofa in the living room, sneezed several times in a row. You silly boy, why are you sneezing so much all of a sudden? Wang's mother asked with concern. Are you sick? I'm fine. Wang Da rubbed his nose. I just suddenly felt a little itchy. He seriously suspected that some jerk was cursing him. However, why did he have a creepy feeling? Meanwhile, Su Hua suddenly thought of the time Wang Da called her sister-in-law. Su Hua's hostility toward Wang Da dissipated a bit. Lin Xuan noticed something was off. Su Hua's mood was off. Hua Bao, what's wrong? You look upset, Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. He had been busy with work at the entertainment company before and hadn't had much time to pay attention to Su Hua. But wasn't she comforted by that forehead kiss of mine? As for Zuan, he was just going along with what Su Hua said. Lin Xuan racked his brains but couldn't figure out the reason for Su Hua's mood swing. Don't you know, Ok Xuan? Su Hua's voice was lazy, but it carried an icy chill. Lin Xuan looked at her blankly. What's the matter? Su Hua gave a light sneer. Ok Xuan's mouth is really hard. Ok Xuan could remain calm and collected now. His acting was really good. Lin Xuan's mind unintentionally recalled the scene of Su Hua in bed, wearing a sky blue sexy lace robe that hugged her curves, partially revealing her shoulders, her long, fair legs crossed, leaning on her elbow and lying sideways, looking seductive and alluring. Su Hua had been in her period over the past few days, so they had been living a life of abstinence. That day, he might have been feeling pent up, and seeing Su Hua like that, his desire instantly flared up. Su Hua sat up in bed, her bare feet touching the ground, her eyes smiling as she scanned his body. She walked up to him, stood on her tiptoes, and breathed warmly in his ear, whispering words that included, Ok Xuan's mouth is really hard. Stop it, Lin Xuan. What are you thinking about? Right now, I'm having a serious conversation with Su Hua. How did my thoughts drift so far off? Damn it, I've really been swayed by Su Hua. In my previous life, I was still a virgin who hadn't even kissed anyone. In this life, after just 2 or 3 months, my thoughts have been hijacked by lewdness. No wonder that lewd side of me could punch the virtuous side into oblivion. Lin Xuan pulled his thoughts back and weakly said, I'm telling the truth. I really don't know. Is that so? Su Hua suddenly closed in step by step, and Lin Xuan, sensing danger, backed away step by step. Eventually, with no room to retreat, Lin Xuan sat down on the office chair. Su Hua bent down, her hands gripping the armrests of the chair. She was wearing a low-cut robe, and when she bent over, Lin Xuan could clearly see the view of her chest. Lin Xuan swallowed hard. This position was a bit too intimate. Was Su Hua trying to devour him? Thump, thump, thump. Lin Xuan's heart started racing. Ok Xuan, between me and Zuan, who do you think is more beautiful? Su Hua said softly. Su Hua's words immediately pulled Lin Xuan out of the erotic thoughts. This sounded familiar. The second day after he was reborn, didn't Su Hua ask him something similar? Back then, she compared her body to Qin Royale's. This time, how did it involve Zuan? He had no connection to Zuan whatsoever. This time, Lin Xuan didn't answer immediately but thought about how to respond. Why aren't you saying anything, Ok Xuan? Su Hua narrowed her eyes dangerously. Do you think Zuan is prettier than me, so you dare not say it? No. Lin Xuan shook his head frantically. Hua Bao, other women don't even enter my eyes. I only know that you are beautiful, and in my eyes, other women are all the same. Lin Xuan's survival instincts were strong. And this was also the truth. No matter how beautiful other women were, they wouldn't make his heart flutter. Akshu-en, you're getting better at flattering people, Soo-hwa chuckled softly, obviously satisfied with Lin Shu-en's response. Then, between our bodies, whose do you think is better? Soo-hwa threw out another deadly question. She remembered her good cousin's body was envied by countless men. Did Akshu-en feel the same way? Lin Shu-en blurted out, Hua Bao, of course, yours is the best. I like you, and in my eyes, every aspect of you is the best. Where did Akshu-en learn this smooth-talking trick? Soo-hwa raised an eyebrow. Lin Shu-en's intuition told him he should keep his mouth shut now. The more he said, the more mistakes he'd make. Soo-hwa, when acting childish, was both cute and a bit hard to handle. Zhu Wan is the goddess, idol, and even dream lover of countless men. What about Akshu-en? Soo-hwa's finger, through a layer of clothing, traced circles on Lin Shu-en's chest, her tone seemingly casual. Lin Shu-en answered without hesitation, definitely not including me among those men. Is that so? Soo-hwa's voice was calm. Then why was Akshu-en investigating Zhu Wan so much? So concerned about her relationships? Does Akshu-en want to be her boyfriend? Or does Akshu-en like her? Or revere her as a goddess? Tell me, Akshu-en, Soo-hwa gazed into Lin Shu-en's eyes. If Akshu-en showed even the slightest flicker of desire, she would lock him up and punish him severely. Akshu-en, don't disappoint me. Soo-hwa found herself becoming more and more greedy. Before, when Lin Shu-en hadn't compromised and kept opposing her, she could tolerate the presence of the Lin family and Lin Shu-en constantly chasing after Qin Royao. But now that she had him, she wanted more and more to occupy the entire space in Lin Shu-en's heart. Lin Shu-en was stunned. Like Zhu Wan? What the hell? He finally understood why Soo-hwa's mood was off earlier. It was because of Zhu Wan. It seemed that Soo-hwa had misunderstood that he liked Zhu Wan or even revered her as a goddess, so she was jealous. He was so wrong. He was investigating Zhu Wan mainly to uncover some things, find out who later wanted to harm her, and help her resolve the danger. Zhu Wan was an international superstar and had brought a lot of income to Starlight Entertainment. Her contract with Starlight Entertainment was about to expire soon. With this favor, perhaps he could bring Zhu Wan into his own company. Taking away a money-making artist from Starlight Entertainment would not only boost the rapid development of his own entertainment company, but also take off the Lin family. If successful, it would be a win-win situation for him. But he was misunderstood by Soo-hwa. Dog food chapter Hua Bao. I truly have no feelings for her. I investigated her because I wanted to bring her into my company. It was purely business. Please don't misunderstand. Soo-hwa stared intently into Lin Shu-en's eyes, ensuring he wasn't lying. Akshu-en does look very obedient. Yet, Soo-hwa's face remained cold. Lin Shu-en said, Hua Bao, if you don't believe me, you can check my phone. If there's anything related to her, you can do whatever you want with me. Tie me up with chains and lock me in bed, whatever you wish. Soo-hwa chuckled lightly. Is Akshu-en so confident because you've already deleted all the records? Lin Shu-en, what can he say? What can he say? Jealous women are really scary, especially Soo-hwa, who seems to be drowning in jealousy. Lin Shu-en had no idea what to do. His aura weakened. Then Hua Bao, what do I need to do for you to believe me? A hint of a smile flickered in Soo-hwa's eyes. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. Is Akshu-en not having classes tomorrow? Soo-hwa changed her position from pinning Lin Shu-en against the wall to sitting on his lap, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, nestling against him like a seductive siren. Yes, and it's a full schedule. The words almost slipped out, but with full survival instincts, Lin Shu-en shook his head. No classes. Even if there were, there wouldn't be. Perfect. I don't have anything scheduled at the company either. Soo-hwa's gorgeous red lips curved into a smile. If John King heard this, she would look at the full itinerary and be filled with questions. Miss Soo, are you sure there's nothing at the company? So Lin Shu-en thought of a possibility, swallowing hard. Could it be that tonight, and all day tomorrow, why did he feel that Soo-hwa was acting strange? He had a feeling that Soo-hwa wasn't actually angry, but she was deliberately keeping a cold face to justify asking him to do all sorts of things. Maybe it's just an illusion. So Akshu-en, if you want me to believe you, it depends on your performance. Soo-hwa's eyes were full of allure. Now that Akshu-en has improved his stamina, it's perfect for staying in bed for a very, very long time. Lin Shu-en, he trained just to win in bed against Soo-hwa, but it seemed that this time he had only added to Soo-hwa's excitement. Lin Shu-en's competitive spirit surged. He was a man, and after all this training, he didn't believe he still couldn't outlast Su Hua. Lin Xuan picked up Su Hua and placed her on the bed, her beautiful hair sprawled over the sheets. The gray bed contrasted with her milky white skin. Lin Xuan leaned over, his hands propped on either side of Su Hua's body. Su Hua's eyes gleamed with excitement. She loved Ok Xuan's dominant demeanor. Su Hua's delicate arms wrapped around Lin Xuan's neck. Ok Xuan, perform well today, and I'll believe you truly have nothing for Zuwan. Ok Xuan, I'm yours. Tonight and tomorrow, you can do anything you want with me, damn it. Evexon! Su Hua's alluring eyes and captivating demeanor completely ignited Lin Xuan's desire. He reached for Su Hua's clothing, and the sky blue lace nightgown slid off her fair skin. The room gradually filled with suggestive sounds. The temperature in the air rose higher and higher. The next morning, breakfast was brought up by a servant, left at the door, and Lin Xuan went to retrieve it. Lunch was the same. Not bad, not bad. Butler Wang looked in the direction of the upstairs and nodded in satisfaction. If things continued like this, the arrival of the little heir or heiress shouldn't be far off. Butler Wang was very much looking forward to the arrival of the little heir or heiress. However, he didn't know that Su Hua had long since sent someone to develop a contraceptive shot that was harmless to the body. One shot could last for 5 years. Of course, there was also an antidote. Su Hua hadn't taken it initially. She had originally thought about getting pregnant quickly, with a child, Okshu, and would have something to hold on to, and he wouldn't be so easily able to leave her. But ever since Okshu and had become more obedient and seemed to have eyes only for her, Su Hua no longer wanted a child to share Okshu and affection. So, she took the contraceptive shot. Looks like Master Lin will need another bowl of invigorating tonic today. Butler Wang nodded with a smile. However, he wondered if Miss would also need one. No, he should also ask the doctor for some invigorating broth for Miss. Constantly indulging like this without any tonic just won't do. Jian King came to Night Garden with important documents, ready for Su Hua to sign. Butler Wang, is Miss Su feeling unwell? Jian King asked. It was strange. She couldn't get through to Miss Su no matter how many times she called, and her phone was even turned off. She called Night Garden to ask, and a servant told her Miss Su was at home. She had assumed Su Hua wasn't feeling well. No, Jiang secretary, you don't need to worry, Butler Wang said with a smile. Then where is she? Jiang King asked again. Butler Wang, upstairs. Then I'll go find her. Holding the documents, Jiang King was about to head upstairs. Jiang secretary, wait. Butler Wang stopped her, smiling slightly. Master Lin is with Miss in the bedroom, so it might not be convenient for you to go up now. Jian King instantly understood. No wonder Miss Su had left a mountain of work untouched and not gone to the office. Miss Su was really like a king who abandons the morning court for love, and Lin Xuan was the alluring emperor, or rather, empress consum. Jiang secretary, will you wait here or go back? Butler Wang asked. I'll wait. These documents need to be signed today, Jiang King said, looking at her watch. It was already 4 p.m. and they should be finishing soon. But half an hour passed. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. They still hadn't come downstairs. Jian King looked at her watch, dumbfounded. Butler Wang, had they come out today? Jian King asked, stunned. No, Butler Wang shook his head. Jian King, they're at intense. Jian King ate dinner at Night Garden. It was 7 p.m. when Lin Xuan finally opened the door and came downstairs. He had heavy dark circles under his eyes, and Su Hua was asleep in bed. Lin Xuan's steps were a bit unsteady. Luckily, his strong competitive spirit had pulled him through. Otherwise, he would have lost to Su Hua again today. Butler Wang's mouth gaped open like a duck's egg. This time, Master Lin had beaten Miss Butler Wang. Lin Xuan pulled Butler Wang aside and whispered, "Where's the tonic?" "Don't worry, Master Lin, it's ready," Butler Wang said, going inside to fetch the tonic. Lin Xuan gulped down the full bowl of invigorating broth in one go. Can really make up after finishing the hearty soup. Lin Xuan placed the bowl on the table and slumped into his chair, looking utterly drained. Jian King inwardly test in amazement. Quite the intense affair, huh? Young Master Lin, the soup you just drank had a medicinal taste. Are you feeling unwell? Jian King asked, puzzled. On a related note, if young Master Lin needed medicine, how was he still able to carry on with Director Su in bed, for so long? Lin Xuan gave Jian King a lingering look. It's all Su Hua's fault. She's nearly drained him dry. Thankfully, his pride as a man was holding him together, or else he'd have been thoroughly defeated again. Su Hua, this woman with her obsessive tendencies, is far too terrifying. He needs to keep training. Young Master Lin, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Jian King frowned, sensing a hint of resentment in his gaze. She hadn't done anything to him, had she? Lin Chuan exhaled. It's nothing, just a slight cold, so I needed some medicine. Oh, Jian King replied, half convinced. She suspected something fishy about the soup young Master Lin had just consumed. The servants began serving the dishes, and Lin Chuan picked up his chopsticks, devouring the food. He must bulk up, only then could he better dominate Su Hua. Jian King's gossiping gaze lingered on Lin Chuan. Jiang Secretary, why are you staring at me like that? Lin Chuan asked, puzzled. Well, young Master Lin, I have a rather impertinent question. How did Director Su introduce Miss Su to you? Jiang King's curiosity was piqued. Lin Chuan asked, wasn't the information about Zhu Wan investigated by you, Jiang Secretary? Yes, Jiang King nodded. It was Director Su's rather peculiar requests that intrigued her, making her wonder what exactly Su had told Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan frowned. Then why are you asking me? Didn't Su Hua just relay the information you provided? Young Master Lin, I've been having a headache lately and my memory is a bit hazy. I was afraid I might have missed something in the report to Director Su. Since Director Su isn't here, I wanted to clarify with you, Jian King said earnestly. Lin Chuan answered, not much, just that Zhu Wan has been through one boyfriend after another. Jian King nodded. That checks out. For someone like Director Su, who only has young Master Lin as her partner, Zhu Wan's past of 3 or 4 boyfriends would indeed seem like consecutive relationships. In the next moment, Lin Chuan, Su Hua also said that she's had 108 boyfriends. She started dating back in kindergarten. Every man she met fell madly in love with her, only to be kicked to the curb. Jian King, holy crap, 108 boyfriends? Since kindergarten? Director Su, you really know how to spin a tale. And what's more, young Master Lin actually believed it. No wonder Director Su wanted her to find photos of Zhu Wan with other men, preferably in somewhat suggestive poses. Everything was planned out. Zhu Wan's reputation took a heavy hit. Zhu Wan would never have imagined that the sister she respected the most would slander her so behind her back. Jian King's expression was hard to describe, and anything else? Oh, and she broke the limbs of several of her boyfriends and sent them to the hospital, Lin Chuan added. Jian King, this sounds like some creepy stalker rather than Zhu Wan. Director Su's ability to twist the truth is impressive. Lin Chuan commented, Jiang Secretary, isn't it odd that although Su Hua's mother and Zhu Wan's mother are sisters, their personalities are so different? One is obsessed with him, while the other changes men like changing clothes. Lin Chuan suddenly thought of his own family and felt his question was rather redundant. After all, both siblings from the same parents could have vastly different personalities. Jian King chuckled, well, that is rather far-fetched, isn't it? What can she even say? Zhu Wan was simply dating normally, yet Director Su turned her into a full-blown villainess. By the way, young Master Lin, what's going on? Why did Director Su suddenly instruct me to investigate Miss Su? Jian King asked again. Ah, Lin Chuan sighed deeply. I just opened an entertainment company. Jian King was surprised. An entertainment company? Young Master Lin actually started an entertainment company? I was thinking of bringing her into my company, so I did a background check online, but Su Hua misunderstood, Lin Chuan explained. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been punished by Su Hua in bed. It was damn exhausting. Though, admittedly, it was also quite satisfying. Jian King let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she thought young Master Lin had done something to betray Director Su. Jiang Secretary, Su Hua is asleep right now and might not wake up until late, Lin Chuan informed her. No rush, it can be signed tomorrow. I'll be taking my leave now, young Master Lin, Jian King responded, leaving with her documents. Joke's on her. At a time like this, she wouldn't dare stay and be a third wheel. Lin Chuan returned to his and Su Hua's room. The floor was littered with various outfits-made costumes, pure student uniforms, rabbit costumes, and more. Lin Chuan's face flushed. He couldn't help but recall how alluring Su Hua had looked the past 2 nights, wearing these very outfits. He had spent so much time indulging Su Hua, partly due to his competitive streak and partly because Su Hua was incredibly seductive. He wondered where Su Hua had even found so many costumes. Lin Chuan lay down in bed, joining Su Hua in sleep. 2 hours later, Su Hua awoke, resting her head on Lin Chuan's chest. Lin Chuan gently stroked her stomach. Su Hua, do you think there might already be a baby in here? He hadn't used any protection the entire time. He had tried to put one on earlier, but Su Hua had stopped him. Su Hua's expression froze. She furrowed her brows tightly. Lin Chuan, do you really like kids? Not particularly, Lin Chuan honestly replied. Back in the Lin household, when he was 15, a friend of Zhang Xukan visited with her toddler. They went out to play, leaving the child in his care. The child ended up tripping and falling, and Jiang Shukin had hit his palm with a ruler until it was red and swollen. But a child with you, Su Hua, I'd like, Lin Xuan added. Su Hua's lips, which had been about to lift into his smile, fell flat once more. It was now clearer than ever. Their child couldn't come into this world, not yet, at least. Meanwhile, Qin Royale had fully convinced herself of Liu Yuan's words, especially as Lin Lai's attitude toward her had gradually cooled. Every time she asked to meet him, he found excuses not to come. Determined, she decided she must obtain the video of her and Lin Lai together, and even more importantly, conceive a child with him. Qin Royale went to great lengths to follow Lin Lai. Finally, she found her opportunity. Infidelity. The other woman in a hotel, Lin Lai had just finished discussing a collaboration and walked out of the private room, ready to leave. Suddenly, Qin Royale appeared, looking hurt as she gazed at Lin Lai. Lai Jige. Lin Lai instinctively glanced around, relieved. Thankfully, it was only one of his trusted subordinates. No one else was present. The subordinate, with keen perception, said, Mr. Lin, I have something at home, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Lai pulled Qin Royale into the private room and frowned. What are you doing here? Lai Jige, it's been half a month since I last saw you. I miss you so much. Qin Royale looked at him pitifully, her eyes red and swollen from crying, like a little rabbit. Qin Royale knew very well how to manipulate Lin Lai. Lin Lai was most vulnerable to her pitiful expressions. As expected, Lin Lai's expression softened. I've been too busy. Now my father is training me, giving me a lot of tasks, plus there's schoolwork to manage. I've been spinning around, and I really don't have time to see you. I understand, Lai Jige. You wouldn't abandon me. Qin Royale threw herself into his embrace, tightly hugging his waist. Don't cry, Yao Yao. Your tears make me heartbroken. Lin Lai comforted her. Qin Royale deliberately rubbed against Lin Lai. Lai Jige, I just wanted to see you today. Just seeing you is enough for me. I know you're busy, Lai Jige. I'll head back now. Qin Royale turned to leave, but Lin Lai grabbed her wrist. Lin Lai pulled Qin Royale into his arms. Yao Yao, I just finished my work. Today, I can spend the whole day with you. What you did earlier, wasn't that your intention? I'll fulfill it for you. Lai Jige. Qin Royale blushed. They booked a room in the hotel next door. Lin Lai couldn't wait to push Qin Royale onto the bed, but she pushed him away. Lai Jige, you smell like sweat. Go take a shower first. Qin Royale pushed Lin Lai toward the bathroom. Lin Lai sniffed his clothes. Really? He frowned. Lai Jige, hurry up. I prepared a surprise for you. Qin Royale blushed. You little trickster, that's what you're scheming. Lin Lai chuckled and tapped Qin Royale's nose. Lin Lai's heart also began to anticipate. Qin Royale was the most playful during intimacy, and he wondered what surprise she had prepared for him today. All right, I'll go to the bathroom now. Lin Lai went into the bathroom. Qin Royale picked up her coat and took out the camera, placing it in a position facing the bed, where it would be hard to detect. Qin Royale also swapped the hotel-provided condoms. She had paid a steep price to a vendor for these, with excellent packaging but riddled with holes. Qin Royale's gaze flickered. If she couldn't get pregnant this time, there would be a second, third, fourth. She was sure she would succeed eventually. She was determined to enter the Lin family's door. After an hour of indulgence, Lin Lai dressed and said, Yao Yao, I just remembered there's some work I need to handle at the company. I'll head back first. Here's 1,000 yuan. Take a taxi home. Oh well. Qin Royale nodded. As soon as Lin Lai left, Qin Royale immediately took out the camera and transferred the video to her phone. Qin Royale watched the video, smiling. With this video, even if Lai Jige ever changed his mind, the Lin family, who valued their reputation so much, wouldn't dare to cast her aside directly. Thinking of this, Qin Royale touched her stomach. If she could get pregnant, that would be perfect. Lin Lai remained unaware of Qin Royale's actions as he returned to the Lin family residence. Wang Yajin was there as well. Seeing Wang Yajin sitting with Jiang Shukin on the living room sofa, Lin Lai was momentarily stunned. Why is Annie Wang here? Jiang Shukin smiled. Today is your Annie Wang's birthday. She doesn't have any other family to celebrate with, so I thought I'd invite her over to celebrate together. Shukin, thank you. Wang Yajin was deeply moved. We're best friends. There's no need to thank me. I'll go prepare dinner myself. Jiang Shukin headed to the kitchen. Lin Lai also said, Dad, Auntie Wang, I'll go to my room. Today was his mother's birthday, and he wanted to give her some time alone with his father. Go ahead. Lin Chang nodded. The servants were all busy outside, leaving only Lin Chang and Wang Yajin in the living room. Wang Yajin immediately pulled Lin Chang to the dining room, just a wall away from where Jiang Shukin was busy in the kitchen. Lin Chang frowned. Johnny, this is too dangerous. If Jiang Shuken finds out, she's busy in the kitchen, she won't notice us. I'm not afraid. What are you scared of, being a man? Wang Yajin kissed Lin Chang's lips. Lin Chang also felt a thrill of excitement and couldn't wait to return her kiss. They soon became more than just kissing. They moved to the bedroom shared by Lin Chang and Jiang Shuken, with Wang Yajin's eyes cold with amusement. She couldn't wait for Jiang Shuken to see the scene unfolding, but she had to wait, at least until Lin Chang seized control of the Lin family. Jiang Shuken finished preparing dinner. When she emerged from the kitchen, she saw Lin Chang sitting on the sofa, with Wang Yajin standing in front of him, holding a phone. Jiang Shuken frowned. Somehow, she felt the atmosphere between them was strange, and their faces were slightly flushed. What are you two doing? Jiang Shuken walked over. Wang Yajin seemed to just realize her presence and smiled, pointing at the phone. There was some urgent work that needed Mr. Lin's attention. I was just reporting it. Jiang Shuken glanced at the phone, which indeed showed work-related content. Her doubts subsided. Shaking her head, Jiang Shuken chided herself. What was she thinking? Her husband loved her so much, and Yajun had a beloved husband. After all, she was her best friend. She must be crazy to think anything was amiss between them. 2 days later, Liu Yuan noticed that Qin Royale's mood had improved significantly. He guessed that she had likely secured the video of her and Lin Lai. Liu Yuan stroked his chin. It seemed he also needed to find an opportunity to get the photos and videos from Qin Royale's phone. Liu Yuan spent the rest of the money Lin Shu and had given him to buy a cake, a ring, and a bottle of red wine for Qin Royale. He showed up at Qin Royale's place with these. Qin Royale looked at the cake, confused. Liu Yuan, why did you bring a cake today? My birthday already passed. Yao Yao, don't you remember? Today marks 6 years since we met. Of course, it wasn't true. They had actually met 6 years ago, but that date was a month away. This pampered dog, he won't be one anymore. Yao Yao, you forgot the first time we met, didn't you? That day after my dad beat me, I was crying outside, and you handed me a tissue, Liu Yuan said. He had found a secluded spot to cry and ran into Qin Royale. Qin Royale handed him a tissue, and when he looked up, he saw her pure and innocent face. At that moment, he felt like he had seen an angel. From then on, he became a devoted follower, ever chasing after Qin Royale. He even transferred to her